No Fear 5. Bonus Reward. Physicality +5. Contender World First Achievement. Free Stat Point 5. Congratulations for solo slaying a monster 18 or more levels above your own. Achievement received. No Fear 6. Bonus Reward. Physicality +10. Contender World First Achievement. Free Stat Point 10. Congratulations for completing your first medial difficulty dungeon. Achievement received. Dungeon Delver 2. Bonus Reward. 500. Pick. Contender World First Achievement. 2,500. Pick. Congratulations for solo completing your first medial difficulty dungeon. Achievement received. I don't play well with others. Bonus Reward. 5,000. Pick. Contender World First Achievement. When inside a dungeon while solo, you receive +5 to physicality, celerity, and mentality, as well as +10 to fortuity. You have completed the full requirements for your assigned special quest. You may now return to the Adventurer Coalition to choose another quest. You have received 60 gold, 30,000 pick, 150 rank progress up to bronze rank, and 3 additional spell/ability selections upon your next selection chance. Congratulations for solo completing your second special quest with the Adventurer Coalition. Achievement received. Special Killer 2. Bonus Reward. 90 rank progress. Contender World First Achievement. 270 rank progress. The quantity of changes that passed through his body made Thaden collapse on the pathway, screaming out in pain as 15 points in physicality streamed into his comparatively weak form. This lasted for nearly 30 seconds before the sensations of his muscles being ripped apart, his skin tightening to the point where it felt like he was being strangled, and his bones being broken down and rebuilt stronger began to pass, and he could only lie on the ground with tears running down his face from the pain. Unlike the wounds he'd sustained in the dungeons, this pain was frighteningly intense and personal, as if his own body was fighting against him. Panting from the exertion even as the agony began to fade away, Thaden got to his hands and knees in anticipation of getting back up, though he paused for a moment as he really took in what had changed as a result of his new achievements. The most obvious one was the aforementioned 15 points in physicality, which was apparently too much for someone to reasonably handle all at once. The single points he'd acquired before hadn't really done anything noticeable to him, other than later on feeling a little bit stronger. But this experience had felt like he had been ripped apart and put back together again. It certainly hadn't felt like his mind was ripped apart when he put his robe on, though he supposed it was different because he hadn't nearly quadrupled his stat as a result of the extra 15 points in mentality. Now that it seemed like his ordeal was over, Thaden also saw that he had acquired an additional 15 free stat points to use wherever he wanted. He decided to keep them banked at the moment, given the extreme changes his body had already undergone. What he looked at next was the World First bonus from the I Don't Play Well with Others achievement, which apparently rewarded him with an extra 5 points in physicality, celerity, and mentality, while also adding another 10 points to fortuity. There was no mention of personality, which made sense based on the name of the achievement and for it being based on completing a dungeon solo. Then there were rewards for completing the special quest, which included 510 additional rank progress up to bronze rank, 60 gold pieces which he found in a pouch on the ground near where he had fallen, and 3 spell/ability selections. Unfortunately, there was no prompt for him to grab those immediately, and looking at the messages, he discovered that they would likely wait until he acquired a new class and was able to select more spells. That was disappointing, but he was starting to get used to all of these seemingly arbitrary restrictions. As for all the pick he also received as a result of the achievements, it seemed to be lost. He didn't feel any additional energy added to his reserve pick pool, so he could only assume that it was simply gone. Again, it was another disappointment. But in the grand scheme of things, it wasn't that big of a deal. He was alive, he had gotten a piece of good loot, he was practically rich, and he was stronger than ever. Now all he needed to do was get a new class and upgrade his Adventurer Coalition rank, and he'd be sitting pretty. As much as this new world sucked, in terms of all the pain and near-death experiences he'd encountered, he couldn't help but feel some excitement for what was to come. It might not be Earth, but his new profession as an assistant healer and adventurer beat the hell out of data analyst, even with all the danger and disgusting rotten flesh that came with it. Would he have chosen this type of thing if he had been given a choice? Probably not. But now that he was here, and it didn't seem like there was a way to get back, he reconfirmed his intent to take advantage of his situation as much as he could. Stashing his new pouch of gold in his pack, which, even though it seemed to weigh twice as much, was easy enough for him to carry now with his additional physicality. In fact, he thought that he might even be able to carry some of the lighter weapons that had been in the Mausoleum of Despair's treasure room, though he doubted that he could actually use them. Regardless, the pain he had undergone seemed to be worth it, and he was looking forward to seeing how much it helped him in the future. Maybe since he couldn't use a weapon, he could use his fists and become some sort of monk-type healer, punching monsters to kill them. Nah, I don't really want to get that close to them if I can help it. He already had to deal with monsters getting uncomfortably close to him. The last thing he wanted was to push his fist into the mouth of a dangerous monster and get his hand bitten off. I guess it depends on whatever class I can change into. It was difficult to make plans without knowing more information about what was in store for him in the future, so he decided to simply wait until he was better informed of the possibilities. The walk back was made slightly faster than his trip out to the mausoleum, thanks to a higher celerity stat, which seemed to speed his steps up a little bit. It was probably only a few minutes faster, but it felt like so much more because he was eager to get back to town and get something to eat, take a bath, and get some sleep. In that order. After that, he would see about increasing his coalition rank, and then locate the support class representative about his new class selection. You're alive? Did you take one look at what you were up against and run away? The scathing tone from Virlo, the ash-cleft town guard, was a bit more than he expected from the powerful guard. It was certainly discouraging to be shouted at as soon as he approached the gate to be let inside. He wasn't like this last time I came through here, even if he wasn't exactly friendly. No, I completed the quest. See, I got this new fancy robe and everything. Nasty piece of work, that. Don't be casting any death-based spells around here, or I'll be forced to eliminate the source before it becomes a problem. The man on top of the walls said gruffly. Death-based spells? I don't have any. Anyone who sees you in that robe will think the same as I. So be very careful around here. I'll have my eye on you. Virlo didn't say anything after that, only stared at him with a grim expression. Wow. This thing is worse than I thought. Maybe I should take it off? No. He had acquired it fair and square and would wear it for as long as he wanted to. Who cares if other people think I'm up to no good? I'm not actually going to do anything bad or evil, despite what they might believe, so they're just being judgmental for no good reason. Though I guess having only a personality of one gives them a reason, since that apparently affects my social relationships with the people here. As an experiment, Thaden added one of his free stat points to his personality. He watched it go up to 2 for a split second, before it dropped back down to 1. I guess the downside of this robe is more serious than just a reduction of 3 personality. For all I know, there isn't a limit of how much it will reduce my personality. With that thought, he decided against using any more of his free stat points until he had more information on how much it actually affected him. Well, I don't really have any other clothes, since the ones I had were covered in bone dust, blood, and rotting flesh. I'll get another outfit when I get the chance, but for now, this is what I'm wearing, Thaden explained, gesturing to himself. He decided that getting a normal change of clothes would probably be better to use around town if he was going to spend any amount of time near other people. While he was stubborn enough to want to shove their judgmental attitudes in their faces by wearing the robe around where everyone could see it, he was already so ostracized by being an adventurer that he really didn't want to have to deal with it more than he had to. Suit yourself. Just know that I won't hesitate to kill you if you step out of line. With that ominous statement, the gate to Ashcleft opened and Thaden stepped inside. Almost immediately, he felt the stares of the townspeople on him. And while he was too tired and hungry to care about it too much right now, he was still conscious enough of it to want to take off his robe then and there. Instead, he ignored the looks and the whispering as much as he could while he hurried through the streets. The only stop he made was to a food cellar along the sidewalk that had delicious-smelling skewers filled with meat chunks, vegetables, and potatoes. He bought 4 of them for at least twice what he expected was normal, but at the moment he didn't really care. He had plenty of money to spare a silver piece or 2 when he was starving. He ate all 4 of them while he walked toward the Adventurer Coalition building, stopping at the main town fountain to suck down handfuls of clean, refreshing water. Satiated, and now looking for a bath before getting some sleep, he walked through the entrance of the coalition with heavy steps, wanting his current journey to finally be over. Boydlin was behind his desk, as he had been almost every time Thaden had seen him, and he looked up with a smile and excitement on his face. That smile faded somewhat as he saw the assistant healer walking through the door, though it would probably be more accurate to say that his focus was on the robe rather than Thaden himself.
"You're back! I got confirmation that the special quest was completed."
I'm assuming someone else got there before you did and completed it before you had a chance to join any parties? That's all right. It happens to the best of us. As long as you actively participated in some way, you'll still get credit. Thaden didn't really want to go into everything that had happened out by the mausoleum at the moment, because he was so tired, so he just nodded. Something like that. If you don't mind, I need a bath and a bed. After that, I'll have some business with you. Well on, my boy. Take the time you need. I appreciate you willing to help out like you did. It shows great courage that you volunteered for something completely beyond your capabilities. Chuckling to himself, he passed by the coalition leader and made for the baths. It took him nearly an hour to scrub himself fully to the point where he couldn't smell even a hint of rotting flesh or sulfur on him, and he even cleaned his boots and underwear in the bath to ensure that any of the lingering smells were washed out as much as possible. When he and his clothes were clean, he headed off to bed and slept not only for the rest of the day, but through the next night as well. When Thaden finally convinced himself to get up and head downstairs, he found that it was morning again, though a little bit earlier than when he had arrived the day before. Bringing an entire gold piece down with him, he approached Boydlin, who apparently rarely left his desk, and slapped the coin down. "I'd like to pay in advance for my room here, just so you don't have to worry about me not paying in time," he said, sitting down across from the coalition leader. "It's a bit much, I know, but I figure if you have any cooks coming here soon, I'll be able to take advantage of access before anyone else," he added with a smile. Rather than argue, the Chari reached out and took the gold piece faster than Thaden could blink, making it disappear either with some sort of actual magic or simple sleight of hand. Very good. Being proactive is the key to being a successful adventurer in the coalition. Are there any other quests you might be interested in? Boydlin asked formally and politely. His former excited attitude not on display as much, probably because Thaden was still wearing his new robe. It was just another reason why he needed to go shopping after this, so that he'd have something else to wear. Not quite yet. I have some rank progress I've acquired and want to increase my rank with the coalition. The coalition leader's surprise was obvious. Already? No, that can't be possible. Even if you completed the minimal special quest requirements, I believe it only rewarded 20 rank progress, and you need 90 in order to reach leather rank. Now, unless you have any other questions, I really must be getting back to my work. Very busy, you see. Thaden was only temporarily put off by the dismissive tone, mainly because, while he wasn't used to being treated this way, he was halfway expecting it by this point because of his robe. Needless to say, he wasn't going to take no for an answer. "Oh, but I completed the special quest," he responded with a self-satisfied smile. "By myself. Twice. Once for the minimum requirements, and then when it changed into a more urgent special quest, which had even greater requirements and additional rewards. So, yes, I have enough rank progress to increase my rank." Boydlin looked at him incredulously, before his face transformed to anger. "The Coalition doesn't abide with liars here, and are you saying that the assimilation system is, what, wrong? That it made a mistake?" the assistant healer asked innocently. The cherry's face immediately lost any color it had, as the anger drained from his entire body, replaced by a nervousness that was visible in his tense muscles and slightly shaky hands. "Of course not, but then what are you saying? That I somehow cheated and stole this rank progress? I thought that it was the system that supplied the rank progress once a quest is complete. If that's the case, then there is no way I could lie about it and still have it, correct?" "True. But there's no way you could have done that special quest. More than that, there's no way you could have done it alone at your level," Boydlin reiterated, crossing his arms across his chest as if that was enough to settle the matter. "Well, you can believe what you want, but I must have gotten this rank progress somewhere, don't you think?" Thaden asked. "How can I turn this rank progress in and prove that I'm not lying?" Boydlin huffed in impatience, before extending his hand. "It's simple enough to prove that you're obviously mistaken," he said, his palm facing upwards as he laid it on top of his desk. "I have the authority to automatically upgrade your Coalition badge all the way up to bronze rank, if you've accumulated enough rank progress, which I still doubt you have enough for even leather rank. Regardless, just place the badge on my palm and place your own palm on top of it. It's as simple as that to prove that you're mistaken." Pulling his Coalition badge out of his pack, he placed it in the Coalition leader's palm before placing his own hand on top. It did nothing for a few seconds, which seemed to make Boydlin happy with a smirk on his face. But suddenly, Thaden felt a heat beneath his palm, and a bright light shot out from the badge in between their hands. The whole process lasted for about 5 seconds, and at no point was it uncomfortable. It only felt odd. "Well, I guess I was wrong."
"I owe you an apology," Boydlin said,
beginning to pull his hand away, but another burst of light coming from the badge interrupted him. "What?" "I guess it's not done yet," Thaden responded, the smile still on his face at the complete bafflement on the Coalition leaders. When it was done, turning from leather into a cool copper rank badge beneath his palm, he looked in between their palms and said, "It's still not done yet, I believe." The shock throughout Boydlin's entire body was obvious by the shaking in his hand as Thaden pressed down on it, if such an emotion wasn't clear by the Coalition leader's facial expression. Neither of them said anything as the Coalition badge transformed from copper to iron, and then yet again from iron to bronze. It was only at that point that it stopped, though it took another 30 seconds before Thaden actually moved his palm. Looking down at the shiny bronze badge in Boydlin's hand, he couldn't keep the cheesy grin off his face. "Aha! That's a bit prettier than the old wood one, isn't it?" he asked, plucking the badge off the palm of the petrified Coalition leader. The Chari's mouth opened and closed a few times, like a fish out of water, which was an interesting sight, but Thaden managed to stop himself from laughing at the other's discomfort. It was enough to know that he had been proven wrong. In a big way.
How? How is that possible?
The assistant healer shrugged. I already told you. Apparently, completing a special quest while solo and way underleveled is quite tough to do, and the system rewards it appropriately.
But, that's impossible.
Not impossible, just improbable. Honestly, I just got really lucky. The right set of circumstances fell into my lap, allowing me to do what I did. But sometimes that's all one needs, am I right? Boydlin was silent for a few seconds, before his customary smile returned. It is as you say. I apologize for ever doubting you, as you must be quite special in the eyes of the assimilation system to have warranted such rewards. If there is anything I can do to help you, especially now that you are bronze rank within the Adventurer Coalition, please do not hesitate to let me know. Thank you. I actually have a quick question that I'm hoping you'll be able to answer for me, and then I'll be on my way. The Coalition leader nodded. Ask anything, and I'll do my best to supply you with an answer. Excellent. Well, I was going to head out of here to get some replacement clothes, as all I have is this robe right now. But before that, I wanted to complete another task of mine, Thaden said. Would you be able to tell me where I can find a support class representative? A support class representative? Absolutely. You can find all of the class representatives behind that counter right over there, Boydlin said matter-of-factly with the same smile on his face. Thaden looked at the long counter that Cherie pointed to, but he didn't see anyone. But it's empty. When will they be back? Without dropping the smile, the coalition leader said, Oh, in about 84 days, perhaps a day or two sooner. They don't arrive until the contender's training period is nearly concluded. What? No, that can't be right. Are they anywhere else right now? Somewhere I can go to them? Oh, no, of course not. They aren't needed until then, because only contenders can change their initial class. How could you not know this? Why do you need to see one in the first place? Well, crap. Now what am I supposed to do? Chapter 26. Without access to a support class representative, there really wasn't anything that Thaden could do to get a new class. And without a new class, he couldn't advance past level 21, which meant no more spells or stat points gained through leveling up, and essentially no development. What it also meant was that any pick that he would have normally earned was now lost, similar to what had happened with the lost pick from his achievements. That was a disappointment at the time, but ultimately not that big of a deal in the long run. Now, though, any that he earned from that point on until he was able to pick a new class would go to waste. Thaden was tempted to demand that one of the representatives be available for him because he was a contender as well, but he'd already been warned against that by Virlo. While he didn't have a problem confiding in Boydlin about his situation, against the town guard's suggestion to keep such things to himself, he had just used the excuse that the assimilation system didn't make mistakes when he was dealing with the coalition leader concerning his badge. Contradicting himself so soon, or at all, was probably not the wisest idea. Besides, the Chari in charge of this coalition branch was already suspicious of him because he was asking about the representative, and a stuttered excuse that he'd simply heard about them somewhere probably wasn't very convincing. He wasn't sure how omniscient the system was, but the last thing he wanted was someone somehow communicating with it to report Thaden as an aberration that needed to be removed, if that was even possible. For everything he knew about the system, there were probably 100 things that he didn't know about it. Professed ignorance of the system and/or proclaiming himself to be a contender when he wasn't supposed to be there was sure to be a red flag. Therefore, after gaining the knowledge that the representatives wouldn't be available for nearly 3 months and leaving the coalition leader, Thaden wandered around Ashcleft aimlessly, feeling a bit lost since his goals had been thwarted. Eventually, the looks he acquired from the townsfolk reminded him that he needed some new clothes, and his wanderings brought him to a tailor. Inside, the woman treated him like crap, which was to be expected at that point, until he bought 2 sets of rather plain clothing, a dark gray button-up shirt and some soft brown canvas pants that sort of reminded him of jeans with a nice drawstring. He changed there out of his robe and was treated marginally better by the tailor, and he was even referred to a cobbler for a custom pair of boots available for him to pick up later in the day. The mundane tasks of shopping helped to clear his head from all the disappointed thoughts that had invaded his mind since his talk with Boydlin. Eventually, he got food from the same vendor as before, and sitting down on a half-wall located near the town center, he ate it all while contemplating what to do now. Unless some miracle happens, it doesn't appear as though I'll be acquiring a new class and leveling anymore for the time being, which leaves me only a few options of what I should do, especially considering that acquiring any more pick is essentially wasted on me. First, I could do absolutely nothing. I have plenty of gold now, around 75 and some change if I'm not mistaken, even with my expenditures today. From the prices of food and lodging around Ashcleft, I could probably live here for at least a year or more, even if I'm lavish in my expenses. In addition, I have that cloak and knife I was able to acquire from the Mausoleum of Despair, so selling them might net me even more money, though I have no idea how much they're worth.
That doesn't exactly seem like something I want to do, just hanging around town all day and doing nothing. Sure, back on Earth, that sounds perfect, but here I have a power I never had, and opportunities I'd never dreamed of before. So, if that option is likely out of the running, there are other possibilities. The second option would be to take Boydlin up on some easy quests, perhaps earning enough rank progress to get to the next rank after bronze. However, from what I saw before, it is unlikely that any easy quests will be available for my current rank that would offer rank progress. So anything I took would likely be a bit harder than what my level would be suited for. Granted, I have some advantages, but so far I've only been really effective against low-level monsters and the undead. So unless a quest is designed to go up against either of those, then I'm not sure how effective I'll be. If I was forced to fight a dragon or a giant, for instance, it's doubtful I'd be able to do anything to hurt them. The next option is to travel to other towns or cities and visit their adventurer coalition branches to see if there are any parties that I can join. I'm sure there are some out there that would be overjoyed to have a healer on their team, but finding them might be a bit of an issue. Based on the special quest I just completed, I was the only one nearby that was able to be assigned to the quest, which means that if there are other coalition members, they're likely a much lower level. While that isn't that big of a problem for me, what exactly would be the point of partying with other adventurers if they weren't around my level? What would we even do? I can't gain any pick, after all, and lower level and lower rank quests don't really pay that well, according to the quest board. Not that I'm broke right now or anything, but that just seems like a waste of time to me. The last option is to keep myself busy by doing what I can do. I already know that I can kill the undead, so why not go back and run through the Mausoleum of Despair on medial difficulty again? Just the thought of that made him recoil in disgust, but at the same time he couldn't help but acknowledge that it had some merit. Sure, I can't acquire any more pick, but there's nothing stopping me from improving my competencies. In addition, if it works like dungeons from the RPGs I've played in the past, all the loot might be reset in the treasure room. If it is, then it might even be different than it was before, meaning I might be able to actually take some more things with me if I prepare accordingly. I am stronger now with my extra physicality, so the thought of actually bringing some more of those weapons and armor out from there is intriguing. If I was to sell them in town, I could probably get a bit for some of the rarer pieces, or I could keep them until the rest of the people from Earth arrive as contenders and potentially sell it to them.
If that whole idea works, then I could farm the dungeon over and over again. Naturally, I need to discover the rules behind the dungeons here, such as if they respawn completely, only partially, or are refilled with monsters organically. Do they reset entirely as soon as I leave? Is there a waiting period before someone else can enter? Can multiple parties enter into different instances? There are too many unknowns, but I could certainly find out. The more he thought about the latter option, as horrible as it sounded going back to the mausoleum, the more he started to warm to the idea. If he remembered correctly, there were also a few quests on the board at the Coalition that had to do with the undead or the dungeon in one way or another. None of them were special quests, of course, but if he was already going there, then he could certainly look at them and see if they were easy enough to complete while he was out and about. After considering all his options, Thaden decided that his last one was the best one for him. While finding a party to join would likely have some sort of benefit, he just couldn't bring himself to join up with anyone from this world unless he had to. It might have been a bit prejudicial, or even racist, to base his opinions of any potential party members on his interactions with the Churi he'd met thus far, but he couldn't help but feel predisposed to not like them in return. Only Boydlin had been even somewhat polite, at least at first. But a hint of his true feelings had made itself known when arguing about Thaden's coalition badge and his rank progress. Making up his mind to stay solo for a while, his determination lent a bit of a pep to his step as he planned out and acquired what he was going to need if he was heading toward the Mausoleum of Despair once again. First, he found buyers for the cloak and dagger he still had in his pack at Tailored Finery and the Ash-Cleft blacksmith, who bought them from him for a total of 2 gold, 15 silver. He had no idea if he got ripped off, but he did manage to haggle his way up from what was nearly half as much, so he supposed that it was the best he was going to get without more data concerning the current market. After that was done, he spent some time upgrading his pack to one that was twice as large and filling it with even more food supplies that he'd need while he was gone, as well as purchasing a second pack that he folded up and put inside his first pack. He figured that if he had too much to put into a single pack, he was now strong enough to carry a second, at least for the length of time it took to return to town after clearing the dungeon again. Back in the Coalition building, Thaden spoke to Boydlin about a few things. The Coalition leader seemed more than happy to accommodate him, being even friendlier than usual. He could only assume it was because he now held a higher rank, because otherwise it seemed out of place even for the normally excited Chari. Why, yes, the Coalition acts as a bank for you and any of its members. You can also retrieve your stored currency from any branch throughout Tarth, though the process still needs to be set up for when the contenders arrive. Boydlin answered apologetically when Thaden asked about somewhere he could keep his gold safe. There will normally be someone in each branch who handles that, but they won't arrive until about the same time as the class representatives. For now, though, I have the ability and authority to handle any such transactions. Do you wish to make a deposit? Thaden did, and he ended up storing all but a single gold's worth of change, which he kept on his person. That comes to a total of 76 gold, 17 silver, and 34 copper. Will that be all? If that was a large amount of money, Thaden couldn't tell, because the Coalition leader simply took the money and made it disappear with a wave of his hand. Yes, I would like to take a few quests, if you don't mind. Absolutely. Take a look and let me know. Thaden did just that, and it didn't take long before he brought back 4 pieces of paper with quests on them from the board. These 3 will not provide any rank progress, just so you are aware, Boydlin remarked, looking over the quests the assistant healer brought over. I know, but I figure that if I'm already there, then I might as well make a little bit more money. He nodded, before placing his hand over all 3 of the quests, and a flash of light lit them up individually. Thaden noticed that his message feed had also updated,
showing his new quests that had been assigned.
Dungeon maintenance. Rank requirement, leather. Quest. Time limit, 5 days / repeatable every 2 days. Quest difficulty, high, minimal. Minimum recommended level, 9. Minimum recommended party size, 5. Quest description. The undead are a constant menace and require a thinning of their numbers before they become too much of a problem. Delve through the Mausoleum of Despair dungeon, minimal, and kill at least 100 undead to thin their numbers. Completion requirements. Kill 100 undead in the Mausoleum of Despair dungeon, minimal. Quest rewards, 4 silver, 200 pick, and 4 rank progress up to copper. Bonus. Completion requirements. Completely clear the Mausoleum of Despair dungeon, minimal, of all undead. Bonus quest rewards. All prior rewards, in addition to 10 silver, 800 pick, and 10 rank progress up to copper. Current Ashcleft Adventurer Coalition members, assigned, 1/1. Quest type, resource collection. Rank requirement, wood. Quest, time limit, none/repeatable. Quest difficulty, mid, minimal. Minimum recommended level, 5. Minimum recommended party size, 2. Quest description. The alchemy conglomerate needs more bone dust for their potions. Acquire bone dust as a byproduct of slain skeleton-type undead. Completion requirements. Acquire and present 20 units of bone dust. Quest rewards, 15 silver, 50 pick, and 1 rank progress up to leather. Current Ashcleft Adventurer Coalition members assigned, 1/1. Quest type, resource collection. Rank requirement, wood. Quest, time limit, none/repeatable. Quest, difficulty, mid, minimal. Minimum recommended level, 6. Minimum recommended party size, 2. Quest description. The alchemy conglomerate needs more ectoplasm for their potions. Acquire ectoplasm as a byproduct of slain phantasm-type undead completion requirements. Acquire and present 20 units of ectoplasm. Quest rewards, 20 silver, 60 pick, and 1 rank progress up to leather. Current Ashcleft Adventurer Coalition members assigned, 1/1. One quick question, Thaden said after the quests were assigned to him. How do I determine how much a unit is? He was fairly certain he could acquire bone dust and ectoplasm from killing the undead, but how was he supposed to carry back ectoplasm to town? And how much would he need? Ah, yes, I almost forgot, Boydland said, before a small pack appeared in front of him with yet another wave of his hand. It was constructed of dark leather and was approximately the length and width of a DVD case, though it was approximately 5 inches in height. It also had straps attached to the sides, making a sort of belt-like fastener so that it could be wrapped around something. It only took a few seconds of looking at it before he realized it was supposed to tie around his waist. It's a fanny pack. Lifting up the tie flap, he saw 20 glass test tube-like objects with black rubber-looking corks, all fitted snugly in a stiff leather horizontal rack that he thought was made specifically for the purpose of being transported. Each of these are a unit, and this whole pack is supplied by the alchemy conglomerate. The separate containers are made of shatterproof glass, so you don't have to worry about being too careful with them. But if you end up losing any of the components, the expense will come out of your rewards. Upon completion, or even incompletion, of each resource collection quest, you'll be required to turn in the entire pack, or will be fined for its replacement of 30 silver. After his speech, he summoned another one from nowhere and passed it to him. That should be enough to fulfill both of your resource collection quests. If you need additional collection packs, please let me know. Will do. And this other quest? Thaden asked, waving at the other paper he brought up. "Are you sure you want this? It'll be a bit rough for you considering your level, your class, and your lack of a party." Thaden nodded. "Yes, I'll be fine." "All right. Just know you can abandon a quest if it is too difficult for you to complete with no penalties. The only caveat is, if you start abandoning all your quests or frequently leave them open long enough that they expire, you'll start receiving bad marks on your membership, which can lead up to and include expulsion from the Coalition." Without another word, Boydlin passed his hand over the paper, and Thaden saw the quest appear on his feed. Quest type: Dungeon Maintenance. Rank requirement: Copper. Quest: Time limit: 5 days / repeatable every 4 days. Quest difficulty: Mid-minimal. Minimum recommended level: 20. Minimum recommended party size: 5. Quest description: The undead are a constant menace and require a thinning of their numbers before they become too much of a problem. Delve through the Mausoleum of Despair dungeon, medial, and kill at least 100 undead to thin their numbers. Completion requirements: Kill 100 undead in the Mausoleum of Despair dungeon, medial. Quest rewards: 1 gold, 1,000 pick, and 10 rank progress up to bronze. Bonus: Completion requirements: Completely clear the Mausoleum of Despair dungeon, medial, of all undead. Bonus quest rewards: All prior rewards in addition to 4 gold, 4,000 pick, and 25 rank progress up to bronze. Current Ashcleft Adventurer Coalition members assigned: 1/1. The second dungeon maintenance quest was very similar to the special quest he'd just finished, though it gave lesser rewards. It also had fewer requirements and could only be repeated every 4 days, as opposed to the 2 days for the minimal difficulty of the dungeon. But that was perfectly fine for Thaden. He was going to go through it no matter what, so the rewards were just a bonus. "Is there anything else I can do for you?" the Coalition leader asked politely once all the quests had been assigned. "No, I think that should do it. I'll probably end up leaving tomorrow morning for the mausoleum, so I'll let you know if I need anything else." "Very good." Boydlin turned away from him and went back to his seemingly endless piles of paperwork on his desk. Though without any contenders present, Thaden wasn't sure how much work there really was. After that, the assistant healer went out and got a nice big lunch before heading to bed rather early in the night. He hadn't quite recovered completely from the lack of sleep during the night when he was tackling the dungeon, so the extra rest was much appreciated. He ended up sleeping until just before dawn, and he got up to find that Boydlin was still at his desk. The Chari either hadn't moved or woke up extraordinarily early, and it was hard for Thaden to tell which. Not that he cared overly much, but it was interesting to note nonetheless. "Good luck, and don't die," the Coalition leader shouted as he headed for the door, and Thaden couldn't help but chuckle at remembering him saying the same thing when he'd gone on the special quest. "I don't plan on it. See you later," he called back. And soon enough, Thaden was on his way to a dungeon he had already completed. His confidence in being able to succeed a second time, especially now that he knew what to expect, was practically through the roof. Let's just see how easy it is now. Chapter 27. "Watch out, coming through!" Thaden moved away from the unfamiliar Chari carrying a large stack of chairs further into the Adventurer Coalition building, barely avoiding causing an accident that would have disturbed more than just the two of them. The mess it might have caused would have impeded the dozens of other Charis flitting around the building, scrambling around with a frenzy that bordered on hysterical as they attempted to get everything ready. It was almost as if they were some sort of small-town manufacturing plant, getting ready for a visit by the President of the United States and all that entailed, though he supposed for them it was equally important. Because the contenders from Earth would be arriving at some point in the next few hours. It had been an incredibly boring and repetitive 3 months for Thaden, though he kept himself busy enough throughout that entire time.
He now knew the Mausoleum of Despair even better than the people in the town of Ashcleft, though that wasn't saying much. The townsfolk had never really taken to him, either because he looked different, wore an evil robe at times, or because he was an adventurer. After the first week, at least, they largely ignored him and dealt with him in terms of buying his loot and selling him food and clothing. They didn't like him, necessarily, but they also didn't seem to despise him anymore. He'd take that as a win any day of the week. Even Virlo, the Ashcleft town guard, had become accustomed to his comings and goings, and didn't make any remarks about his robe when he came back to town, though it was still obvious he didn't care for it. But he at least didn't say anything about it, or really say much of anything at all to him other than a simple acknowledgement that he existed. Again, that was perfectly fine with him.
He felt disconnected from the Churi in town, not just because he was different from them, but because they seemed like they were purposefully distancing themselves from anything he had to do with. The only exception was Boydlin, the coalition branch leader, who treated him exactly the same way as he had after upgrading his badge a few ranks, though as the days got closer and closer to the contenders arriving, the poor Churi was super stressed out. Théoden had taken to leaving him alone for the most part over the last week, which was just about when the first of the others arrived to start getting things ready for the big arrival. There were dozens of them who seemed to have a place within the structure of the coalition. From maids who were assigned to both preparing and then later maintaining the rooms meant for adventurers, such as his own, and he appreciated their cleaning, as he'd been a bit lax in that respect, to receptionists who stationed themselves behind the counters, waiting to assign quests or confirm delivery of quest collection items. They were all scrambling to prepare for the upcoming event. Unfortunately, there had been no sign as of yet of any class representatives, support or otherwise. Théoden was waiting for them, however, hoping to catch them just after they arrived so he could finally acquire his new class. He had no idea how many contenders would be coming to this town, but he could only assume that the representatives would be busy in the upcoming days. He could only hope that getting in early would have the benefit of not having to wait and be seen by so many other people. More specifically, other people from Earth. Strangely enough, he was more nervous to see people from home than he was walking into the mausoleum for the first time. Of course, any trace of that nervousness was gone after having delved through the dungeon nearly 100 times over the last few months. It would have been even more, but there was a 6-hour wait after he completed it before he could enter again. He wasn't sure if that wait time applied to other people or parties entering the dungeon, or just him, and he'd never got a chance to find out. That was probably because he'd yet to meet any other adventurers, as no more had joined the coalition in Ashcleft, and none came from any neighboring towns or cities to visit the mausoleum while he was there. He was busy enough just completing the dungeon multiple times on medial difficulty to wonder why no one else ever showed up. He'd completed it once on minimal difficulty and never did it again, as the undead inside were all level 8-13 and similar to the ones he saw outside the dungeon now, with the boss something called a Wicked Lich, that at level 16 wasn't really a challenge. Not that any of it really was at that point. Even the medial difficulty was much easier than it had been when he first went in while it was breaking, as while they were the same undead as his first delve, they were all generally 5 levels lower in strength. He wasn't sure if them being weaker led to worse loot, or if it had only been because of the special quest, but there were only half as many chests to open and half as many weapons on the racks when he got to the treasure room, at least on medial difficulty. When he completed the minimal difficulty on the one and only time he delved all the way through, he was presented with a chest that held a pouch containing all of 5 silver. No weapons, no armor, and no other loot. Even the loot in the medial dungeon was subpar compared to his first time there, with most of the items he was able to obtain and fit in his packs uncommon, with only a few random rares every once in a while. The amount of coinage he received from the chests was also only a fraction of what he'd gotten before, but was still at least a gold's worth, if not a little more. He contemplated attempting the maximal difficulty and asked Boydlin about it, but after he heard that the undead started at level 40, which was the highest level that his protective spells would prevent damage, he decided to wait until he'd at least gotten his new class. With the loot he'd been able to bring out of the dungeon, however, Thaden was now a comparatively rich man, netting, on average, for each visit, a little over 5 gold from the coins looted from the dungeon, from selling the items he'd pulled out, and from completing the quests. The assistant healer now had a little over 600 gold in the Coalition's bank, with another 25 gold in his personal possession, just in case. Unfortunately, despite completing the dungeon so many times, Thaden still hadn't found anything else that was suitable for his class, neither a weapon nor a piece of armor. There were a few rare accessories, such as a bone necklace and ring he'd found, but they also weren't compatible with his class, and he ended up simply selling them like he did everything else. Other than his frequent trips to the Mausoleum dungeon, Thaden hadn't really done much else. He'd bought another few sets of clothing to wear around town, including a finer set made of a sturdy yet somewhat silky material that felt like butter against his skin. It cost him a little over a gold for it, but he hadn't hesitated to splurge a little on it because it made him feel nice. With a deep red-colored shirt and black pants, he felt like he looked like a proper gentleman, which was why he was wearing it while he waited for the class representatives to show up. He wanted to make a good impression on them, so that they hopefully wouldn't question what a contender was doing there before all the others were supposed to arrive. As he stood against the inside wall, as out of the way as he could get, Thaden contemplated checking his message feed for at least the 1,000th time over the last few months. He'd made a choice to stop checking it completely just before he entered the mausoleum for the second time more than 80 days ago. Why? Because it would do more harm than good, and he figured that it would be beneficial in the long run. Essentially, he was doing the same thing he'd done when he first arrived in Tarth, by ignoring his messages completely. This time, though, he was doing it intentionally. By not acknowledging them, he discovered that they didn't actually affect him, yet. This was obvious to see when he looked at his character report and saw that his competencies hadn't shifted from where they were all that time ago, though he knew that they had to have gone up a lot from all the use he got out of his spells. What was more important was that the pick that he earned from slaying so many undead was also delayed. At least, that's what he hoped. He couldn't be sure that he wasn't automatically not earning any pick because his limit had already been reached, or if it was being held in reserve for judgment until he checked his messages. He was hoping for the latter, because he intended to choose his new class before he checked it, which would allow him to accumulate more pick once the restriction on leveling had been lifted. He was a little bit iffy on how all that worked, and whether he had been ignoring his messages for nothing, but he figured it wouldn't hurt anything to try. He certainly hadn't felt like he missed out on anything by waiting, even if he had managed to accumulate a few more achievements along the way. At the same time, Thaden had also made a deliberate decision not to use his remaining 14 free stat points. For one thing, he wasn't lacking in anything, and while he thought that more fortuity might be worthwhile, such as getting better loot in the dungeon, he didn't believe it would be beneficial in the end. Secondly, and most importantly, he wanted to save them until he got his new class, as he didn't know if he needed something different than where he thought to stick it. When he added in the fact that all of his already accumulated pick, even disregarding whatever might happen when he checked his message feed, would allow him to level up even further, the stat points he would get with those levels might influence what he should choose. The activity in the Coalition building slowly ramped up over the next few hours as Thaden continued to wait, which he didn't think was possible, but the industrious Cherie proved him wrong. He felt a little bad just watching them all work while he stood against the wall out of the way, but he felt like even offering to help them would mess up their busy yet coordinated preparations. Just when he didn't think it could be any busier,
the frantic work reached a crescendo, filled with running people and shouting voices. He looked on in wonder as he looked around, noticing the large room was now completely spotless, without speck of dust, and the receptionists behind the counters rapidly cleaned up their areas with some last-minute arranging. Boydlin's desk had been moved from where it had been before, which was now located in a separate office space behind all the counters, though the quest board remained. The biggest difference was that it had expanded in size so that it was nearly 4 times as large, with enough quests to fill it up completely, other than the special section, which was both noticeably small and empty at the moment. There hadn't been any other special quests since the one that Thaden had completed, so he could only assume that there wouldn't be any others until after the contenders arrived. At some point, the noise began to settle, quietly ramping down little by little as everyone seemed to take their places behind the counters, including the little cafe area that looked like some sort of coffee shop. And they stood there, waiting, completely silent. For some reason, Thaden felt like he should hold his breath at the sense of anticipation in the air, and he had to think about breathing normally lest he accidentally pass out from lack of oxygen. Finally, after what felt like hours of silence but was probably only about 5 minutes, the front doors opened and 5 people walked in. And they weren't Chari. They weren't human either, but some other race that he'd never seen nor heard of before. Standing at least 9 feet tall, they were humanoid in appearance, but they had dull, silvery skin that appeared smooth to the touch, and large eyes that were completely black with no obvious pupils. Their faces reminded him of depictions of aliens back on Earth, the Greys that featured so prominently in movies and TV, what with their relatively flat appearance with just holes to mark nostrils and a mouth. Even their long, 3-fingered hands were similar to those movie images, but there were a few important things that didn't match up. First was the fact that they were all wearing black, old-fashioned outfits, like one would see on rich people or nobility in period films from the 1600s. If they were more modern-looking, he would say that these people looked like they were part of some super-secret governmental agency. Then again, he supposed, since this planet was fantasy and medieval-themed, they certainly fit the part of a super-secret governmental agency set in the time period. Secondly, they weren't bald like those stereotypical gray aliens depicted in movies and TV. Instead, they all had thick white hair that was pushed back and cascaded down their backs, each of the individual hairs approximately 50 times the thickness of a human hair. He could almost count the individual strands, even from across the room, which was unusual to see. Lastly, they all walked in with literal smiles on their faces, looking overjoyed to be there, though it was creepy at the same time. Their teeth were sharpened instead of straight like his own, though not like some sort of nightmarish monster or a shark. Instead, they simply came to a gentle, sharp point, and they fit in between one another perfectly when the bottom and top rows were brought together. He looked closer at the one in the front of the group after getting over his initial shock at seeing them, and saw something above its head. Fighter class. Representative level? Question mark. There was no name or race of the person indicated in the words he read. Only what he assumed was their profession of fighter class representative. What was the most confusing was the fact that their level said question mark, which was a bit frightening, given that he could feel a sense of power radiating from them even from a distance. Looking at the others, they all appeared to be the same, just for different types of classes. Mage class, representative level, question mark. Scout class, representative level, question mark. Control class, representative level, question mark. Support class, representative level, question mark. Ah, there they are, finally. Thaden didn't move as the class representatives moved toward the empty counter where Boydlin had indicated they would be a few months ago, as he thought it wouldn't be a good idea stopping them when everyone was watching them enter with a solemnity and touch of awe that he couldn't help but feel himself.
As soon as they settled in their positions, less than a minute later, standing perfectly still with their creepy smiles on their faces, he started to take a step forward so as to beat whatever rush was coming when the other contenders arrived. Unfortunately, that one step unbalanced him enough that he fell straight to the floor when it felt like his body was torn apart and his mind was pierced with 1,000,000,000 sharp points of light. He didn't feel it when he hit the recently cleaned floor, nor could he even perceive what was happening to him. All that he was conscious of, albeit just barely, was that something momentous was happening, and his body and mind were paying the price for that momentousness. Théden had no idea how long he suffered like that, as the passing of time was hard to judge when his entire world was pain. But when he finally felt the agony subsiding, he could feel the cool floor pressing against his cheek. When he opened his eyes, he was surprised to see that he was still in the Coalition building, which was just as silent as it had been before, and that he had drool that had, at some point, dribbled out of his mouth. Picking himself up with a groan and an instinctive cast of minor regeneration, he wiped away the drool and looked around. Surprisingly, everyone was still in their positions, and while many of the receptionists looked at him curiously, none of them had moved to check up on him. The class representatives, on the other hand, didn't even seem to register that he was there. "What?" he croaked out, wondering about what had just happened. But he was interrupted by a message window popping up in front of his eyes. Oh my. Chapter 28. The message window filled Théden's entire vision, so it was virtually impossible for him to look at anything else. Thankfully, it explained what had happened. At the same time, it also made his heart drop at what it also indicated for him specifically. Congratulations, contenders! After successfully completing your training program, you are now ready to enter the world of Tarth. As a reminder, this world is as real as your Earth, and has the same kinds of dangers you experienced within the training simulation. Needless to say, you can and will die if you are not careful. All safeguards preventing death that were used throughout training have now been eliminated. As indicated at the start, upon entering the world of Tarth, all of your simulated progression earned through training has been reset back to level 1, and you no longer have a class. Please visit your nearest class representatives to choose your new class now that you've had a chance to experiment with the various options available to you. Good luck, and fight well, contenders. Your world is counting on you to prevail. Sucking in a breath at the consequences of what this announcement entailed, Théden felt around inside of himself, trying to feel if anything had changed. It didn't take long to discover that the previous feeling of invulnerability that he hadn't really noticed until it wasn't there any longer was gone. He could only conclude that what had resurrected him after his entire body was eaten by Vogmites was gone, as it had apparently been a part of the training. That means I can really die now, doesn't it? It was hard to contemplate, even though it was something that he was aware was a possibility. But the safety net of knowing that he could come back to life if he was killed and his head wasn't completely destroyed had made him take more risks than he normally would. It was like having additional lives in a video game. But now his extra lives sat at a big fat 0 now. Overall, it didn't really change much in the way he approached his new existence here on Tarth, though he knew he would have to be extra careful from now on to be sure he wasn't taking too many risks. Fortunately, he knew that he could always run through the mausoleum again if he needed more loot, or pick, as it was easy enough that it wasn't really a challenge or dangerous to him anymore. Another thought occurred to him at that moment, so he pulled up his character report after casting his minor repulsion field on himself. He sighed in relief when he didn't see his mana deplete while it was active. He had half worried that his unlimited mana had also gone away, along with his invulnerability, but it appeared as though it was still intact. Looking down at his mana management competency, it even still said N/A. Thankful that it stayed the same, he was about to close out his report when something caught his eye. Hashtag 3259999-E. Assistant Healer. Level 1. Progressive Internal Combat Knowledge, PICK. 100 over 100. Adventurer Coalition Rank, Bronze. 450 over 450. RP. Health. 190 over 190. Mana. 330 over 330. Physicality. 19. Celerity. 4. Mentality. 33. Personality. 5. Fortuity. 8. Free stat points. Wait, what? Thaden had been reset back to level 1, just like the message in the window had mentioned about the other contenders. Apparently, he had been roped into that as well, as he was still technically a contender, even if he didn't go through training. What was confusing was that his stats didn't change, being exactly the same as it was before his level was reset, including his extra free stat points. Looking further down the report, his available spells were also unchanged, as were his competencies. What's going on? It took him a few seconds to realize what had happened, and whether it was intentional or yet another glitch, it appeared as though while he had technically been reset to level 1, all of his earned progression, which wasn't achieved through a simulation such as the training the other contenders went through, had been maintained, as well as his class, which was a slight disappointment. However, as he began to consider the possibilities of what this meant, he smiled as he realized that he could level up all over again and gain even more stats from each level up, and perhaps all of the spells he'd had to pass up before as well. At least, he hoped that was the way it worked, though he wouldn't know until he deliberately went through the level-up process. Before he could look into it any further, the doors to the Adventurer Coalition slammed open. Dozens of people streamed inside the building. The cacophony they were making as they entered was so loud that it almost seemed sacrilegious compared to the absolute silence of a few seconds ago. It was such a powerful wave of sound that it took him a moment to realize who these people were. Humans. From Earth. They were the contenders that had been snatched up at the same time as Thaden had been, though they had spent the last 3 months participating in their training. As he saw his own people looking around the interior of the building, all wearing identical white shirts and pants, he could feel a tear threatening to fall from his eye. It hit him in that moment that he had missed seeing other humans around even if he wasn't the most sociable of people. He missed the way they looked, which was definitely a lot more normal to him than any of the Chari were. He also saw the emotional strength in these people who approached the prospect of being in a brand new world filled with monsters and realized he missed their perseverance in the face of tragedy, a very human trait. In addition, he missed, "I have arrived, all y'all weak-ass motherfuckers. The contender to end all contenders is here, so get the fuck out of my way." Ugh, I don't miss that. Looking at the speaker, a large man in the front of the pack that looked like he should be flexing shirtless on the front of some weightlifting magazine, Thaden could only shake his head at the ridiculousness and arrogance of the guy. Sure, it was fine to be confident in yourself, but he was literally level 1 and had just arrived in a dangerous world he wasn't ready for. Well, that might not be completely accurate. I still don't know what they did for 3 months in their training. Glancing around at the people around the arrogant man, he could see that more than a few of the others were looking at him as if he was some sort of leader, their expressions a mixture of hero worship and hope. It was a hope that this would be the man to help protect them from the dangers of this new world, to lead them so that they would succeed in surviving their new existence as contenders. Or at least, that was the impression that Thaden got when he looked at them. All told, he estimated that at least 150 humans had arrived, though only about 30 of them were near the muscle-bound man.
The rest of them were a mixed bag of emotions that he recognized immediately, as he had gone through them all at one point or another since he arrived. First, there were those that looked completely lost and confused, as if wondering what they were even doing there. They hesitantly followed the pack as they peered nervously around them, rearing back when they saw the people behind the counters, though more from the Chari rather than the class representatives for some reason. He could only conclude that they had seen them somewhere before, likely during training, which started to put some things together in his mind about the creepily mysterious race with question marks where their levels should be. The second type of person he saw were those that weren't lost or confused, but something that was likely a bit worse. Walking with their heads down, staring at their feet, they appeared defeated, as if they had acknowledged what had happened to them, being ripped away from home and transported to a different world, and now realized that they either wouldn't be able to cope with their new existence, or were already resigned to dying to some vicious monster outside the walls of the town. The last, and most numerous, was what he saw at first when they walked in. These people all had determined, no-nonsense expressions upon their faces, and they moved with purpose. They weren't arrogant or dismissive of the others, but they also didn't look like they expected someone to come save them from this nightmare. They were people who would do everything they had to in order to survive, one way or another. As a whole, there were a couple other things he noticed in the first few seconds of their arrival. The most obvious was the fact that the group was quite diverse. He wasn't sure if they were all actually from different parts of Earth, but their ethnicities ran the gamut through just about everything he could identify with a look, and even some that appeared to be mixed. That didn't seem to matter to any of them, however, as they all realized that here on Tarth, they were all one ethnicity: human. He saw it in the way they crowded together as they advanced into the large room, taking strength in their numbers when presented with adversity. And they spoke to each other as if uncaring of who they were or where they came from. Probably because they all come from the same place now, Earth. Furthermore, although it took him a little longer to notice it, he was fairly certain that none of these people knew each other. Even those that were fawning after the arrogant man in front were only flocking to him because he proclaimed himself God's gift to contenders, but the others were clearly all separate. There was just enough space around them, despite coming in as a crowd, that there was no close familiarity present. Sure, they spoke with each other, but they were also cautious and wary of the others, showing a front of strength that most of them identified with, but not necessarily through familiarity. There were those that, even at this early stage, Thaden could tell were already feeling out the others to see where they stood and whether they might be a good addition to any party they might organize. The calculating looks between people, accompanied by frantically spoken questions, were obvious enough to his discerning eye, and he wondered why they seemed like they were in such a hurry. They just got there, after all, so shouldn't they take at least a minute to acclimate themselves to their new environment before jumping in head first? As he was noticing all these things, Thaden shook his head in disbelief. Not at the people, not even at the arrogant man out front, but at his own extremely quick evaluation of his fellow humans who had just walked through the door. Somehow, he had discerned their motivations and overall mental well-being in seconds. Whether or not he was correct about them all was still to be determined, but the fact that he had done it at all was both amazing and unbelievable. Are these my stats at work? My mentality, perhaps? He'd not really noticed a difference before this when he looked at other people, but then again he didn't really deal with many others all that much. He had generally kept to himself while delving through the mausoleum, with his only interactions being with a few shopkeepers and food sellers, as well as Boydlin from the Coalition. He already knew how most of the people felt about him, so he hadn't necessarily needed to evaluate them. But for some reason it kicked in while looking at the new humans. It wasn't necessarily bad, but it was certainly a strange occurrence. Thaden was still on his knees as he contemplated the people moving through the room toward the class representatives. Based on the message window earlier, it seemed as though they knew, at least generally, what they were supposed to do when they arrived. It was yet another thing he figured they had learned during training that he hadn't. As they lined up in front of the representatives in relatively orderly queues, the words above their heads, which had been jumbled together and a bit overwhelming because they were all so close to each other, finally started to become clear to Thaden. He looked at Mr. Arrogant, who had moved to the front of the line now set up in front of the fighter class representative, and could finally put a name to him. Chad? Human level 1? Chad? Figures. The words above Chad's head didn't give a last name or any other description other than human, but it did list the level. Thaden knew from his own experience that the words above his own head were a bit borked, showing only number 3259999-E instead of his name. But they also showed his race and his level. From what he understood, it didn't show his class, but he was curious if it showed on other contenders. As the assistant healer watched those at the front of the lines seemingly look out into space for a moment, which he figured meant they were looking at message windows that would allow them to pick their initial class, he saw Chad and a few others quickly make a selection and then move out of the lines. A glance at the words above their heads didn't reveal a class or any other indication of what they had chosen. Continuing to kneel as he observed everyone from his spot near the wall, he was largely ignored by the group of humans assembling to acquire their class. There were more than a few, however, that looked at him in a mixture of confusion and curiosity. Who is that? It says he's human, but he's wearing strange clothes, and his name is odd, he heard whispered from a tall woman with long, dirty blonde hair near the back of the mage class line, asking a shorter, Asian-looking man standing next to her. She wasn't the only one to mutter a question about him, though no one stepped out of line to approach him or even ask him directly. Thaden ignored the questions and mutterings as he simply observed what was going on. Thoughts of getting to the representatives before everyone else had already been abandoned as soon as he discovered his level had been reset to 1, as it wasn't important until he leveled up again. While nearly half of those who came in through the doors were in line in front of the fighter and mage class representatives, the other half was distributed across the scout, control, and support class representatives, in that order. Around 35 people were in line to be a scout class, another 30 or so were in the control class group, and only about 10 were in line for support. Of those who were in the support class group, most of them seemed to be the ones he had identified earlier as being lost and confused, or had given up completely and were simply going through the motions. Not a popular class type, I guess.
I would have thought being a healer of some sort would appeal to more people, especially going into a world with dangerous monsters. Then again, maybe he was missing a key piece of information, and they knew something that he didn't. In fact, he was convinced of that fact, as the others looked upon the ones in the support line with something approaching pity. Thaden needed to know more. He was tired of not being privy to the important knowledge that these other contenders seemed to possess, which he could only imagine ranged from why exactly they were on this world, what it meant to be a contender, what the assimilation system really was, and any number of other tidbits regarding classes, monsters, and dungeons that he didn't know already. Since he was fairly certain that he had barely scratched the surface of what he needed to know, these people from back home were a treasure trove of information for him. But the real question was how he could gain that information without admitting that he didn't know it. Glancing at the tall, creepy forms of the representatives again, he could only conclude that their strange appearance and unknown level indicated that they were somehow a part of this whole process of transporting people to Tarth.
The familiar way the humans reacted to such a bizarre alien species was enough to convince him that they'd seen them before, perhaps plenty of times, during training. If that was the case, then they might even have a direct connection to the assimilation system. Being noticed was something that he wanted to avoid. The last time the system really noticed him had him dropped into a volcano, and he could only conclude that he had been ignored while most of its attention was on training. Now that these representatives were here, it was possible that the system had turned its attention to Tarth, now that the contenders were present.
The last thing he wanted was for it to notice him as an aberration and to try and correct the glitch he represented, either by killing him or taking away what made him special. And advertising those special differences to these other contenders might not be the smartest idea. He worried that some individual, jealous of what he'd already accomplished before they even arrived, could complain to the representatives about Thaden's level or achievements, and then the system might decide to level the playing field. As he knelt there, contemplating his options, he heard something that made him a little more hopeful that everything wouldn't be taken away from him, though he wasn't sure how much he trusted it. But what if I make the wrong choice? Can't we have everything reset again? No. Don't remember what we were taught? The system could only directly affect us while we were in training. Once we got here, we were on our own. We can make our own choices here, but we have to live with them as well. No more resets, no restarts, no nothing. Everything is automatic from this point forward, with the only direct communication with the system through these, representatives, another man answered, waving toward the creepy beings. So, the system isn't omniscient? Am I to assume that all my messages and character report information is just something natural to this world, controlled by automatic processes like a software program? If that's the case, then these representatives are simply a way to access the actual hardware behind it all? He wasn't sure if comparing the entire world and his new existence to a computer and its programs was strictly correct, but it was what made the most sense to Thaden. So, will interfacing with the hardware reveal the glitches in me? If so, what will be done about it, if anything? He had no way of knowing without trying it himself. He doubted that any of the other contenders would have any information on what would happen if he went up to one of the representatives. Of course, he didn't need to do that right now because he already had a class. However, he needed to know what would happen if he were to reveal himself to the representatives sooner rather than later. Sure, he could put off the confrontation, but if it was going to happen, he'd rather it happen sooner rather than later. Any delay would make his resolve waver, as he dreaded either having everything he had accomplished being reset or perhaps his entire self being wiped from existence. He wasn't going to do it right now, of course. He needed to level up to 21 again with his accumulated pick, but he didn't want to do it right there in the middle of the Coalition building, surrounded by the new arrivals. Instead, he decided to do it in the privacy of his own room, and then come down later when there were hopefully fewer people around to see the change in him. With that decision in place, he got to his feet and headed toward the back of the room where the familiar stairs up to his room were located. As he passed by one of the other counters, he heard the conversations from some of the Coalition receptionists talking to the contenders who had already chosen their class and were looking to join the Adventurer Coalition. And as a contender, we'll provide you with basic starting equipment for your class, as well as a small signing bonus to get you started. This package doesn't come free, however, as the Coalition will keep 50% of your monetary quest rewards until the 1 gold registration fee has been paid in full. Thaden chuckled as he kept walking, glad that he had avoided those kinds of fees when he first signed up with the Coalition. Granted, a single gold wasn't much to him right now, but when he was initially a level 1, that would have seemed an almost insurmountable goal. If you remembered correctly, the monetary rewards for the kinds of quests that they could actually complete were only copper coins and low amounts of silver, so it would take them a while to pay off their debt. Then again, having a set of starting equipment would have been nice. It didn't take him long to arrive at his room, and he locked the door as he sat down on the edge of his bed. After a few minutes of further deliberation on whether this was a good idea, he took a deep breath and took his first step by willing his level to increase. Let's just hope this works the way I think it will. Chapter 29. Thaden instructed his accumulated pick to fulfill the last of the requirements to reach level 21. Pick requirements met. 5,800 over 5,800. Increase personal level? Y/N. Note: this can only be completed while not currently in combat and while not in a dungeon. Level up! You are now a level 21 assistant healer. As part of the leveling process, you have received the following: Mentality +2, free stat point 4, 2. Spell selection choices. Please see a support class representative for help in choosing your next class. Until then, your accumulated pick up to your current limit, 180,000, will be held in reserve. You will not be able to increase your level until you receive your new class. As he had hoped, by increasing his levels again through level 21, Thaden had gained not only all of the stat increases once again, including the free stat points that he was holding in reserve, but he'd also gotten the chance to choose more spells. He had, in fact, chosen all of the spells that he had previously passed over on his first trip through his levels, as well as increasing them all to minor quality, which seemed to be the extent of what he could acquire as an assistant healer. Thankfully, it appeared as though his extra spell choices carried over to his next available spell selection chance, and he had already obtained every minor spell by level 18, and had 2 choices left over even after that. With level 21, he now had 3 spell selection choices to use on his next opportunity to select a spell, which he could only assume would happen once he chose his next class. Once he was level 21, the requirements for level 22 were filled by his available pick, but then it stopped with the familiar message of needing to see a support class representative to choose the aforementioned class. Best of all was the fact that the amount of pick he'd used, at least as far as he'd calculated, was only about 1/3 of what had been in reserve. What was left wouldn't get him another 20 levels, but he still did have his message feed that may or may not give him some more to play with. Amazed that it had actually worked, Thaden opened up his character report and looked at the changes in his stats and his spells, ignoring his competencies and achievements for now since they hadn't changed at all. Number 3259999-E. Assistant Healer, level 21. Progressive Internal Combat Knowledge, PICK, 6,100, over 6,100. Adventurer Coalition rank, Bronze 450/450. RP Health, 220/220. Mana, 640/640. Physicality, 22. Celerity, 7. Mentality, 64. Personality, 8. Fortuity, 8, 21. Free stat points. Spells: Minor Healing channeled. Minor Repulsion Field channeled. Minor Regeneration single cast. Minor Absorption Field channeled. Minor Mass Healing single cast. Minor Cure Mental Affliction single cast. Minor Cure Physical Affliction single cast. Minor Health Reduction single cast. Minor Resurrection single cast. Minor Aura of Life reserved. Minor Regrowth channeled. Minor Protective Barrier single cast. Minor Health Augmentation single cast. Minor Healing Circle channeled. Minor Mana Rejuvenation single cast.
Minor damage shield, single cast. Not only had all of his stats increased, except fortuity, as he hadn't spent any of his free stat points as of yet on it, but he now had 16 spells, all at minor strength instead of weak. The new minor regrowth spell would help with regrowing any lost limbs at a rate of 3 inches per 5 seconds, which was triple the speed as the weak version. Minor protective barrier would be beneficial in helping any party members that he might have in the future stay safe against a single attack from up to level 40 sources.
Minor health augmentation increased a single target's health by a base of 60 for 30 minutes, though that increased to 90 because of his competency advancements. Minor healing circle created a 9-foot circle of healing that healed everything inside of it for 5 health every second, but it was also a channeled spell, so he was unable to use that while also protecting himself. Therefore, he wasn't sure how much use it would be. Minor mana rejuvenation was useless to Thaden, but it would help regenerate the mana of his party members by a base of 3 every 5 seconds, which increased to 5 every 5 seconds because of the stronger healing advancement. Lastly, minor damage shield prevented up to 150 damage to one target, but it also had a cooldown of 4 seconds instead of just 2 at weak strength. So, while the new spells were of limited use to himself if he were going solo, they would be very beneficial if he was in a party. Which brought him to the thought of actually finding a party to join. Considering it, he wasn't sure how beneficial it would even be because of the level difference, though joining with people who could actually deal damage to monsters through normal means would certainly expand the types of quests he could complete and the dungeons he could delve through. Then again, he was doing fine already by himself, and he still had to consider what was going to happen when he spoke to the support class representative, which he was going to do soon before he lost his nerve. This could have all been for nothing, he muttered to himself. I could go down there and be found out immediately. The assimilation system could decide to finish what it started by dropping me into a volcano, and that would be it. If I'm lucky, all that'll happen is... If I'm lucky... What if... Still with his character report up in front of him, he looked at the 21 free stat points he had waiting to be spent on something. He had originally been keeping until he knew what he might need with his new class, but facing the proposition of either dying or having all his progress reset, he figured he might as well spend it on something before he couldn't anymore. What he needed now was something to boost his chances of coming out ahead when he went to see one of the representatives. At first, he thought perhaps personality might be the way to go, as it might influence the creepy figures down in the coalition lobby to overlook any strangeness around him. But he remembered their interactions with the new contenders as they acquired their first classes, or more accurately, their lack of interaction. They hadn't spoken or even moved when the humans had approached their counter, so he somehow doubted that a few more points in personality would make much of a difference. Instead, Thaden decided to throw everything he had at a chance at a positive outcome. He bent it would be worth every point spent, even if it wasn't something that had a clear, tangible benefit that he could track. Throwing all 21 free stat points into fortuity brought it up from 8 to 29, which was now his second highest stat after mentality. Physicality was near that at 22, which would increase to 24 when he was wearing his robe. But he continued to wear his normal clothes for now, as he didn't want his personality stat at 8 to drop into the toilet. Hoping he hadn't just made a mistake, Thaden waited for a few hours inside of his room, getting more and more nervous as time went along. But eventually he shook himself and stood up from his bed, jumping up and down a few times to get himself psyched up to go back down to the coalition lobby, where he would face either death, punishment, or success.
Needless to say, he really hoped for the latter. The noisy crowd was gone from the large room when he arrived, and it appeared as though the relatively long lines that had been near the representatives had depleted entirely. There was no longer anyone near the counters with the strange, creepy beings,
which Thaden supposed was a good thing, since he would be going over there in a moment. But that didn't mean that the coalition lobby was empty of any contenders. There were perhaps 24 of them hanging out on the couches and chairs that were there for their enjoyment, though most of them seemed not to be enjoying themselves. Instead, almost all that were currently there were the lost and defeated individuals he'd seen earlier, most of them looking anywhere but around themselves, or they were practically catatonic, with a lethargy that only those with severe mental and emotional trauma back on Earth would display. Only one small cluster of contenders were what he would classify as normal, as the foursome talked animatedly amongst themselves. He was too far to hear what they were saying, but the 3 women he saw in that group seemed to be trying to convince the lone man with them of something. He was slightly curious what they were talking about, and nearly stopped to listen in a little closer, hoping to hear something that might give him some more information, but he kept himself moving. None of my business. I've got more important tasks to complete after all. Thankfully, no one but the Chari behind many of the counters even looked at him as he passed by. And as Thaden was looking around, he saw that the quest board was starting to look a little bare in comparison to how it appeared before. There were still hundreds of quests on the board, but he had a feeling that most of the low-rank and low-level requirement quests were currently being undertaken by the brand-new coalition members. Taking a deep breath and doing his best not to stare at the silvery-skinned beings as he got closer to the representative's counter, the assistant healer had to stop his hands from shaking as he approached the support class representative, and he stopped just in front of the smooth wooden countertop before looking up. Immediately upon making eye contact, he felt an intrusive presence enter his mind a split second before it started speaking to him. "Ah, an intriguing contender you are. To have accomplished so much so quickly is extraordinary and unprecedented. Certainly one to keep an eye out for in the future, if this one must say." What? He wasn't sure what had just happened, but he wasn't so confused that he didn't recognize that the representative had just spoken to him in his mind. "No matter. What is it that this one can do for you? Just think about your request, and this one will do my very best to fulfill their duty to assist you in your endeavors." The being had a strange way of speaking, but he figured that was only right considering its method of communication. Instead of speaking, like he was going to, he instead thought about what he wanted. I would like to change my class? Is that a request or a question?" He fumbled with his reply, his nervousness affecting even his thoughts. "Well, I guess it is a request. I was told to visit you to choose my new class or something like that." There was a slight pause before the representative answered. "Quite true. It seems as though you are ready for a class evolution. Congratulations are in order. It also appears as though you have earned an additional choice from the list of available class evolutions, and this one is compiling your information now. Done. Please select your new class from the available list. Once you have done so, you will find that you will be able to increase your level once again until the next threshold, where you will have to come see this one or another support class representative throughout Tarth to choose your next class evolution." A window popped up in front of Thaden, and he had to temper his excitement that things seemed to be going well enough. It didn't seem as though he was in danger of being executed once again, or even punished for what he'd done. But he wasn't going to rest easy until he was done with the representative and safely back in his room. Please select your new support class from the list of following evolutions. Healer, common. Experienced healer, uncommon. Deathbane, rare. Life Warden, epic. Evolutions not selected may or may not be available during your next class evolution. Thaden held his breath as the window populated with his class options. He wasn't sure how many class evolutions most people had to choose from, but since he had another option thanks to his World First Class Act 1 achievement, he could only assume that it was 3 instead of the 4 that he saw.
This was also the first time he had seen anything related to rarity in reference to classes, given that his assistant healer didn't have one. But he assumed it was because all of the initial classes were common, and anything better had to be earned through an evolution. While the names of the classes he saw didn't exactly describe what they did, he found that if he mentally clicked on them, another window popped up with a little more information, something that he wished he'd had when he first became an assistant healer. Healer. Common. A common evolution to the assistant healer class. A healer builds upon their current healing and protective knowledge to ensure their party is healthy and safe.
Can learn spells at weak, minor, or lesser strength. Automatically upgrades 2 previously learned spells at random to their next strength upon evolution. Obtains 1 additional access slot. The healer class seemed like just the exact same thing as what he'd already had, so unless the other ones absolutely sucked, he was going to skip the common class. Experienced healer, uncommon. An uncommon evolution to the assistant healer class. An experienced healer builds upon their current healing and protective knowledge to ensure their party is healthy and safe, while also using their healing expertise to prolong the lives of their patients. Can learn spells at weak, minor, lesser, or major strength. Automatically upgrades 4 previously learned spells at random to their next strength upon evolution. Has access to a greater selection of new healing spells beneficial for single targets. Obtains 2 additional access slots. Again, experienced healer sounded like a better version of both assistant healer and the regular healer classes, but the higher magnitude of strength for the spells was tempting. Still, he wanted to check out the others before making a decision. Deathbane, rare. A rare evolution to the assistant healer class. Individuals who choose to become a Deathbane thrive in an environment battling the undead. A Deathbane's spells do double damage to all undead, prevent damage from double the normal undead source level, and are able to sometimes have the capability of destroying an undead instantly. At the same time, all healing and defensive spells, when not engaged in combating the undead, are halved in efficiency and effectiveness. Can learn spells at weak, minor, lesser, or major strength. All prior class spells are locked at their current strength. Rarely, some previously learned spells may be unavailable upon evolution. Has access to powerful undead-based healing and defensive spells. Obtains 3 additional access slots. At first, the Deathbane class seemed perfect for him, as he had spent days and days killing undead at the Mausoleum of Despair dungeon, but he couldn't help but notice that there were also some serious downsides. The efficiency and effectiveness of his spells being halved outside of an area with undead present wasn't that big of a deal, but the locking of his current spells at their current strength could pose a problem. If both repulsion field and absorption field couldn't be improved further than where they were at, then as soon as he went up against a monster level 41 or higher, he would lose that incredible protection. Sure, he might be almost invincible against the undead by that point, but was he supposed to kill zombies and skeletons for the rest of his life? While certainly powerful, Deathbane seemed like a trap. If he chose it, then he would be pigeonholed into one path, and while he was sure there would be other class evolutions along the way that might fix some of the downsides, he couldn't count on that happening. With experienced healer looking a little better to his eye, he turned to the last class option. Life Warden, Epic. An epic evolution to the assistant healer class. A Life Warden excels in their support role in a party, using their expertise in both healing and defensive spells to keep their party members alive, while also making many opponents think twice about threatening their charges. Each support spell that a Life Warden casts has a small chance to be cast twice, and each defensive spell has a small chance to cause a portion of the damage prevented to be reflected upon the aggressor. Can learn spells at weak, minor, lesser, or major strength. automatically upgrades all previously learned spells to their next strength upon evolution, has access to additional powerful healing and defensive spells, obtains 4 additional access slots. Thaden only hesitated for a moment before he chose to be a Life Warden. Not only was it a powerful class with access to additional spells he was already familiar with, but it also upgraded all of his spells to the next strength, meaning that all 16 of his spells would be of lesser strength. More than that, there was a line in there that said that there was a small chance that healing spells would be cast twice, and that defensive spells, like his fields, would reflect some damage that it protected against. That last part was what decided it for him, even if everything else was crap. A chance to actually deal damage to monsters that weren't undead or at a very low level was invaluable, because he had no other real options. As soon as he selected it, the window disappeared, and he dropped to his knees as a fire ran through his entire body before focusing on his head. He barely caught himself from falling to the floor completely, and he had to wait for nearly a minute before the feeling faded, his breathing ragged as he experienced a massive upgrade to all of his spells simultaneously. Good luck, and don't die, contender. This one looks forward to seeing your progress in the future. Thaden didn't respond to the representative, other than to nod and get up from his knees. As he stumbled back toward the stairs to his room, all he could think about was that he had not only survived, but had gotten a class that would be invaluable going forward. He was so wrapped up in the sudden changes that he didn't notice that he'd gotten the attention of just about everyone in the Coalition lobby.
Chapter 30. Look, I know it's a risk, but it's the only way we're going to get ahead and stand out. We're never going to get high on the rankings by playing it safe. Sarah leaned forward in her chair as she and the others tried to convince their reluctant party member to join them on this reckless enterprise. Unfortunately, Diallo was being stubborn and too cautious for her liking, though she did admit that he had a point. A hint of his African accent tinted his words as he responded with yet another refusal, the language he was speaking both foreign and completely familiar at the same time. Whatever technology or magic that the assimilation system imparted upon them during training, allowing them to communicate despite coming from different parts of the world. No, this isn't the simulation anymore. It would be foolish to think that your prowess during our training will work here in this world. The older man had hints of gray throughout his short, curly hair, but anyone who thought he was too old to be a contender was unaware of just how much even a couple of levels could enhance the body and even turn back the hands of time when it came to age. It wasn't the fountain of youth or anything, but during training she'd seen even a few 70-year-olds come out looking like they were in their late 30s or early 40s by the time training was complete. And that had only been at level 8, which was around the highest that most of the contenders taking part in the simulation had managed to reach. She heard of a few that reached level 11, but it was extremely difficult to countenance such a claim as anything but rumors. Having reached the height of level 9 herself, she knew how difficult it was to push past that in the time they had during training. While her own accomplishments weren't unique, she liked to think that she had worked harder to get to that point than most people. Why? Because after dabbling with a few classes that hadn't really felt like her kind of fighting style, she had settled on Novice Druid, which was a control class. Unlike a fighter, mage, or scout class, which could deal enormous amounts of direct damage through their abilities and spells, a Novice Druid, like many of the control classes, specialized in controlling the battlefield and slowly whittling down their opponents by a variety of means. While others used barriers, mental influence, or even physical traps, a druid did this through the use of nature-based spells. There was no better explanation of what she did other than her initial starting spells, which had proven to be potent enough to last her through many levels in training. Weak Root Snare was the bread and butter of the class, as it caused a sturdy root to emerge from the ground, even through rock, and snare a leg of a monster, keeping it trapped in place for up to 30 seconds, depending on its level and physical strength.
Weak Nature's Rot was a weak poison that gradually depleted the health of a monster over 30 seconds, doing a single point of damage to their health every 5 seconds. It wasn't a large amount of damage when compared to a mage's weak fireball spell, of course, but it also had a low enough mana cost that she could keep it on a target almost perpetually. But the damage that Weak Nature's Rot imparted wasn't the important part of the spell. In addition to damage, the poison also slowed the victim, cutting their innate celerity by 50%. They would move and attack at dramatically slower speeds, which was a huge benefit in protracted fights. The last spell, Weak Blinding Leaves, had another control-type effect, which caused a whirlwind of sharp leaves to swirl around a target. While it also did minimal damage, only 1 damage to health every 5 seconds, it also cut her victim's ability to perceive incoming attacks, effectively blinding them to any upcoming attacks. It was the combination of these spells that made her love her class, as stopping, slowing, and blinding her victims was normally enough for her party members to wipe them without too much trouble. Only a few times was she forced to use her wooden staff, the only type of weapon her class was allowed to use, to protect herself. But it had been more than enough to finish off her attackers or keep them at bay long enough for the others with her to save her from a mauling, or worse. Unfortunately, none of those she had been partied with during the simulations had shown up in this sleepy little town of Ashcleft. But that didn't surprise her. All through training they had been told that this would happen, that they would have to learn how to form their own parties with other contenders that they didn't know, as it was important to learn flexibility and adaptability to fight whatever they came up against. Which was why almost everyone who arrived nearby had almost immediately found a few others that they thought they could work well with as a party, as they'd had to learn how to fight with dozens of different parties throughout their training. As Sarah looked around at the others she had joined up with, she was excited at what she saw. Originally from somewhere in Asia, Aki was equipped with a single rusty knife and a set of ragged black and gray clothing that covered almost her entire body, other than her eyes. She looked like some sort of ninja to Sarah, though she was in actuality a scout class called a rookie infiltrator. From what she remembered from training, most scout classes based their abilities upon moving quickly and quietly, and the rookie infiltrator was good at both. She could use weak backstab on unsuspecting victims for large amounts of damage before using another ability to allow her to escape any type of counterattack. Rayana was from somewhere near Russia, though for some reason Sarah didn't think it was actually Russia from a few of the things the large, older woman with short brown hair mentioned. Regardless, she was the party's tank from the fighter class of options, a class called simply Soldier. She had a small wooden buckler, a rusty iron sword, and a worn leather chest piece that came with her kit upon signing up with the Adventurer Coalition, just like Sarah had a cracked wooden staff and green threadbare robe as part of her own set of equipment. As far as abilities went, Rihanna was the party's meat shield, and had a taunting ability that gathered the attention of nearby monsters, an ability that boosted her physicality for a limited time, and one that allowed her weapon to do more damage with a single hit. Last of them was Diallo, their apprentice fire mage, who was from somewhere in Africa. She didn't know where exactly, of course, as it was an unwritten rule that none of the contenders spoke about where they came from. They all knew that there was no going back, and that they needed to be able to work with people from all over. As such, it was unanimously decided among them all that it was better to look toward the future rather than the past, as they were all from one place, Earth. Countries and nations didn't matter anymore. They were a thing of the past. At least, most of those she had interacted with during training and afterward thought that way. As she looked past her other party members, at the lethargic and nervous-looking people sitting in the Coalition building's lobby, all of them sitting by themselves without any sign of a party, she knew that some people couldn't get past what had happened to them. They were broken in some way.
either unable to accept their situation and what they had to do in order to get stronger, or too scared to do it.
From what she had observed earlier when they were choosing their classes from the representatives, most of these people had chosen to be a support class, with the majority of them a healer of some kind. It was a good choice if they had gotten a party, but most of them only chose to be a healer because they thought it kept them safe from any harm this world would visit upon them. As such, it was unlikely that they would ever venture from the walls of this town, and they would either starve to death once they ran out of money, or, if they managed to survive until the culling somehow, they would be eliminated if they hadn't advanced past level 1. It was something that all of the contenders had been warned about from the beginning, but there were those that just didn't have it in them to put themselves into danger, even if it meant saving their own lives in the process. Sarah felt bad for them, but there was nothing she could do to help them. She'd partied with a few of them during training, the unfortunate individuals having no choice but to participate in the simulations, and they were almost all the same. They were essentially checked out, only moving places when told to go somewhere, and carrying out tasks with a mindless and lethargic energy. But they completely shut down when a monster would attack the party. They were less than useless in a fight, as they were more of a hindrance than an asset, so most of the time they were ignored, even if they were their only support class. Which was why, despite there being plenty of support classes in the lobby right now, their party didn't have one. They weren't unique either, as the majority of the parties that had formed after arriving didn't have one either. Unfortunately, they couldn't simply fill up their 5th spot with someone else, as partying with more than one of each class wasn't possible. The party system wouldn't allow it.
Of course, that didn't mean there weren't any good support-classed contenders out there, because there had been a few from their large group, but they were an exception rather than the rule. Why? Because being a support class was extremely tough for a contender to contemplate choosing, for one major reason. They couldn't wield weapons and had no attack spells or abilities. They were essentially only there to support the other people in the party, be it with healing, boosting, or protective spells, which were strong enough in their own right, but they were also extremely weak and practically useless without other people around. She had been forced to choose a support class for a very brief time during training, an assistant healer, and she immediately knew that it wasn't for her. And she was far from alone in that. Having to rely on others to do the fighting for her, with no way to even defend herself other than with her fists and feet, which did almost nothing against a monster, turned her, and many, many others, off from the class immediately. Especially when they learned why they had all become contenders in the first place. Being unable to defend oneself went contrary to their purpose, after all. But those who cared more for helping others than themselves, despite the dangers of being defenseless, were still willing to be a support class. These altruistic individuals were few and far between, however, and any party that could snag one of them was that much stronger for it. Unfortunately, a good 90% or more of the contender parties out there would have to do without them. Thankfully, there existed in this world powerful healing potions that could provide healing, making something like an assistant healer very helpful, but not entirely required in order to succeed. In fact, she remembered one of her parties during training being able to take down a level 8 Goblin Scout without any type of healing class with them, while they were still only all level 3. It was a hard fight, but they were more than capable of doing it without any of them dying. That was why their plan to challenge the nearby dungeon was bound to work. No one, not even that walking misogynist stereotype, Chad, was daring to challenge themselves at the Vogmite Tunnel's dungeon. Sarah didn't know what Vogmites were, but they couldn't be any worse than goblins, could they? Unfortunately, Diallo wasn't having it. He wanted to take it slow, working their way up the contender rankings through repetitive and boring fights against easy monsters rather than risk dying in a dungeon. But if they were ever to get to the top of the rankings, they would need to do whatever they could to get a head start on earning pick and advancing in levels.
The bonuses from being even in the top 100,000 contender parties by the end of the first year were incredible. But Sarah wanted to do even better. She wished she could be in the top 100,000 contenders rankings, but that was unlikely given her class. It was dependent upon a number of factors, including level and achievements earned, but also by damage dealt and a number of other variables in which she had no way of besting the other classes that specialized in dealing a lot of damage, such as mages. She could always be at the top of the control class rankings, so that would have to satisfy her for now. Granted, it was a lofty goal, considering that there were over many millions of people that had been taken from Earth and turned into contenders, so getting to the top of the rankings would be difficult. But she had confidence in herself and this party to get it done. At least, they would be able to get it done if they could just convince Diallo to go along with them. They couldn't do it without him, after all.
Look, let's at least try it, and if it's too hard, we'll leave and come back. Do you think you can compromise on? Rayana started to ask their apprentice fire mage, hoping to negotiate for at least a chance to do it. But she was interrupted when there was a sudden hush and the gentle murmur in the lobby. Sarah didn't even realize that she had been mentally blocking out the low-volume muttering by some of the broken support classes in the room. When it stopped abruptly, however, she took note. And so did most of the others in the entire lobby. She looked around, trying to figure out what was happening, only to see everyone staring toward something behind her. Twisting around, she saw someone in front of the representatives counter, though they weren't talking to the assimilators there. Instead, the man was kneeling on the floor, an expression of extreme pain covering his face and evident in his tense muscles. He was also glowing with a multicolored light that seemed to emerge from inside of him, though she didn't think he even realized it. She held her breath as she watched whatever was going on, as it felt like a momentous occasion for some reason. The glow about the man abruptly stopped, and Sarah took a deep breath, feeling like she was coming up for air after nearly drowning. She couldn't help but watch as the man struggled upright before stumbling away toward the back of the lobby, where she knew the stairs were located that led to a number of rooms for members of the Adventurer Coalition. As he passed, she thought she recognized him. It took her a moment to work it out, thinking that she knew him from back on Earth. But that wasn't it. Instead, she remembered seeing him a few hours ago, just after she had arrived on the world of Tarth, standing near the wall located by the representatives counter. He had been kneeling then, too, and his clothing stood out a bit because it wasn't the same as all the other contenders had been. So she had ignored him for the most part, despite his name tag above his head saying he was human. She figured that there were probably other humans here, and she thought he might actually be some sort of robot, considering his name. Number 3259999-E. Human. Level 21. His name tag was still strange, and it continued to say he was human, but something else had changed. Wasn't he level 1 when I saw him earlier? She might have been mistaken, but she was fairly confident that his level hadn't been that high, even if it hadn't been level 1. How did he do it? Is he a contender too? Or just an adventurer that just happens to be human? She wanted to find out the answer to all of those questions, but also to see if she could entice him to join their party. Because something hadn't escaped her notice while he was kneeling near the counter. He hadn't been in front of the fighter, mage, scout, or even her own control class representative. Instead, they had been kneeling in front of the support class representative. When the man was gone, disappearing up the stairs, she turned around to her party, only to see the same expression on their faces as she expected was on her own. "I'm assuming you all saw that?" When they nodded, she looked at Diallo. "If we can get him in our group, would that change your mind?" The apprentice fire mage couldn't nod fast enough. Chapter 31.
Thaden threw himself down on his bed, feeling absolutely wiped after the experience of choosing his class evolution. Despite his exhaustion, he couldn't help but be excited at the prospect of his new class, as Life Warden seemed like it could really be a game-changer, allowing him to actually damage enemies that attacked him. Granted, the class description said that there was only a chance of that happening, but fortunately he had already done something to help that along, with his fortuity stat being at 29. At least that chance was what he hoped fortuity did, though without testing he didn't know for sure. And how much it affected that chance, if it did, was still an unknown. At least it was unknown until he looked at his character report and saw the changes within. The most obvious change was his spells, which had all been upgraded to lesser strength, but what caught his attention was under his bonus traits section. Bonus traits: natural regeneration competency, from 1 foot in the grave, plus 10% permanent casting time decrease for all support-based spells, from Party Savior. As a party leader, you can choose to delve through any difficulty of any dungeon without having to complete them in order, from Dungeon Slayer. When inside a dungeon while solo, you receive +5 to physicality, celerity, and mentality, as well as +10 to fortuity while inside, from I Don't Play Well with Others. 8.7% chance to double cast support spells, from Life Warden. 8.7% chance to reflect 5% of prevented damage from defensive spells, from Life Warden. If he was calculating it correctly, and it wasn't just some random number that was pulled out of nowhere, then each point in his fortuity equaled a 0.3% chance for each of his new Life Warden traits to activate. With his 29 points, that meant he had an 8.7% chance for them to happen, almost a 10% chance to reflect 5% of the damage my fields prevent? That's incredible.
Overall, disregarding the whole chance aspect of the new class traits, 5% of prevented damage reflected upon an attacker wasn't that much. He could see it being somewhat useful for another Life Warden, but even if it triggered all the time, it probably wasn't enough to make a big difference in a fight. For Thaden, it was incredibly overpowered even at an 8.7% chance for it to activate, because the defensive spells he cast on himself were basically unlimited. He could stand in front of a monster and wait for it to attack him over and over, for hours if necessary, while it essentially killed itself from the reflected damage. Naturally, there were still limits based on his spells, such as his fields only preventing damage up to level 40. Scratch that, level 60 sources with my new lesser strength spells. But that should still cover most of what he should be able to fight. In other words, he wasn't going to be facing any level 1000 dragons or whatnot in his immediate future. After looking over the changes, happy to see that Life Warden had replaced Assistant Healer for his class, Thaden did something that he'd been hoping to do for almost 3 months. Pick requirements met. 6,100 over 6,100. Increase personal level? Y/N. Note: this can only be completed while not currently in combat and while not in a dungeon. Level up! You are now a level 22 Life Warden. As part of the leveling process, you have received the following: Mentality +3. Free stat points, 2. Finally, level 22. It felt good to finally achieve a level past 21, which he'd been sitting at for what felt like forever. He could still feel that he had quite a bit of pick left from what he had in reserve, so he kept going, noticing that his first level up had given him an additional 3 mentality, but also 2 free stat points to spend, and so did the next. Level up! You are now a level 23 Life Warden. As part of the leveling process, you have received the following: Mentality +3 free stat points, 2. Level 24 was slightly different, as he didn't receive any free stat points, but he did receive a single spell selection choice. Of course, he also had 3 left over from when he was leveling back up to 21, so he was able to choose even more than that. Level up!
You are now a level 24 Life Warden. As part of the leveling process, you have received the following. Mentality +3, 1. Spell selection choice. Please select 4 spells from the following selections. Major Healing, channeled. Major Repulsion Field, channeled. Major Regeneration, single cast. Major Absorption Field, channeled. Major Mass Healing, single cast. Major Cure Mental Affliction, single cast. Major Cure Physical Affliction, single cast. Major Health Reduction, single cast. Major Resurrection, single cast. Major Aura of Life, reserved. Major Regrowth, channeled. Major Protective Barrier, single cast. Major Health Augmentation, single cast. Major Healing Circle, channeled. Major Mana Rejuvenation, single cast. Major Damage Shield, single cast. Weak Healing Wave, channeled. Minor Healing Wave, channeled. Lesser Healing Wave, channeled. Major Healing Wave, channeled. Weak Negation Zone, single cast. Minor Negation Zone, single cast. Lesser Negation Zone, single cast. Major Negation Zone, single cast. Spells not selected will be available during your next spell choice selection. Thaden had barely had a chance to look at all the changes that his new, lesser strength spells had come with, which he belatedly realized that he should have done before he leveled up even more. But he didn't regret his decision.
He'd been waiting too long to delay it any longer, so he would just have to figure out what would be the best use of his selections, and what would benefit himself the most if he was going to continue going out solo, which was a definite possibility now that he had his new class. The first thing he noticed about the list was an answer to a question he had regarding the descriptions of the classes he had to choose from. Most of the classes had mentioned being able to select from weak, minor, lesser, or major strengths, which seemed odd. After seeing the new spells at the bottom of the list, he began to see why there would be a choice. For instance, Weak Healing Wave was a long-range group heal similar to his mass healing spell, but instead of it being instant cast, it was a channeled spell with a 2-second casting time. Weak Healing Wave channeled heals every ally within a certain targeted radius for a small amount. Healing amount, 10 health per second. Range, 40-foot radius of target within 50 feet of caster. Casting time, 2 seconds. Mana cost, 20 per second. The spell was actually more powerful in terms of healing per mana than mass healing, plus it could heal a 40-foot radius of a distant target up to 50 feet away. However, when he looked at Major Healing Wave, the reason there was a choice between the different strengths became obvious. Major Healing Wave channeled heals every ally within a certain targeted radius for a large amount. Healing amount, 270 health per second. Range, 70-foot radius of target within 90 feet of caster. Casting time, 2 seconds. Mana cost, 210 per second. Obviously, the major version of the spell healed more and was able to reach further, both of which were incredible, especially the 270 health per second. What made it less desirable for most people, however, was its mana cost of 210 per second. For a normal contender, without Thaden's advantages, they might have only around 45 base mentality at his current level. With a robe like the one he received from the Mausoleum of Despair, they might be able to bump it up to 60, or possibly a little more. For this example, even if they were able to get up to 63 mentality, using most of their free stat points from leveling up in the stat, that would give them 630 mana, meaning that they would be able to cast the spell for a total of 3 seconds before they ran out of mana. Therefore, it might make sense that someone would want to choose a weaker version of the spell for the time being, and possibly upgrade it later when they had more mentality and therefore more mana. Or
they might just keep it like it is after they find that it works better at a minor strength for them, rather than wasting mana for anything stronger. Those types of mana cost restrictions didn't really affect Théoden, naturally. Even this one, which would be instant cast because of his instant gratification competency advancement and cost triple the mana, would still only be 630 mana per second. And he had 730 mana after reaching level 24, even before he was wearing his robe. The only one he'd had to worry about in the past was his resurrection spell, which he would have to double-check to see what had changed by reaching lesser strength. But everything else should be just fine for him. The differences in the strengths for the other new spell on the list was slightly different, but that was mainly because it was a protection spell rather than healing. Weak Negation Zone, single cast. Creates an immobile, targeted area that prevents all types of damage and afflictions from being inflicted upon all targets from up to level 30 sources for a limited time. Range: 20-foot radius of target area within 50 feet of caster. Duration: 10 seconds. Casting time: instant. Mana cost: 50. Cooldown: 30 seconds. Major Negation Zone, single cast. Creates an immobile, targeted area that prevents all types of damage and afflictions from being inflicted upon all targets from up to level 90 sources for a limited time. Range: 100-foot radius of target area within 150 feet of caster. Duration: 60 seconds. Casting time: instant. Mana cost: 500. Cooldown: 10 minutes. The major version of Negation Zone was incredible. What the spell essentially did was negate all damage being inflicted within a 100-foot radius circle for an entire minute. It also applied to damage that he or another contender did, so it was essentially a safe zone for a limited time. It also worked for sources up to level 90 or level 100 with his advancements. The description said that would prevent damage, which would apply to his new Life Warden trait. However, even at the lesser 30-second cooldown on the weak version, he wasn't sure how useful it would really be. At 10 minutes for the major version, it seemed like a waste of a space in one of his access slots. Unless he was with other contenders, of course. With the new available spells, it appeared as though the Life Warden class was meant for use in parties which had a lot of people, which made sense because it was a healing and protection-based support class. Even an assistant healer was better in a party. But Théoden didn't really care. The new class's benefits as someone who could work solo were worth it all by themselves. Therefore, he skipped taking one of the newer spells in favor of upgrading some of his existing ones. It didn't take him long to select the two spells that had done so much for him already: Major Repulsion Field and Major Absorption Field, after checking to ensure he could afford to cast them, of course. Major Repulsion Field, channeled. Creates a full-body repulsion field on self that blocks all physical damage up to level 80 sources and significantly repels attackers. Casting time: instant. Mana cost: 160 per second. Major Absorption Field, channeled. Creates a full-body absorption field on self that absorbs all magical damage up to level 80 sources and slightly replenishes mana. Casting time: instant. Mana cost: 120 per second. They were expensive in terms of mana cost, but he could still easily afford them both. Next on his list were two of the spells he'd used most during his runs through the mausoleum, and whether or not he continued delving through them, they would still be useful if he did end up partying with anyone else in the future. Major Mass Healing, single cast. Heals every ally within a certain radius for a large amount. Healing amount: 120 health. Range: 70-foot radius of caster. Casting time: instant. Mana cost: 150. Cooldown: 10 seconds. Major Regeneration, single cast. Grants a target continuous healing energy that replenishes health for a limited time. Healing rate: 27 health every 5 seconds. Duration, 45 seconds. Number of targets, 1. Range, 50 feet. Casting time, instant. Mana cost, 180. Even tripled in cost, both major mass healing and major regeneration were still within range of his current mana pool. Feeling good about his selections, he finalized them and gained 4 new major strength spells for his repertoire, which were sure to come in handy in the future. After that was taken care of, he did something that he should have done before, and checked on his Lesser Resurrection spell to ensure he could actually cast it still, and he frowned when he discovered that it was out of reach. Lesser Resurrection, single cast. Resurrects target that has been deceased less than 180 minutes. Can only be cast outside of combat.
Healing amount, 50%. Maximum health range, 15 feet. Casting time, 60 seconds. Mana cost, 400. Cooldown, 20 minutes. 1,200 mana? With the tripled base cost of 400, he was still 320 mana away from casting it, and that was with his robe on. Checking all of his other spells, he was relieved that none of them were even close to being too expensive. But the Lesser Resurrection was worrisome. What if he came across a dead contender out there, and he couldn't bring them back, despite having the spell for it? As much as he was reluctant to party with anyone right now, that didn't mean he could live with himself if he had to let someone permanently die when he could have done something about it. I still have more pick, at least. If my previous level-ups are any indication, I'll be getting more mentality, so if I gain enough levels, I might be able to bridge that gap. If not, then I do still have some additional free stat points I could use, though I would rather those go into fortuity if I have a choice. With the goal of being able to cast his Lesser Resurrection spell on his mind, Théoden continued to spend his accumulated pick on increasing his level. The same pattern repeated as it had for levels 25 and 26, adding an additional 3 mentality and 2 free stat points per level, and level 27 was another that he received 3 mentality and another spell selection. This time, he picked one of the new spells, which was a mass regeneration spell. Major Mass Regeneration, single cast. Grants all within a targeted area a continuous healing energy that replenishes health for a limited time. Healing rate, 27 health every 10 seconds. Duration, 2 minutes. Range, 50-foot radius within 60 feet of caster. Casting time, 3 seconds. Mana cost, 300. Major Mass Regeneration was just barely affordable at the moment with his robe, but he was still gaining levels. The other new spell was another defensive spell he might take in the future, called Major Protective Guards, which were similar to his Lesser Protective Barrier spell, but it produced multiple layers of the barrier instead of just one. Levels 28 and 29 were similar in the mentality and free stat points they provided, but level 30 provided him with 2 spell selection choices instead of just 1. As such, he chose the aforementioned Major Protective Guards spell, as well as an upgrade to Cure Physical Affliction, as he wanted to be able to cure physical afflictions up to level 80, 90 with his advancements. The 2 new spells available at level 30 that he skipped were both reserved spells, similar to his Lesser Aura of Life spell. The first one was called Life Link, and it linked the health of 2 separate allies so that they shared a single health pool that was a combination of both allies' health. The second was a defensive spell called Ward Link that was similar to Life Link, but instead of health, it shared the total damage protection between 2 different allies. He wasn't exactly sure how that worked, but he didn't want any other reserve spells at the moment because they would cut into his mana pool too much, which he needed for some of his most expensive healing spells now. He was getting closer and closer to his goal of affording his resurrection spell again, as at level 30 he had also gotten 4 mentality instead of just 3, and he also had 12 free stat points to spend if he had to. That brought him up to 92 mentality,
which with his robe was boosted to 107, so he was only 13 away. Fortunately, he still had a bit of pick left, though he could feel that it was starting to get low. Time to level up some more.
Chapter 32. Thaden's accumulated pick finally gave out after he hit level 35, which was a slight disappointment, but it was better than nothing. After gaining another 20 mentality with the level-ups, he was now at 112, giving him a base of 1,120 mana, which was just short of being able to cast Lesser Resurrection. However, with his robe, he was able to more than afford the cost, which was exactly what he had been hoping for. At level 33, Thaden was again able to select another spell, and while he was tempted to upgrade his Lesser Cure Mental Affliction to match his Major Cure Physical Affliction, he instead took the only new spell offered to him. Major Death Ward, single cast. When cast upon a target, any fatal damage that would drop them below 1 health is prevented, and they will gain a large amount of health. Once Major Death Ward is used, it will disappear. Health replenished. 50% of maximum health. Duration, 3 minutes. Range, 3 feet. Casting time, 10 seconds. Mana cost, 350. Cooldown, 3 minutes. Thaden wondered for a moment why he hadn't been given 2 choices of spells, as he typically saw a healing and a protection-based spell whenever there was something new. Then he realized that Major Death Ward was a combination of them both. It both protected someone from taking fatal damage and healed them up to 50% of their maximum health. When he concentrated on the information of the spell, he realized that it counted both as a support and a defensive spell, meaning that all of his competency advancements would work for it. While it had a 3-minute cooldown, it was still worth having as an extra layer of defense in case he ever ran into trouble.
With being able to instant cast the spell, he could keep it up perpetually whenever the cooldown ended, and there was virtually no downside to it. The only hesitation he had was its mana cost, which would be tripled and would cost 1,050 mana, which, at the time, was 10 more mana than he had as a base. But that had been taken care of with an additional level. Number 32599999-E. Life Warden. Level 35. Progressive Internal Combat Knowledge, PICC. 8,300 over 10,300. Adventurer. Coalition rank. Bronze. 450 over 450. RP Health, 220 over 220. Mana, 1,120 over 1,120. Physicality, 22. Celerity, 7. Mentality, 112. Personality, 8. Fortuity, 29, 20. Free stat points. Spells. Lesser Healing, channeled. Lesser Cure. Mental Affliction, single cast. Lesser Health Reduction, single cast. Lesser Resurrection, single cast. Lesser Aura of Life, reserved. Lesser Regrowth, channeled. Lesser Protective Barrier, single cast. Lesser Health Augmentation, single cast. Lesser Healing Circle, channeled. Lesser Mana Rejuvenation, single cast. Lesser Damage Shield, single cast. Major Repulsion Field, channeled. Major Regeneration, single cast. Major Absorption Field, channeled. Major Mass Healing, single cast. Major Mass Regeneration, single cast. Major Protective Guards, single cast. Major Cure Physical Affliction, single cast. Major Death Ward, single cast. He was looking quite good now with his upgraded spells along with his new ones, and he was only 2,000 pick away from reaching level 36. Unfortunately, he had finally used the last of his accumulated pick, but he still hadn't gone through his message feed. No time like the present, I guess. With nervous anticipation, he laid himself down on his bed, as he wasn't sure what was going to happen once he started going through it, and didn't want to suddenly spasm and fall off the bed and onto the floor. With a few deep breaths to prepare himself, he finally opened his message feed. And while there was a sudden surge of information that made him dizzy for a moment, the expected surge of pick from all the undead he'd killed didn't happen. What? Quickly scrolling to the top of the very lengthy feed, he ground his teeth together in frustration. You have slain a zombie mauler. Medial. Level 24. No pick received. Pick accumulation limit reached. Please see a support class representative for help in choosing your next class. Until then, your accumulated pick, 180,000, will be held in reserve. You will not be able to increase your level until you receive your new class. The same message that he'd gotten before greeted him when he looked at the feed of slain monsters. He had hoped that by waiting to check the messages, the pick rewards would be deferred until now, but apparently that wasn't the case. It appeared as though the system had evaluated his actions at the time and determined that he was already full, so it didn't bother to reward anything, which was just complete and utter BS as far as Thaden was concerned. This is ridiculous. I demand a recount. Unfortunately, it wasn't as if he could petition the system to re-evaluate everything, as he didn't even know if it could do that. Regardless, if he wanted to stay under the radar, it probably wouldn't be smart to point out that he had been exploiting his unlimited mana as a contender before he was supposed to be in the world, in order to accumulate insanely large amounts of pick. He'd gotten away with it so far, but actually rubbing the system's face into something that he considered unfair was bound to come back to bite him. Fortunately, his maxed-out pick didn't seem to affect a few other things. First, Thaden managed to snag a few more achievements, which were definitely helpful to have, at least for the most part. Congratulations for solo slaying a total of 2,700 monsters. Achievement received, Monster Hunter 4. Bonus reward, 12,000 pick. No pick received. Pick accumulation limit reached. Contender World First Achievement. +1 to all stats. Congratulations for solo slaying a total of 8,100 monsters. Achievement received, Monster Hunter 5. Bonus reward, 3 free stat points. Contender World First Achievement. When fighting solo, all your stats are increased by +5. Congratulations for completing 9 dungeons of any difficulty. Achievement received, Dungeon Addict 1. Bonus reward, 5,000 pick. No pick received. Pick accumulation limit reached. Contender World First Achievement. 2 free stat points. Congratulations for completing 27 dungeons of any difficulty. Achievement received, Dungeon Addict 2. Bonus reward, +2 to physicality, celerity, and mentality. Contender World First Achievement. 5 free stat points. Congratulations for completing 81 dungeons of any difficulty. Achievement received, Dungeon Addict 3. Bonus reward, +4 to physicality, celerity, and mentality. Contender World First Achievement. 10 free stat points. Congratulations for completing 9 quests with the Adventurer Coalition. Achievement received, Quester 2. Bonus reward, 250 pick. No pick received. Pick accumulation limit reached. Contender World First Achievement, 1,000 pick. No pick received. Pick accumulation limit reached. Congratulations for completing 27 quests with the Adventurer Coalition. Achievement received, Quester 3. Bonus reward, 1,000 pick. No pick received. Pick accumulation limit reached. Contender World First Achievement, 4,000 pick. No pick received. Pick accumulation limit reached. Congratulations for completing 81 quests with the Adventurer Coalition. Achievement received. Quester 4. Bonus reward 2,500 pick. No pick received. Pick accumulation limit reached. Contender World First Achievement 10,000 pick. No pick received. Pick accumulation limit reached.
The bonuses to his stat points were amazing, as were the additional free stat points, which brought him up to 40. In addition, when he was fighting solo, he would get an additional +5 to all his stats. While he was in a dungeon by himself, that increased even further with the bonuses from his I don't play well with others achievement. In other words, he was a powerhouse now, who still couldn't attack anyone directly to save his life. Still, he wasn't going to complain about more stats, as they would be helpful no matter the situation he found himself in. What he did mentally complain about was the fact that the pick rewards from the achievements were also negated because he'd hit his limit. That just felt like a kick in the teeth while he was already down on the ground, and he was practically steaming mad at the loss of another 35,000 or so pick. Grumbling with repressed anger, he was only somewhat mollified by all of his competency increases, which were substantial to say the least. Support spellcasting competency has increased to level 147. Support spellcasting competency has increased to level 243. You may now select an advancement for your support spellcasting competency. Support spellcasting competency has increased to level 244. Support spellcasting competency has increased to level 562. Defensive spellcasting competency has increased to level 143. Defensive spellcasting competency has increased to level 243. You may now select an advancement for your defensive spellcasting competency. Defensive spellcasting competency has increased to level 244. Defensive spellcasting competency has increased to level 512. It was definitely harder to increase competency levels as time went on, though he'd still had both of his main spellcasting ones shoot up quite a bit, earning him another advancement for each of them once they reached level 243. Please select one advancement for your support spellcasting competency. Faster healing. All support spells now have a 50% permanent casting time decrease. Longer healing. All support spells now have a 50% permanent duration increase. Even stronger healing. All support spells now heal or reduce 100% more health. Group healing. All multi-target support spells now have a 50% range increase. Self-healing. All single-target support spells now heal or reduce 100% more health. Radiant Afterglow. All support spells now heal an extra 2% of max health every 5 seconds for 60 seconds. Ready to go. All spell cooldowns are reduced by 50%. Please select one advancement for your defensive spellcasting competency. Faster protection. All defensive spells now have a 50% permanent casting time decrease. Longer protection. All defensive spells now have a 50% permanent duration increase. Thicker protection. All defensive spells now prevent 50% more damage. Hardest protection. All defensive spells now protect from sources 15 levels higher than before. More extended protection. All single-target defensive spells now extend to protect 2 additional targets. Disease protection. All defensive spells now temporarily protect against burning, charmed, poisoned, and sleep afflictions. Rejection protection.
All defensive spells now give the recipient a 100% bonus to hit accuracy on their next strike. Double Team. At the cost of double the per-second mana cost for each spell, 2 channeled spells can be cast simultaneously. For his support spellcasting competency, the choice was a little harder this time. His healing spells were already powerful, but even stronger healing would make them better. Group healing would extend the range of his spells, which would be beneficial in a party or against the undead. And Radiant Afterglow would improve his Afterglow advancement, making it even more potent.
But what he ended up getting was the new choice on the list, Ready to Go. What made it unique was the fact that it said all spell cooldowns were reduced by 50%, which meant that they also applied to his defensive spells as well, which was unique out of all the choices and incredible. It would cut Major Mass Healing's cooldown by 5 seconds and his new Major Death Ward down by 90 seconds, and Lesser Resurrection by 10 minutes. Then there were the benefits to some of the protective spells that were good for other people, which would come in handy if he was ever in a party. He thought that Ready to Go was unique in its ability to affect his cooldowns for any spell, but that was until he saw the new advancement for his defensive spellcasting competency, Double Team. He didn't even bother reviewing all of the others before he picked it, because it would allow him, at double the mana cost of each spell, to cast 2 channeled spells simultaneously. That was impossibly broken, given his unlimited mana. That meant he could cast both of his protective fields, or even just one and then a channeled healing spell, or even 2 healing spells if it was necessary. He no longer had to choose between protecting himself and healing with a channeled spell. Incredible. Absolutely incredible. While the new advancements were a salve to his anger over losing out on all the pick he thought he was saving up, it didn't get rid of the feeling entirely. There was a simmering need to go back to the mausoleum and absolutely devastate the undead within the dungeon with his new spells, earning back some of what he thought was rightfully his. With no more messages to go through, there wasn't anything keeping him from doing just that. Grabbing his pack from where it rested near the edge of his bed, he slipped off his clothes and put them inside, while at the same time pulling out his Dark Abyss robe of the dead. Normally, he waited until he was away from town to put it on, as the hit to his personality stat was a pain to deal with when he interacted with the townsfolk. But at this point, he didn't care. After checking to make sure that all of the rations was still sufficient in his pack, something that he'd taken to ensuring was the case immediately upon his return to Ashcleft, he slipped the straps around his back and headed for the door. Downstairs, he was blind to the stares of the people in the coalition lobby, contenders and the employees alike, as he headed out the entrance into the town. He ignored everyone he passed, even the frowning town guard Virlo, as the Chari stared at him from atop the walls as he exited. Once he got outside, his anger and introspection faded somewhat as he looked around, shocked at the changes he saw. Normally, other than at specific times of the day when farmers from the town came out to work in the fields, the entire area outside the walls was relatively empty. Now, though, spread out in different areas of the fields nearest the town, were parties of 3, 4, or more rarely 5 contenders, all of them working together to hunt down and kill the level 1 wheat rats, burrowing bunnies, and field mice spread throughout the nearby land. What caught his attention wasn't just that there were people out there, but the fact that they were using spells to absolutely slaughter the monsters they were killing. Fireballs and noxious-looking clouds of mist, fast-flying stones the size of his fist, roots that seemed to emerge from the ground to grasp at their victims, and even beams of light, along with floating energy barriers, assaulted his senses in a display of magical destruction. That wasn't all, of course, as he saw some people dressed in dark clothing that appeared blurry to his perception before suddenly speeding up to attack a monster from behind. Some of these same people had bows that they used to send arrows that seemed to glow red, as if from some sort of internal source. And when they impacted one of the beasts they were hunting, it seemed to lightly explode. There were others who were in the thick of the fight, using the small bucklers they had on their arms to bash the monsters, either killing them outright or just stunning them before they sliced them apart with their swords. Others had a pair of long knives that they used to practically dance around their beastly victims, slicing them apart with a few deft moves. Then there was something that was familiar to him: healing. While he only saw a few groups that had a support member, he saw the connection between them and one of their party members that he immediately recognized as the weak healing spell. There were even 2 people that had the telltale green glow around them that indicated that they had a weak regeneration effect on them. Overall, though, it seemed like most of the contenders were operating in only groups of 3 or 4 for some reason. He thought that it probably would have been better to replace a non-existent support or other type of class with another fighter or mage, as those seemed to be the most prevalent. Looking around, he did end up seeing a few pairs fighting monsters together, as well as a very few solo contenders, all of them fighters, but the majority were in larger groups. As he walked, he began to see those who were even further out from the walls, tackling the level 2 venomous snakes, and even the emu strikers that were level 3 past them. Looking at the contenders, most of them seemed to be level 1 or 2. When he kept walking, he even saw a party that was level 3.
It only took a second to identify the leader of that group, as it was none other than Mr. Arrogant himself, Chad. As much as he seemed to think too highly of himself, Thaden had to admit that there was a reason behind it, as he saw Chad's party take on the level 4 grass wolves. The man himself was all over the place, absolutely destroying the green-furred canines, while his party barely had to do anything. The natural strength and skill Thaden saw was enough to prove that the boast-filled contender wasn't all talk. But the new life warden still didn't personally care for him. Once he passed the area, none of the parties paying the least amount of attention to him, Thaden was back into his brooding contemplation of the upcoming dungeon. As he walked, he finished his preparations, funneling all 40 of his free stat points into fortuity, bringing it to a whopping 70. Looking at his bonus traits, he saw that the chance for double-cast support spells and damage reflection had risen to 21%, which was a little bit over a 1 in 5 chance to activate. Some might think that shoveling 40 points into something like fortuity was a waste, but for Thaden, it was exactly what he needed to become even more effective. The last thing he did was contemplate what he wanted assigned to his access slots, as he now had 9 to play with instead of just 5. Looking at the list, he saw that both Lesser Resurrection and Major Death Ward would fill 2 access slots each, while the rest were thankfully still only 1. It wasn't something he had thought about until now, but if they had suddenly needed more slots, that could have been a problem. Not needing resurrection right now, he dismissed that while he filled the other 7 slots with his favorite spells, because he was definitely going to be using Major Death Ward. Mainly because he wanted that extra layer of protection now that the system wouldn't resurrect him anymore if he were to die, but also because he planned on challenging the maximal difficulty of the mausoleum now that he had fields to protect himself from up to level 90 sources of damage. Those 2 fields, Major Repulsion Field and Major Absorption Field, were the first to be slotted in. After that was Lesser Aura of Life, which reserved 20% of his mana pool, but even with it active, he could still cast everything but Lesser Resurrection. Lesser Aura of Life, reserved. A persistent aura surrounds the caster that sends out healing energy to anyone nearby. Healing amount, 9 health per 5 seconds. Range, 40-foot radius of caster. Casting time, instant. Mana cost, reserved, 20% of mana pool. If it turned out that he needed to bring someone back, which wasn't likely right now,
Then he could easily cancel Lesser Aura of Life before doing so. He slotted it in, activated it, and then replaced it with Major Regeneration. Major Mass Healing also joined the others, along with Lesser Cure Mental Affliction and Major Cure Physical Affliction. He wasn't sure if they would be needed because he was hoping to have his fields up most of the time, but it couldn't hurt to be ready just in case. For his last spell, he threw in something he hadn't actually used before, because it was a channeled spell. Lesser Healing Circle. Lesser Healing Circle, channeled, heals everyone within a certain targeted radius for a moderate amount. Healing amount, 12 health per second. Range, 10-foot radius of target within 50 feet of caster. Casting time, 3 seconds. Mana cost, 50 per second. He figured he could try it out because it actually healed or damaged undead by quite a bit every second, and with his advancements and bonus traits, it could be even more effective.
Every other spell wasn't absolutely necessary, but if he found that some things weren't necessary or didn't work out the way he expected, then he would switch them out while in the dungeon. For now, though, his access slots were set, so as he moved down the familiar track toward the dead forest that hid the Mausoleum of Despair, he began becoming accustomed to casting Major Death Ward on himself, along with Major Regeneration, while also keeping both of his channeled fields active at all times. He was as protected as he could be now, and there wasn't anything stopping him from tearing through the undead that awaited his wrath.
Chapter 33. How is he moving so quickly? Isn't he a support class? Sarah ignored the grumbling coming from Diallo as she tried to keep up with the rest of her party. She could understand where he was coming from, however, as the strange support class was moving rapidly through the town, forcing them to practically run to keep him in sight despite the fact that he was technically only walking. And what's with that robe? It makes me want to look away from him in disgust for some reason. Again, she understood what the apprentice fire mage was talking about, because the black robe with silver stitching on it was decorated with images of bones and skulls, making her immediately think necromancer. But he didn't seem like the type. She remembered partying with someone during training who had been a necromancer acolyte, and they had been able to construct a flimsy skeleton pet to attack with. But they had been a mage class, not a support. Whatever it was, she could only assume that it somehow decreased his personality stat, because she hadn't remembered feeling her current dislike of him when she saw him before. She hadn't seen anything with detrimental effects like that in the training simulation, but if there were items that increased her mentality, celerity, or physicality, she was sure there were ones that decreased them as well. As he slipped around a corner, heading toward a gate in the wall, she couldn't help but think about the surprise she and her party had when he had come back downstairs just a minute or so ago. Level 35? He was just level 21 less than an hour ago. Sarah had no idea what was going on with this guy, but she wanted to find out. Not because she wanted to steal whatever secret he was using to level up so quickly, though she wasn't going to lie to herself by not admitting that it was certainly a motivating factor. Rather, she saw it as a way to save everyone she cared about. Sure, she was only one person, but even a single individual could make a huge difference. And this man, whoever he was, could be the key to that. The more she saw of him, the more she concluded that he wasn't from Earth and hadn't come with the rest of the contenders. In fact, he probably wasn't even a contender, but some sort of special individual that wound up on the world of Tarth for a purpose she didn't know. That didn't matter, though, because the assimilation system and its assimilators had put each of the contenders from Earth through hundreds of strange tests during training, and while very few of them made any sense, she knew that in order to succeed, they had to go out of their comfort zones and push the boundaries of what was possible. That might just include following a level 35 unknown individual wearing a creepy black robe who had an expression on their face that promised murder to anyone that got in their way. It was only when they passed through the gate in the town wall
that they were able to finally catch up to the powerful man, as he slowed to a walk as he saw what was going on outside. She could tell from his body language that he was amazed at what he saw, which told her that he wasn't used to all the contenders running around killing monsters. She could well believe it, because from what she knew of this world, monsters were plentiful, but people were sparse. While Sarah and her party had gone out earlier, it had been so crowded and the weaker monsters were so difficult to find that they had gone back inside to come up with a different game plan, which led to what they were doing right now. They kept their distance from Mr. E, which was what she had mentally nicknamed him because number 3259999-E was a mouthful and hard to remember, as he continued walking along the road leading out from town.
While observing him from a safe distance, staying far enough that he wouldn't think they were following his path, she noticed he looked at the different contenders with an obvious sense of curiosity and possibly even wonder, as if he'd never seen anything like them before. Is he that sheltered that he isn't familiar with destructive magic spells and scout class abilities? That seems hard to believe based on his level. Then again, if she was correct in what she remembered, he had been level 1 that morning, so anything was possible. It wasn't until they passed the level 1, 2, and 3 monsters along the way, along with dozens of different contender parties, that someone actually paid attention to Sarah and her own party. Chad, the misogynistic fighter that everyone couldn't help but notice just after they arrived on Tarth, was out fighting a pack of level 4 grass wolves with his party. But the man was just finishing off the last of them when Sarah's party passed by. "Did you lose your way, little girl? The monsters suitable for weaklings are back that way." Chad, who was already somehow level 3, shouted at her. She knew that he was shouting at her and not at any of the others, because there was no mistaking Rayana for a little girl, and Aki was practically hiding behind the others. That, and Sarah was only 5 feet tall and 19 years old, a bit younger than the others in her party, so much so that she probably did look like a little girl compared to her companions. She ignored him, as she didn't want to get into anything with him or his party, who she noticed were all women. Attractive women, in fact, though they appeared to be capable contenders. Still, the way they looked at Sarah and got close to Chad showed that they saw her as a threat to whatever thing they had going on there. "Look, I don't want anything to do with whatever crazy stuff you got going on among you." She didn't say that, though, but she hoped to convey that with her expression and lack of response. It didn't work. "What are you even doing out here, girl? This is no place for a level 1 weakling like you." She grit her teeth and bit her tongue to prevent herself from responding, but it was hard. Instead, Sarah continued looking ahead, glad that the one they were following didn't seem to have heard the shouted conversation behind him. All they needed to do was get just a little further out of town, where none of the other contenders, and especially Chad, could see them approaching the powerful support class, and they would be able to plead their case with him. They all knew that it was doubtful that the man would agree to help them immediately, but they had to try. And if asking once wasn't enough, then they would keep trying until he said yes. They needed his help to get stronger, but they also didn't want to call attention to the guy so that every contender would be harassing him for help. That would surely lead to there being no help for any of them. "Hey, I'm talking to you! What are you doing out here? Did you find a good quest? Wait, are you following... Who is that?" As much as she knew it would probably be a bad idea to look at the man they were following, she couldn't help but glance at him. And so did everyone else in her party. Level 35? And he's human? I don't know what's up with his odd name, but there's no way I'm going to let someone beat me on the rankings, Chad said, before he made to move after the strangely powerful man. "Wait, he's not a contender," Sarah shouted back, finally engaging with the strong fighter despite her reluctance. They couldn't have the musclehead interfering with their plans, after all.
Thankfully, the individual they were talking about seemed oblivious to their shouted conversation, as he hadn't shown any sign that he even heard them, let alone knew they were following him.
Well then, who is he? I'm going to challenge him, see who's really stronger. Imbecile. That man, despite being a support class, is over 30 levels higher than this dumbass. He must have some sort of special items that let him survive traveling out by himself, otherwise he wouldn't live for that long. She was hoping that they would be able to catch up to him before he got to his party, wherever they were, so that they could ask for his help, or at least share the secret of how he had leveled up so quickly. Now, though, this Chad bastard was ruining everything. Whether it was the world or the system giving them a helping hand, before Chad and his party had taken a few steps away from where they had slaughtered the grass wolves, another pack of them appeared and suddenly attacked. Their mage was suddenly taken down from behind at the abrupt assault, landing on her face as the wolf launched itself at the back of her knees. She didn't get a chance to scream as her throat was ripped out. But a few seconds later, she was filled with a healing energy as the support member of the group desperately healed her. Sarah knew from experience, thanks to training, that even a grave wound like getting one's throat torn out wasn't always an absolute death sentence, because it all depended upon health. A fatal wound like that would bring someone down to a single health, and they had a very limited time to be healed before they died. Therefore, the healing that was being performed by the support member was keeping her alive while her throat was being repaired. Of course, if her head had been entirely ripped off her body, there was no healing that could have saved her. As Chad turned back to help his party, not even his inflated ego being able to ignore the plight of his injured companions, Sarah knew it was their chance to move on and leave this moron behind. To narrowly miss having her own throat ripped out. Keeping from being too hurt had to be a priority because they didn't have anyone who could heal, and the weak health potions they received as part of their coalition kit were only good if they could actually be ingested, which would be hard to do if one's throat were ripped out. Thankfully, it was only that lead wolf that was close to them, as the other trio of wolves that were part of the pack were still emerging from the grass. Her party was already turning to face them as soon as they heard the growl, and Rihanna immediately engaged the wolf that had nearly killed Sarah, stabbing it in the side as it recovered from its missed opportunity. Knowing that any hesitation could mean their deaths, as these monsters were 3 levels higher than her entire party, Sarah used her weak root snare to ensnare one of the incoming wolves, trapping it in place for what she saw was only 10 seconds based on the level difference between them. Even as that was done, she blinded another one with weak blinding leaves and snared the third, keeping it from attacking for a few seconds while they dealt with the rest. Just like that, with those 3 spells being cast, Sarah was out of mana. Her mana regeneration, thanks to her mana management competency, would give her 1 mana per 3 seconds, but most likely the fight would be over one way or another before she gained enough to cast another spell. Thankfully, despite only being a party for less than a day, each of them were veterans of many fights during their training, and that experience paid off as the others took advantage of their blinded or snared opponents.
Rihanna took a bite to her leg that she was unable to avoid, but the strike also allowed her to finish off the wolf that had attacked her, leaving a bloody mess to her calf that looked painful, but the soldier class didn't even seem to register that she had been wounded. Aki moved in quickly to weak backstab the wolf Sarah had wounded first, while a weak fireball slammed into the blinded monster who couldn't avoid the flaming ball of death to its face. Neither attack killed their targets immediately, but they were nonetheless damaged enough that it wouldn't take much to finish them off. Aki took a bite to her knees, causing her to stumble and nearly fall, but she managed to take advantage of the attack to mimic Rihanna and stab the wolf through the eyes with her knives, killing it near instantly. The blinded and burnt wolf took another weak fireball to its shoulder as it thrashed about wildly from the pain it was experiencing, which unfortunately didn't kill it, but it was basically out of the fight as it couldn't move quickly on its injured side.
Rayana was just arriving to attack the last wolf when it broke away from Sarah's weak root snare, and it rushed at the novice druid with a speed that the soldier couldn't match. Already having gotten to her feet, Sarah held out her wooden staff in front of her just in time for the wolf's lunge, and she barely managed to stick it inside of its jaws as it flew at her. She was pushed backwards off her feet at the monster's momentum as it bit down on the wood, shattering it as they landed, her head hitting something hard on the road. Dizzy and disoriented, she could feel a wetness on the back of her head that indicated that she had been hurt, but processing anything in her current state was nearly impossible. She brought her arm up reflexively to block a bite from the wolf that had landed on top of her, but it never came.
Instead, she saw a flash of a red robe as Diallo threw himself on her attacker and knocked it off of her, and he screamed as his arm was bitten by the stronger beast. Sarah lost track of everything after that, but the messages she received showed that they were successful in killing all the wolves, but how their party fared was still a mystery, until Rayana helped her up from the ground and she got to her unsteady feet. They were all alive, but each one of them was wounded. Thankfully, the way the world and the system worked, as soon as they were out of combat, they would begin to heal from minor wounds, and even the bleeding from the cut on the back of her head had stopped, though her health was still at about half of its maximum. That blow must have been worse than I thought. "Come on, we need to go," Rayana said, practically carrying her along as her vision started to stabilize and the dizziness faded. It would take about 10 minutes for her wounds to fully heal without drinking one of the weak healing potions they were given, but only Aki drank one to help her move, as her kneecap had been nearly ripped off during the attack. Diallo was holding his bloody arm as they ran, but the bleeding had already stopped, while Rayana continued to not seem to care about her own wound on her calf. Looking back as they ran, she saw that Chad and his party had recovered from the surprise attack on them and had already killed the initial pack, but a second one had engaged them from nowhere, putting the entire party on the defensive as they were beginning to run out of mana, just like her own party had. Looking at her own mana, she now had enough to cast another spell, but that wouldn't do much good if another entire pack attacked them. Hey, at least we earned enough to get to level 2 finally. Their brief excursion outside the town earlier had netted them some pick, but they hadn't been able to farm enough to get to level 2. But the grass wolves had pushed them over the edge. She barely looked at the level up message as she spent all of the pick she had accumulated, happy that she had gotten some more mentality to increase her maximum mana pool, but more fixated on leaving the area before they got attacked again. Ahead of them, she could just barely see the figure of the man they were following in the distance, the strange support class having traveled quite a bit even in their brief fight. Unfortunately, with how wounded most of them were, they couldn't move too fast, but she could move to a bit faster. It was at this point that they were at the same distance they were before behind him, as their healing finally finished, which allowed them to move a bit faster. It was at this point that the landscape changed from the open grassland to the edge of a forest. But it was unlike any forest she had seen before. Even in their training, she hadn't seen what looked like the sickly, dead trees they encountered, and the druid part of her class, as if it had imparted some of its very nature to her, ached at the lack of anything living within the eerie forest. It was made even creepier when a light, low-hanging fog seemed to be dispersed throughout the trees, despite the late afternoon hour. It wasn't filled with heavy moisture, however, but something different, like a smoke that wasn't smoke. She couldn't explain it, but she didn't like it. Almost as soon as they entered the trees, they collectively decided that now was the time to speak to the man, as they were far enough away from anyone else that they wouldn't be seen or overheard. There also hadn't been any sign of Chad and his group following them, so they were in the clear. Unfortunately, just as they were about to call out to the powerful support class, her party froze in their tracks as a low moan from their left caused them to paralyze in fear. Out of the fog
came what could only be a zombie, which was revealed to be exactly what it was a few seconds later when Sarah was able to see the tag above its head. Zombie Shambler, minimal level 8. Oh shit. We shouldn't be here. Let's go, Diallo said quietly, beginning to back away from the approaching zombie. Fortunately, the undead monster was relatively slow with a shambling gait, so they could escape if they turned around now. Unfortunately, a spine-chilling rattle of bones alerted them to something behind them, and she turned around to see a trio of brittle skeletons, all of the level 6, blocking their route out of the forest. Out of the fog to the left and right came even more of the zombie shamblers, along with 2 pairs of what turned out to be ghoulish crawlers at level 7, which appeared to be a cross between a zombie and a skeleton as they crawled quickly over the ground. Well, we're fucked. Run! Rayana shouted, and they all shot toward a gap in the encircling undead behind them, but it was already too late. As the soldier valiantly attempted to engage the brittle skeletons, her sword barely damaging their bones as she swung, the ghoulish crawlers swiftly cut off their escape route. Of all the stupid ideas. Sarah screamed as something ripped at her back, sending her tumbling to the ground, only for it to be cut off abruptly as decaying fingers flashed over her face and blackness descended upon her in death. Chapter 34. A blood-curdling scream coming from behind him finally snapped Théoden out of his anger-fueled fugue state. Stumbling to a stop, he realized that he had been operating pretty much on autopilot as his feet led him to the Mausoleum of Despair dungeon. As having traveled to it quite a few times over the last few months, he barely had to pay attention to his route. It helped that he didn't have to really pay attention to his surroundings, as none of the undead would attack him at level 21, let alone at his current level of 35. Even if they did, he had both of his fields active. But now, something had managed to pierce through his inattention, because it was out of place. Normally, other than the low moans and creepy clicking of the wandering undead in the dead forest, the only ambient sounds, which were so normal by this point that he blocked them out, were his own footsteps, and even those were muted in the slightly foggy environment. He was just glad that the fog he'd seen from the first time he'd been there hadn't returned, as that had been a nightmare to navigate through. The low fog that appeared now seemed more normal in contrast. Shaking his head at the inane thoughts about fog, Théoden looked behind him to see where the scream had come from, but he didn't see anything. That wasn't a surprise, however, because seeing anything past about 100 feet was difficult even in the thin fog. But the scream had sounded fairly close. Flashes of the last time he had heard the sounds of fighting and screaming inside the dead forest bombarded his mind, and he took off toward where he thought he heard the scream coming from. Even though he didn't know the source of the noise, the last thing he wanted to do was come across another group of people who had been slaughtered by the undead. Another scream of pain echoed throughout the foggy trees, sounding different than the first, and he sped up his search as he homed in on the source. The sounds of meaty thwacks reached him, and he sensed himself getting closer by the second. Just as he passed another tree, he reached a slightly open area in the forest, and at the other end of the area was a larger woman, large in respect to her muscled frame, not necessarily weight, who was surrounded by a group of undead. Even as he registered the words above her, she disappeared under their onslaught, and he found that he couldn't target her with a heal. There was a cut-off scream, similar to what he'd heard earlier, and he quickly canceled his major absorption field before targeting the area around her with lesser healing circle. Instantly, a yellowish-colored glowing circle lit up the ground around where he had mentally aimed the spell, and he could see the effect it had on the undead caught within its confines. But that wasn't even the best part, as another lesser healing circle, off-center by an inch, appeared and joined the first,
absolutely devastating everything within its 20-foot diameter range. The first circle did 18 damage per second due to his stronger healing advancement, and with the second circle appearing because of his chance to double-cast support spells, that doubled to 36 per second. It took only 3 seconds for all of the undead to fall onto the ground, crumbling apart or collapsing in a disgusting heap. But he kept it going for a few more seconds as he ran toward the woman, only to stop when he realized she was already dead. Once he was close enough, he discovered that the cut-off scream had been due to her head being ripped off her body as she fell under the deadly ministrations of the undead. He also learned that he could see her name still, along with the same information he had just discovered. Rayana, deceased, human, level 2. Level 2? What were they doing around here? This place is way too dangerous for someone of their level.
As he stood there looking down at the corpse of the woman, who couldn't be anything but one of the new contenders that had just arrived, he glanced around him searching for clues as to why she was there, only to find that she wasn't alone. Aki, deceased, human, level 2. Diallo, deceased, human, level 2. Sarah, deceased, human, level 2. It appeared as though a group of 4 contenders had somehow wandered into the dead forest for some reason. Even in their current state, he vaguely recognized them from inside the coalition building, but he couldn't quite remember why they looked familiar. It wasn't until he realized that there were 3 women and what appeared to be an older man that he remembered these 3 women arguing with the man in the lobby, though that was the extent of his knowledge about them. Their names didn't look familiar, but that was probably because he hadn't really looked at any of the new contenders with any seriousness, other than Mr. Arrogant Chad, whom he already planned to avoid in the future. "I don't know why you came here, but I can't just let you die like this on your first day if I can do something about it," he said out loud, even though he knew they couldn't hear him. It wouldn't be like this all the time, as he had no desire to babysit the new contenders, as he still resolved to stay away from them for the most part so that his secrets weren't exposed any further than they already were. But for now, since they had wandered into an area that he had almost been considering his since he'd been soloing there for months, he figured he could be nice enough to bring them back. Swapping out Major Death Ward for Lesser Resurrection, Thaden also canceled his Lesser Aura of Life so that he'd have enough mana to cast it. Then, looking around at the corpses, which were actually making him a little queasy since this was the first time he'd seen a dead human other than himself, he moved away from the carnage and sat with his back against a tree. While he waited for the 10-minute cooldown to tick down for Lesser Resurrection, he pulled out some rations and nibbled on them, finding himself a little hungry, but not feeling like eating a lot with the metallic smell of blood and rotting flesh permeating the air. When the last of the cooldown was ticking down, he put his stuff away in his pack, slung it on his back, and then walked over to the unfortunate party. As he began to look at them again with the intention of casting Lesser Resurrection, something new popped up when he looked at the words above them. Rayana, deceased. 169 to 15 remaining. Human, level 2. Remembering that his Lesser Resurrection spell had a time limit of 180 minutes before it would be too late to bring them back, Thaden deduced that once he slotted in the spell, it gave him a countdown. Handy. Since the woman he had seen fall was the last, she had the longest to go before she couldn't be resurrected anymore. While his cooldown ensured that he would be able to bring them all back in time, he still looked at the others to see which one had the least time remaining. The difference between them was literally only 15 seconds between the first and last to fall, which told him that they had been thoroughly overwhelmed and didn't last long enough to even formulate a plan of escape. Though the difference wasn't great between their countdowns, he chose to cast his spell on the one that had fallen first. It was the woman named Sarah who was wearing a green, blood-stained robe with long brown hair tied back in a ponytail high up on her head. He couldn't see her face very well because it had been carved up, along with her throat torn out. likely from one of the ghoulish crawlers who had sharp nails at the end of their long fingers. Casting his lesser resurrection spell on her was easy, especially as it no longer had the 60-second casting time that it normally did due to his instant gratification. As soon as he moved his hands in the pattern he knew the spell needed to initiate, a bright glow surrounded the corpse, practically blinding him as it resonated through the fog, and he had to look away. When the glow finally faded after about 10 seconds, he looked back to see the woman lying on the ground, her wounds approximately half healed, though any major bleeding seemed to have been stopped. The spell he used on her also made her continue to glow, though much more faintly this time, as afterglow took effect as it continued to heal her wounds. Her face was still torn up and bloody, as the spell didn't seem to clean up the still wet blood from the damage that was inflicted upon her, but he could at least see the rise and fall of her chest, indicating that she was at least breathing and alive. I did it. I brought someone back from the dead. Even the words above her head no longer say she's deceased. A quick cast of major mass healing did the trick to heal her the rest of the way, and within a second the last of her wounds disappeared, still leaving the mess behind. Regardless, she was alive, which was much better than she had been a few seconds before. Still wasn't awake yet, however. As he bent over her, Théoden looked at her face underneath all the blood that was drying upon her skin, noticing that she was quite young, perhaps early 20s or even late teens. Quite pretty too, I guess, though it's kind of hard to judge when more than half her face is decorated with red, sticky blood. Théoden reached out to wipe some of the blood away, but as soon as his hand was only a few inches away from her cheek, the woman's eyes opened abruptly and she screamed. Flailing hands hit his major repulsion field and bounced off, hitting her in her face, but she seemed too out of it to notice. "Hold on, he tried to say, but the next moment a root emerged from the ground and attempted to wrap around his leg, but it too bounced off. Unsure what else she might pull out in her screaming fright, he made sure his major absorption field was active. Just before some sort of sickly green light emerged from her hand and was sucked up into his field. Unfortunately for her, it seemed as though his bonus trait that had a chance to reflect some of whatever damage the spell was supposed to do activated, and he could see a much weaker version of the green light surrounding the woman still screaming on the ground. As if she could somehow sense the attack through her hysterics, a swirling mass of sharp leaves attempted to surround Théoden, but it was blocked entirely by his field. The same couldn't be said for her, however, as tiny cuts appeared on her face as if from nowhere, the 5% reflection from his bonus trait activating again. None of the attacks seemed overly serious, but just in case she ended up killing herself, the Life Warden cast major regeneration on her. His bright green spell almost completely overshadowed the dark, sickly green of whatever spell had been reflected onto her, and all the cuts on her face disappeared as soon as the first tick of the regeneration spell kicked in. Since he figured it wouldn't hurt, he went ahead and cast both Major Cure Physical Ailment and Lesser Cure Mental Affliction on her, hoping to get rid of the aforementioned spell. But it did more than that. As if he had flipped a switch, her screaming stopped as quickly as it began, as soon as Lesser Cure Mental Affliction took effect, and he could see some comprehension slip into her eyes. Still lying in the dirt, surrounded by drying pools of her own blood, the woman finally focused on Théoden standing over her. "What?" she began to say, before she coughed, expelling quite a disgusting chunk of blood out of her throat, causing Théoden to take a step back as it nearly landed nearby. It wasn't necessarily an attack, so he wasn't sure if his fields would prevent it from landing on his robe, and he'd worked fairly hard to keep it as clean as possible over the last few months. He might have been a little vain about his robe, but it was still his first and really only loot that he'd been able to wear. Now that I'm a Life Warden, shouldn't a robe that says "of the dead" not work for me anymore? Or is it just that it's a robe, and I can wear any robe?
I really need to learn the rules of all this stuff. Perhaps I can learn a little from this woman and her companions? Maybe they'll be so grateful for bringing them back to life that they can teach me. But how do I do that without revealing what I don't want them to know? Just because I resurrected them doesn't mean that they won't turn me in at the first opportunity, after all. I know human nature, and while these people might not exemplify the dog-eat-dog world I left behind on Earth, I can't trust them not to turn on me. But there has to be a way. Yes, that might work. All of those thoughts flashed through his mind as the woman recovered from her coughing fit, spitting up even more clotted blood as she turned on her side and hacked it all up. Thaden turned away from it all, slightly embarrassed for some reason, as he rapidly put together a plan for the upcoming conversation that would inevitably happen as soon as she was able to speak.
He was going to have to lie convincingly, which he had never been great at in his life. But his mentality was working overtime to put together a coherent story in the back of his mind. He didn't necessarily want to lie, but for now it was the safest bet until he knew more about his current situation. As he watched her recover and even sit up before glancing around her to see the corpses of her party members, the absolute agony that came over her face as she saw the carnage that the undead had visited upon them pulled at his heartstrings. He didn't know her, or them, but seeing a fellow human from Earth suffering such absolute devastation at the sight of her companions made him realize that he'd been a bit disconnected from the whole contender situation. He'd only been thinking about their arrival in terms of how it could benefit or endanger him, and he had barely even considered what it must be like to arrive on a foreign planet at level 1 without the same advantages that Thaden had. Granted, their arrival was entirely unlike his own, where he had died multiple times and been eaten by Vogmites, but that didn't make it any less traumatic. He had to admit that he was jealous of the fact that they'd been able to go through their training, where they had likely learned about everything there was to know of Tarth, contenders, and the reason they were all there, while he'd had to live with not knowing any of that, and just making his way through however he could. That wasn't fair to them, as while Thaden had been mishandled by the assimilation system, it wasn't their fault. Why shouldn't he help them where he could? They were his own people, after all. Fear. That's what stopped him. Fear that he would be ridiculed for not knowing the information that they had. Fear of being rejected if he admitted his ignorance. Fear of being taken advantage of when they learned what he could do. And finally, fear that everything he'd accomplished would be taken away if the system took too much notice of how he never seemed to run out of mana. He should push away that fear and learn how to... No, I'm not going to do that. There's too much at stake here for me right now, and I don't really care for people that much anyway. So, instead, he decided that he would still help those who needed it where he could, but he wasn't going to go out of his way and allow them a glimpse at his secrets. And the best way to do that was to ensure they never had a reason to want to screw him over. Hello, Sarah. I hope you're feeling better. I didn't realize you contenders were so squishy. His words finally pulled her attention away from her dead party members as she focused on him, the stricken look still infecting her blood-soaked face. She honestly looked like one of those horror movie actresses where they had just fallen into a pool of blood. Squishy? They're dead. We were just trying to follow, she spat out, before she shut her mouth with a snap of her teeth together. Follow? Were you following me? Whatever for? He asked, genuinely curious. If they were looking to try and kill him in order to rob him of his possessions, they were certainly not going to succeed. Well, we saw you were a support class, and we need one for our group. I'm sure you already have a group, but we had to ask anyway. If you weren't able to help us get through the Vogmite tunnels, then we were going to ask how you managed to level all the way to level 35 in less than a day. But I guess that's all for nothing now.
because I don't have a party anymore." At the mention of his leveling, he froze for a second before he asked, "Who else noticed my sudden increase in level?" Sarah shrugged. "I don't know. I doubt very many people did, as most of them were out killing low-level monsters outside the town."
A few of the broken contenders in the lobby, perhaps? The employees at the coalition?
"Not more than that, I believe," she said offhandedly,
Her attention drifting back to her slain companions as she spoke.
"That's a relief."
It doesn't sound as if too many people noticed, and I don't think they told anyone. It seems as though they wanted this information for themselves, for which I don't blame them.
"Ah, that's good to hear."
Who are these broken contenders you spoke of? And why don't you just fill your party with another fighter class, or a mage if you don't have a support? His questions made her look up at him again, and her sadness transformed into incredulousness.
"How do you not know about the broken? And about our party restrictions?"
She paused for a moment.
"You really aren't a contender, are you?"
Me? A contender? He answered with a little chuckle that he hoped was convincing. Of course not. I arrived here a while ago as a very small advance wave of humans transported from Earth. I think to ensure that we would survive the transition. But I'm not a contender. I must say, I'm curious about the training that I've heard the Chari mention that you went through before your arrival, as I received almost no preparation. I think the system assumed most of us from the advance wave would simply die after we got here in one way or another, so it didn't bother with teaching us anything. Fortunately, I was able to survive through some unusual and harrowing circumstances, so I'm able to be here today. He mentally prided himself on his story, which contained just enough truth and actual circumstances that it wasn't too hard of a lie to maintain. What he emphasized to her, however, was that he wasn't a contender, though he was from Earth. It would be hard to pretend to know about Tarth and have knowledge of Earth at the same time, and it would explain his ignorance. There was still a risk that she or the others might look into his story a little bit more, but this was the best plan he could come up with on short notice that would hopefully protect him and give him some information. Really? We all just thought you were a native or something. How did you level... what's the use? It doesn't matter anymore with my entire party dead, and they're not coming back like the training simulations, she said with a shake of her head. And Thaden could see tears running tracks down her cheeks through the dried blood. Unfortunately, the trick I was able to use to increase my level isn't compatible with contenders, he said, as regretfully as he could. It was a one-time use item for natives of Tarth that I was able to use. Once you contenders arrived, and there are no more even if you could make use of them. Thaden paused for a second. But you're wrong about one thing, Sarah. She looked at him in confusion. Wrong about what? Your party. They won't be dead for long. She sucked in her breath as she leaned away from him. Are you some sort of necromancer? I have to admit that I suspected as much from those robes. My robes, huh? Yeah, I guess it might look like that. Thaden chuckled as he shook his head. No, nothing like that. I'll resurrect them. How do you think that you're alive right now? The confusion was still there. What do you mean? Wasn't I just heavily injured when you found me? No, you were quite dead. As dead as your companions, I'm sorry to say. But now you're just fine, right? She was silent for a few seconds. You truly mean that? You can bring them back? Of course. I just have to wait for the cooldown, and they'll be good to go. For the first time, she actually looked happy and relieved. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. How can we repay you? He waved it off. Don't worry about it, he said. I'm Thaden, by the way. Thaden? It's not, number 325. Oh no, is that still there? It was what was given to us that came before, as we didn't get names for some reason, just a number designation. But you can call me Thaden." Smiling for the first time, her white teeth stained red with the blood she had coughed up, the woman said, "I'm Sarah. It's nice to meet you, Thaden."
Chapter 35.
"No, it won't work. The assimilation system is specially designed to prevent that kind of thing." Thaden listened to Sarah speak as they walked along, as somehow the novice druid had become the spokesperson of the party. It's probably because I brought her back first, so she knows me the longest. Though an extra few minutes of talking with someone isn't really a huge difference. The resurrection of the rest of the deceased party had been eventful, especially as his lesser resurrection spell had activated twice, allowing him the opportunity to bring back both the older man and the Asian, ninja-looking woman at the same time. Both Diallo and Aki had woken up in nearly the same state as Sarah had, at exactly the same time. And he was just glad that he'd thought to have both his fields up to protect him. Otherwise, he might have had a knife in the throat, or a fireball hitting his chest. As it was, he was entirely unharmed, and fortunately the chance that their dual attack would be reflected upon them never materialized. He cast both cure afflictions upon them after the initial attack, as doing it before didn't seem to do anything, and they calmed down enough to understand what had happened. They were still unbelieving that they were actually alive, but they adjusted easily enough. One of them mentioned that they had died multiple times during their training, which fit with what he thought he knew about it. The larger contender, Rayana, was just as violent when she woke up from her resurrection, but she calmed down faster than the others, even without the use of his cure affliction spells. He wasn't sure what it was about the frankly intimidating woman, but she seemed much more capable of handling the stress of dying than the others. By the time he had them all back to life and healed, it was already getting dark.
He doubted that they would be able to get out of the dead forest without getting attacked without his help, as the now living contenders had already drawn over a dozen wandering undead while they were recovering from the ordeal, which were taken care of by Thaden easily enough. But the Life Warden was really reluctant to backtrack, since he'd already come all this way to go to the Mausoleum of Despair, and camping out in the middle of the forest wasn't the best idea. Besides, he was too amped up from his leveling earlier to rest anywhere, let alone potentially sleep, so going through the dungeon was the better idea. An idea he shared with the others, inviting them along. While he didn't necessarily need a party to go through the dungeon, he did want to use the opportunity of them being close so that he could ask some questions that he'd been wanting to know for months now. Sarah had been fairly non-communicative just after being resurrected, as it took her another few minutes to fully adjust to the fact that not only she was alive, but the rest of her party would be too. By the time she had seemed to recover, Thaden was already bringing back Diallo and Aki, and the explanations and recovery of the others had taken precedence over his questions. They agreed to come with him at least as far as his destination, but that was when Sarah relayed the bad news.
"What do you mean it won't work? If we're a party, then it should let us in, right?" She shook her head as they walked, and Thaden couldn't help but notice that her face still held streaks of blood here and there. All of the contenders had attempted to clean themselves up after their resurrections, with some water that Thaden provided for their use. But it was fairly basic in thoroughness. Not necessarily. There are limits to how dungeons interact with Delver's levels. I think it's designed to prevent abuse and power leveling.
How so? Diallo spoke up, the older man's lecturing tone reminding Thaden of college, which made him think that the mage had taught at some point. Dungeons are designed to be the training grounds for contenders, and as such they are separated into 3 different difficulties: minimal, medial, and maximal. The minimal difficulty is by far the easiest of the 3, and they are typically useful for contenders between level 5 and level 50, depending on where they are located. Medial difficulty is designed for levels 15 through 80, again depending upon location, while maximal is the hardest of them all at level 30 and above.
Typically, dungeons that are nearest areas of habitation, such as a town or city, are designed to be lower in difficulty when compared to dungeons found further afield, though it isn't a hard rule. In order to select a higher difficulty in a dungeon, the previous difficulty must be completed in its entirety by every member of the party. The only exception to this is, of course, the minimal difficulty, which can be chosen by anyone as a starting point. Only when everyone in the party has finished the minimal difficulty can they attempt the medial difficulty, and then the maximal difficulty once that is completed. In addition, a party may not enter a dungeon when one or more members of their party will receive no pick from killing 90% or more of the monsters within. In this particular case, since you would receive no pick from killing a monster that is 5 levels below you, the minimal difficulty of this dungeon you described will not even let us in with you. Even if it did, while you're in our party, we would receive no pick upon the deaths of the monsters. In order for us to join you in a higher difficulty, the 4 of us would have to complete the dungeon at minimal difficulty, which just isn't possible at this point. Therefore, as young Sarah mentioned earlier, it won't work.
That does sound like it could be a problem. It's a good thing I might have a solution for that. I see. Well, we can always try, can't we? Perhaps by not being a contender myself, the rules are different? If it doesn't work, we can try something else, I guess. Sarah and the others appeared skeptical, but none of them said anything against the idea. So tell me, how does this whole party thing work? Does it just count if you are near each other? Wow, you weren't kidding about not knowing much, were you? Aki suddenly spoke up, her normally quiet demeanor broken by her outburst. How on earth did you survive this long? What can I say? I was fortunate enough to find a way to protect myself. Anyway, what am I missing? Thaden quickly asked, not wanting to dwell on his ability to survive what should have been impossible situations. Diallo spoke up again with his lecturing voice. Parties are formed through the party interface, accessible through the assimilation system. Each party can consist of up to 5 members, with each member being from a different class structure: fighter, mage, scout, control, and support. Any common looted items are divided evenly among the entire party, with the party leader obtaining any remainder to be divvied up later. For uncommon and above, party members are encouraged to employ the system's random number generator to determine who receives the item, though they can choose to pass if they want. If they choose to participate, with each consecutive loss during these random number generations, the next generated number will automatically increase by a fixed amount, ensuring that even those with low fortuity will eventually get a chance to obtain powerful loot. At the same time, each consecutive win lowers the generated number, which further balances the loot more evenly. Pick rewards from monster eliminations are divided across each member of the party, rounded up, with a minimum of 1 pick per person per monster. Large level differentials also play a role in the dispersion of pick, as those party members with a level greater than 3 compared to the next highest party member will receive 50% more pick. Monster-level disparity can reduce the overall output of pick rewards as well, as anything more than 1 level less than the highest level party member will shrink the pick output by 33%, so that by the time one tries to kill a monster 5 levels below their own, they receive no more pick. Adventurer Coalition quests are handled differently depending upon badge rank, though the minimums still apply. Parties inside dungeons have a significant bonus toward pick generation, as it is considered a developmental environment, and is therefore subject to different rules as far as pick rewards are considered. Instead of there being an even split across each party member, the total pick rewards, after any adjustments for level differentials, for a slain monster inside of a dungeon, are simply divided in half and allocated to each party member, leading to an overall gain in the amount of pick generated. This encourages contenders to assemble well-rounded parties rather than smaller parties, because there is little to detract from their overall pick generation with more members. As Half mentioned earlier,
Dungeons are also the only instance where pick can be generated at high penalties for lower-level party members, as long as at least a single member will receive pick from at least 90% or more of the monsters inside. This is very difficult to achieve without a well-balanced party, of course, and it typically isn't worth it for the lower-leveled members as they only receive a fraction of the pick that is generated by monster deaths. That was a lot that Diallo covered, but Faden understood it well enough.
He mentally added a TLDR version to his knowledge of dungeons, parties, and how things were handled within a party. Party interface with a party leader. 5 people in a party, all with different roles. Bigger party, better pick payoff in dungeons. Roll for uncommon or better items. Power leveling outside of a dungeon was impossible, as the system normally prevented it from even being a possibility. Inside of a dungeon was a different case, though the one being power-leveled would receive far less pick than those within the correct level range. And finally, Thaden had an advantage that essentially voided the system's safeguards, or at least he thought it would. Thank you, Diallo. That was very informative. Did you learn all that during your training? The older man nodded. Yes, along with a lot more. It was... He hesitated for a second before continuing. Intense. That's the understatement of the century, if I do say so myself, Sarah noted. The rest of the trek through the dead forest was relatively quiet after that, especially as the further they progressed, the more they encountered stray undead that attacked them. More precisely, they attacked the party of contenders with him, and Thaden used his spells to kill them as quickly as possible. Eventually, it seemed as though Sarah couldn't hold in her questions anymore. What kind of support class are you? How are you doing so much damage against these undead? What is that protective glow surrounding you? How are you able to maintain it without running out of mana? Thaden chuckled a little uncomfortably as he rubbed the back of his neck while figuring out how to respond. Well, I'm a life warden, and my healing spells just so happen to deal damage to undead. As for my defensive spells, they're just a part of my class, though they have limitations just like anything else. But I don't particularly want to discuss what those limitations are, as I would rather they not become known. There have been some of the native people that don't take too kindly to my presence here, and I'd rather not have them looking to eliminate me. I hope you understand? All 4 of them nodded, as if this was obvious. Completely, Sarah reassured him. There aren't a lot of secrets amongst the contenders at this stage, as our training was quite comprehensive when it came to learning about different starting classes. But we were cautioned that once we developed past a certain point, sharing information could be dangerous, especially once you pass the level 21 threshold. Level 21 threshold? When you get a new class? Expecting a response, he was curious as to why she didn't answer, and saw a confused expression on her face. No, because at level 21 is when contenders are able to be killed by each other. That made him stop, causing those following behind to nearly crash into him. What? Why would you want to kill someone? Sarah just looked at him with the same expression of confusion that he felt reflected on his own face, before she sighed and shook her head in obvious exasperation. Damn, I keep forgetting how ignorant you are of everything. Do you even know why we're here? Hell, do you even know why you were brought here before the contenders arrived? Thaden shook his head slowly, as the anticipation built in his chest. He was finally going to learn why all of this had happened, why he was on Tarth for the first place, and what being a contender meant. However, by the solemn look on Sarah's face, along with the rest of her party, he began to think that he might not want to know. The young woman began slowly walking again as she spoke, forcing Thaden to at first follow and then lead the way. I don't know when you were taken from Earth and brought here, but the rest of us, many millions of people from all over the world,
were transported to a training facility filled with simulations that we've briefly mentioned before. All of it was to train us in how this world worked and how to get ahead, using whatever means were available to survive and see us through. Why, you ask? That was the first question the assimilators answered once most everyone stopped freaking out and got a handle on themselves. You see, the assimilation system was created so long ago that not even the assimilators could accurately determine when that was, but the reason for its creation is still known and necessary today. In short, it was designed to be a safety net against the incursion of the persistent adversary, or the adversary for short. Before the assimilation system was created, the adversary would locate and consume entire worlds through the use of their monsters. Yes, the very same monsters we're killing here, and no one could stop them. That was until the system was developed to produce and nurture contenders, who would be able to stand up to and defeat the adversarial monsters that would arrive to attack the worlds in their sights. But the cost of this system isn't free, and there is debate among many of us as to whether or not the cost is even worth it. For every group of contenders taken from worlds that are targeted by the adversary, which Earth is reportedly one such world, there are only so many contenders that can advance far and fast enough to be able to leave their development world, such as Tarth, to fight the adversary directly. To those that succeed, their families and loved ones are ensured a place of safety when the adversary attacks Earth. To those who fail, or don't perform up to standard, there is no guarantee that their families and loved ones will survive, along with themselves.
And that is the cost of the system, the lives of the unfortunate contenders and their families. It feeds on their life energy in order to continue functioning, like a vampire or a parasite. We were told that it was either the assimilation system or complete destruction of Earth. So we really have no other choice if we want our people to live on. She sighed heavily as she continued to walk, and Phaedon was too stunned to comment. The complete destruction of Earth? People have to die to feed the system? How is that fair? Which brings us to why contenders would want to kill each other. The answer is simple. Survival of the fittest. The fewer contenders there are, the more likely that those surviving would be at the top, thereby guaranteeing that they would succeed in saving their families and loved ones. There's really no other incentive than that. This isn't a game where PvP grants you extra experience for killing another player, or faction rewards for killing someone of another faction. Killing another contender means getting one step closer to succeeding in reaching the top. Which is why it's important to get as strong as possible, as quickly as possible, so that you become so powerful that no one can take that chance away from you. It's why we, she said, gesturing to those in her party, want to learn how to get as high of a level as possible before we fall victim to the Chads of the world, who only want to see us fail. Phaedon noticed the reference to Chad, who he vividly remembered seeing multiple times, and he could definitely picture that arrogant man killing other people just to get ahead. The thought of the bloody massacres that would happen in the future, as the contenders turned on each other, made him ill and angry at the same time. How could the system think this was the best solution for a defense against the adversary? It'll only produce a bunch of bloodthirsty serial killers who only prey on the weak. Thankfully, it's not as bad as you might think, Rayana added, her strong voice startling him because she had been unnaturally quiet during their conversations thus far. While any contender, no matter their level, can kill a contender that is level 21 or higher, there is a restriction that prevents us from killing someone of a lower level. This is to prevent someone from gaining dozens of levels and then going on a serial killing spree. There are likely ways around that restriction, of course, but it will certainly help to reduce the likelihood. That's good to know, but it won't prevent the bloodshed I see coming. Overall, though, what Earth needs are strong contenders to help defend against the adversary, which is what this entire thing, Sarah said, waving all around her, is designed to produce.
It's not the way I, or really anyone I know, would do it, but it's what we have to work with. All Thaden wanted to do now was sit down and contemplate the overwhelming information that had invaded his brain. But that wasn't going to happen right now. Because through a break in the fog, the Mausoleum of Despair appeared in all its creepy glory, right where he knew it would be. It was all too much to think about right now, so he put it out of his mind, though he would dwell on it plenty later. For now, his frustration still needed an outlet, and the new knowledge only added to it. So how do we go about this party interface thingy?
Chapter 36. I'm telling you, it won't. As he pushed against the doors to the Mausoleum of Despair, Thaden, now as a party leader as assigned by the party interface, inwardly smiled as the message window popped up and the world seemed to slow down while he made a selection. The Mausoleum of Despair dungeon. Please select dungeon difficulty. Minimal, medial, maximal. Party member level discrepancy detected. Dungeon Slayer World First Achievement Override. Please select dungeon difficulty. Minimal, medial, maximal. Thaden was confused at first why the minimal and medial difficulties weren't available for him to choose. But then he remembered what Diallo had said about the restrictions on parties and dungeons when it came to the highest level person being a higher level than 90% of the monsters inside, which definitely qualified now that he was level 35, even for the monsters in the medial difficulty section of the dungeon. It turned out that his Dungeon Slayer World First achievement allowed him to still select maximal difficulty, because he wasn't overleveled for it. As soon as he mentally selected maximal difficulty, the world sped up again, and he pushed the doors open as he took a step forward. Work for us in your party? What the fuck? Sarah finished, just as the doors they had walked through slammed shut behind them. He knew from experience that they could open them up again and walk out if they wanted because they weren't in a breaking dungeon like his first experience with the mausoleum. But they still closed behind him every single time he'd entered. He thought it was to indicate that they had started the certain difficulty of the dungeon they had selected, and not necessarily to restrict their exit if that was what they wished. But he couldn't be absolutely sure. Still more questions to ask, and I'm not sure I want to know anymore. See? I told you we'd be just fine, he said, turning to his shocked party members. It was quite a strange feeling being in their party, as he had a very vague connection to each of them and could pinpoint where they were at all times, as well as their general well-being. The actual feeling he received of their health didn't feel like it would be very accurate other than a general sense that they were alive. But when he looked at their name tags, they were brightly lit and easy to see. He was told that as they became more injured, the text would start to fade all the way to black, giving him a much better indication of their current health. It wasn't as easy as a red health bar or a bunch of numbers to understand, but it was better than nothing. The whole party interface was fairly user-friendly too, as all it required was a mental nudge to open it up. While inside the pop-up window, the party leader could invite other people to the party or disband the party entirely, and could even assign the role of party leader to someone else. It also revealed the classes that everyone in the party possessed, so it seemed as though once you were in a party you had to trust your other members not to use that information against you. Not that he particularly cared about that right now, because none of the contenders in the world should be able to even attack him since they weren't level 21. But it was something to consider in the future. How? This shouldn't be possible, Thaden, Sarah said, pointing at him accusingly, while breathing heavily in what he could tell was a panic. Maximal? Are you trying to get yourself and then us killed? Again? He waved off their concern, as he saw that everyone but Rihanna appeared ready to faint. The soldier looked fairly stoic in the face of the maximal difficulty dungeon, but the white-knuckled grip on her sword gave away her absolute terror. We'll be fine. At least, I think so. Haven't done this difficulty yet, but I'm sure it's not a problem. Just stay back behind me while I go through it. Stay back! Stay back! But you're a support class, a healer. You should be the one on the back.
He waved toward the dimly lit tunnel in front of him. If you want to go first, be my guest, but you'll probably just delay it all by my having to resurrect you again. Hell no, there's no way I'm doing that. I'm not crazy. I'm getting out of here, Sarah said, turning to head back out the doors, but Rihanna grabbed her arm to stop her. Hold on. Let's just see what happens in the first room of the dungeon. If it looks like he's going to die, we run. Exactly, Thaden agreed. I didn't bring you in to kill you, after all. If I can't handle it, I don't expect you to stick around and die for nothing. From what I understand, the maximal difficulty has the undead starting at level 40, so there's no shame in running when you don't have a chance of surviving. Not that he thought he had anything to worry about facing higher-level undead, as he'd been doing it for the last few months, but he didn't really want to go into why he felt so confident. In addition, he really didn't want them to die, because he still had plenty of questions he needed answers to. It took her nearly a minute to calm down with her breathing returning to normal, but Sarah eventually turned back and folded her arms over her chest. Fine. One room, and then we'll decide if we stick it out or get the hell out of here. Excellent. All right, everyone, just stay back like I said, and you'll be fine. Let me handle this. Walking down the tunnel that led to the first room, Thaden's confidence was on full blast as he recognized the familiar space ahead of him. The mausoleum-themed walls were essentially the same as usual, though it was the undead that were quite different.
Instead of zombie maulers, skeleton warriors, or ghoulish swarmers like he was used to in the medial difficulty version of the dungeon, the room was filled with something different. Gravestalker, maximal level 41. Gravestalker, maximal level 40. Gravestalker, maximal level 42. The Gravestalkers that ranged from level 40 to 42 in the room, all three of them, were much larger than the normal undead he had seen through the medial difficulty version of the dungeon. For one, they were large, nearly reaching the top of the 15-foot ceilings with their height, and they appeared to be some sort of wraith-like undead that floated above the ground, wearing a dark, ragged cloak that covered all but their red glowing eyes that drilled into him when he walked inside, and their bony, grasping hands that were nearly as large as his entire body. They practically filled the entirety of the small room, and they gave off an eerie chill that caused the foggy mist to emerge underneath them when they moved. And they moved fast, immediately swarming Thaden before he could even get his bearings. A glance behind him showed that the rest of the party were staying far back from the room, still inside the tunnel, in fact, and looking like they were on the verge of running. As the nearest of the Gravestalkers swooped down onto him, only to have its hands repelled as soon as they touched Thaden's major repulsion field, the Life Warden made sure all his spells were up and ready to go. He already had his lesser aura of life active, which was actively hurting the Gravestalkers as they got close, which made them screech so loudly that he was fairly certain he would have been deafened if he hadn't had his fields up. Before he cast anything else, he used Major Mass Healing to do around 180 damage to all the undead around him, before slapping each one with Major Regeneration. All of the rapid damage didn't seem to do much to the level 40-plus Gravestalkers, though there were signs that they were being injured by his spells. A few more random holes in one's raggedy cloak here, a cracked finger bone there, and a very slight dimming of its glowing red eyes. The kind of damage output he was capable of with just those spells wasn't appearing to be too significant, but it was all adding up nonetheless. As the next 10 seconds went by, he was able to cast Major Mass Healing twice more, speeding up the process, and one of them was even cast twice thanks to Life Warden's bonus trait. The Stalkers were also being injured by themselves, as every few hits resulted in 5% of the damage they were trying to inflict upon him with their blows against his field being reflected. Afterglow also played a lesser role as it took effect, wreathing each of the undead with its bright aura.
Overall, with the aura of life going and the additional damage being done by multiple spells and effects, he thought it would take less than a minute for them to die. But he wanted to prove to the party behind him that he could handle himself against whatever the dungeon could throw at him. He had to admit that his frustration over his missed pick and the new knowledge of the role that contenders and the assimilation system played in the survival of his home world made him want to be a little reckless. A blast of frigid air that immediately started to freeze his skin slammed into him as soon as he canceled his major absorption field, as it was a magical effect that he was being attacked with, in addition to the physical blows that were raining down. But he pushed through the pain and cast Lesser Healing Circle right at his feet, which enveloped both Thaden and all three of the Gravestalkers. The rapid healing/damage of 18 health per second was just the thing he needed to both counteract the cold damage that was being inflicted upon him and speed up the process of killing the wraith-like Gravestalkers. A little over 10 seconds after he began to cast Lesser Healing Circle, all three of the undead collapsed as he added in a pair of major mass healings, the latter of which finished them off entirely. With a smile as he saw the collapsed forms of the stalkers, which basically amounted to a pile of dusty cloth, bones, and rotting flesh underneath, he checked his message feed. Normally, he'd probably have waited until later, but he wanted to make sure that his pick accumulation wasn't messed up anymore. You have slain a Gravestalker, maximal, level 40. You have received 40 pick. Pick reward altered based on party and monster level disparity. You have received 80 pick. You have slain a Gravestalker, maximal, level 41. You have received 41 pick. Pick reward altered based on party and monster level disparity. You have received 82 pick. You have slain a Gravestalker, maximal, level 42. You have received 42 pick. Pick reward altered based on party and monster level disparity. You have received 97 pick. Yes, it works again! Turning back to the party, he smiled as he saw them staring at him with wide eyes and open mouths. See? Easy enough, huh? Now, did you all receive pick from them? Sarah was the first to recover somewhat, as she shut her mouth with a snap and nodded. Yes, I believe there's a penalty I didn't know about in there somewhere, with you being such a high level, but we all still received pick. 10, 11, and then 12 pick for each of the Gravestalkers. That's more than we would earn killing the monsters outside of town in an hour. If we could find enough to kill, of course. And you did it in less than a minute. There was silence after that, as the four of the original party members looked at each other and seemed to communicate amongst themselves without any words needed. After a few seconds, they turned back to Thaden, and Sarah said, "I think we're in agreement. If you can keep doing that, we would love to come with you." But she trailed off and looked down at the floor, as if embarrassed. But what? Well, we, can't really pay you anything for doing all of this for us. This is much more than what we hoped, and it doesn't seem fair to you to carry us through this dungeon. Not that I'm complaining, she said hurriedly, lifting her hands up in a placating gesture. But this arrangement seems wholly lopsided. Perhaps you can keep all the loot? The system will automatically divide it up between all of us, of course, but we can let you have it all. You're doing all the work, after all. We can figure that out later. We have a while to go until we get to the treasure room at the end anyway. And you can pay me back by telling me more about things that I don't know. For instance, what are these dungeons anyway? Why are they here on this world, and how do they operate? Why can I select different difficulties? More than that, what and where exactly is this world of Tarth? Why are there monsters at all? Where do they come from, and why do they seem to respawn so quickly? Why... All right, that's probably enough for now, he said excitedly. I'm sorry, I've just been keeping a lot of questions bottled up inside, and the natives here really don't want to answer any of them. Getting some of those answers is payment enough for me. All right. I think we can do that. We don't know all the information you probably want, but we'll do what we can to give you as much as we can. Sarah looked at Faden confusedly as she tilted her head to the side.
What do you mean wait until what did you call it? The treasure room? Why wait until the treasure room to discuss loot when something might come up while we're going through the dungeon? Now it was Thaden's turn to become confused. What are you talking about? I've never once found any other treasure on the way to the boss and the treasure room in any of these rooms. Well, from looting Wait. Are you telling me that you've been through this dungeon before, albeit at a lower difficulty, and you didn't loot the monsters you killed? Loot the monsters? What is she talking about? Thaden kicked the pile of cloth, bones, and nasty, rotting flesh around a little, but he didn't notice anything. He'd never noticed anything on any of the decaying corpses or piles of bones before. Unless she means gatherable resources like bone dust or ectoplasm, I've done plenty of that at least. But there's nothing here but a threadbare robe and nastiness underneath it. You're welcome to rummage around in it if you want, and are welcome to anything you find. I, for one, don't want to get my hands covered in disgusting fluids, and who knows what else if I can help it. At the end of his little speech, all 4 of his party members froze as they stared at him, before absolutely cracking up as they bent over in deep-bellied laughter. He even heard Diallo start to wheeze as he ran out of breath, smacking his hand against his leg, while the women were wiping involuntary tears from their eyes. Indignant, he was of half a mind to either disband the party or remove himself from it, as he didn't appreciate being laughed at. See, this is why I don't like people. Sarah finally straightened back up from doubling over in laughter, and she must have seen something in his face that sobered her up immediately. She slapped whatever she could reach of the others behind her without looking, which caused them to stop a few seconds later. I apologize, Thaden. That was more than rude, and I feel bad for laughing at your ignorance. Can you forgive me? Grumbling under his breath, the life warden eventually said, Yes, whatever. But please explain what I'm so obviously ignorant of. It feels like I don't know what the 3 seashells mean or something. 3 seashells? Sarah asked, genuinely confused. Ah, I think that's in reference to a movie from back in the 1990s. Diallo answered helpfully. Demolition Man or something like that? Okay, sure, Sarah said doubtfully, before focusing on Thaden again. Anyway, for each monster you kill, you can loot it by touching any part of its remains and mentally commanding extract. This will automatically provide you with loot that can range from absolutely nothing, which is typically the case for many of the weaker monsters out there, to money, resources, or, more rarely on common monsters, items. Extract? That's it? Thaden asked, wondering if the woman was playing a trick on him. At her nod, along with nods from the others in the party, he bent down where he was, placed his hand on top of the dusty, ragged cloth cloak that had covered the gravestalker, and mentally thought, extract. Almost immediately, the remains of the undead began to break apart and disperse underneath his hand, and he stood up in surprise. After a few seconds, as the majority of the remains disappeared, a window popped up. Extraction complete. Loot obtained. 3 silver, 10 copper coins. Total of 15 silver, 50 copper coins divided among 5 party members. 1 shadow cloth scrap, common. Total of 5 shadow cloth scraps divided among 5 party members. Startled at the sudden message, he looked around for the silver and copper, as well as the shadow cloth scrap, expecting them to appear in front of him similar to when he completed a quest and received a reward. However, he didn't see or hear anything fall to the ground, which left him perplexed. It seemingly worked, But where is the stuff it says was extracted? He asked, looking at Sarah in confusion. It's in your inventory, of course. Where else would it be? Inventory? What are you— Oh, for fuck's sake. Thaden uncharacteristically cursed, his anger spiking, as simply thinking the word inventory opened another window that showed a grid-like space that held the items he'd extracted. Are you telling me I've had some sort of internal inventory this entire time and I didn't know it? The thought of all the loot he'd left behind, not just from not knowing that he could extract it from normal monsters, but from all the treasure room chests he'd opened, made him furious. Yes? Damn it. Of all the motherfuck— You know what? I need to kill some things or I'm going to explode. I'll leave the extracting to you guys. In the meantime, I'm moving on. And now I have a lot more questions that I need some answers to. So saying, he was fuming so much that he felt like his vision was turning red and figured steam should be coming out of his ears like some sort of cartoon. The revelation that he had an inventory this entire time was the last straw, and he stomped through the room and into the next tunnel, deliberately setting off the trap he noticed along the stone floor along the way, only for the explosive detonation that blew apart the left wall to bounce off his major repulsion field. When he got to the next room, he didn't even bother to slow down or activate his major absorption field when presented with 4 grave stalkers, but instead began whittling them down with applications of lesser healing circle and major mass healing, along with all the other heal over time spells and effects that he was capable of. Deliberately setting off a trap in the room once they were dead, with his absorption field back up, a black cloud of necrotic energy attempted to eat away his skin, and he left the others to clean up his mess as he looked for more things to kill. Chapter 37. About 30 rooms into the maximal difficulty Mausoleum of Despair dungeon, Thaden started to regain his wits as he tore through the undead that infested the place. At first, he had only fought grave stalkers, but that soon changed to a combination of the stalkers with demi-liches, which were smaller undead at only about 7 feet tall, but they cast devastatingly deadly spells, at least he assumed they were, that exploded in dramatic fashion in black and dark green against his major absorption field. They were also able to raise small forces of skeletons and bring back the grave stalkers when Thaden killed them, which made them annoying because they tended to stay at the far reaches of the rooms, which were largely out of his range if he stayed near the entrance. Once he learned that fact, however, he quickly ignored the stalkers and chased after the demi-liches, who tended to want to retreat whenever he got close so as to maintain some distance. It made the entire process annoying and more time-consuming, but not much harder than it had been. You have slain a demi-lich, maximal, level 45. You have received 45 pick. Pick reward altered based on party and monster level disparity. You have received 103 pick. All the demi-liches he fought were between level 44 and level 48, which gave him a little more pick than the gravestalkers when he randomly checked at one point, but it wasn't a substantial difference. He knew that it was largely because he was in a party and not solo like usual, but at that point he didn't really care. All he was concerned with was killing the undead, and his pick rewards were just a bonus. After that, Thaden encountered larger rooms than he was used to seeing in the medial difficulty version of the dungeon, but that was because of a new opponent. The grave stalkers and demi-liches disappeared, but were replaced by a large, multi-limbed skeletal creature called a bone beast. The bone beasts ranged in level between 49 and 54, and the level definitely played a role in what they looked like. The smallest of the bone beasts were at least 20 feet long, 10 feet tall, and as wide as a school bus. They looked like a cross between a tentacled triceratops and an elephant, with anywhere between 6 and 10 legs and multiple flexible limbs that looked like trunks, but with even more versatility. The largest of the bone beasts, at level 54, were half again as large and heavy, and when they charged at him from across the room,
He had trouble even keeping his feet because the stone floor shook erratically from the impact of its feet. The strangest thing about them was that they were entirely made of bones, without a hint of rotting flesh anywhere, which meant that the bones were extremely dense and hard. Looking at them a lot closer than he preferred, as they attempted to wrap their bony tentacles around him or stomp him into paste, he could tell that they were extremely durable and wouldn't go down easily with conventional tactics. Even with his unconventional tactics, including using his lesser circle of healing in place of his major absorption field, because they didn't use anything but powerful physical force on him, it still took nearly 5 minutes of constant damage through his healing spells for them to go down. And that was with his Afterglow advancement doing 1% damage to their maximum health every 5 seconds. It was after a few of these Bone Beast rooms that he doggedly plowed through that his bloodlust started to subside, and he began to communicate with his party again. They had been diligently following him and staying out of the way, only extracting the loot from the fallen undead. But now that he could think of something other than killing things again, he wanted to know more from them. "You don't want to know the easy stuff, do you?" Sarah asked with a chuckle as soon as he spouted off his list of questions again.
"I'll let Diallo answer what we know, as his mind is like a steel trap with this stuff." "Fine with me," Thaden shouted over the ground-shaking pounding of bony limbs against his major repulsion field that came from fighting a pair of bone beasts. "Very well. I believe we should start with this world, Tarth," Diallo stated, beginning his lecture with a tone of voice designed to carry. "Tarth, as well as every other developmental world used by contenders, is a salvaged world clawed from the domain of the adversary. Every person living upon this world, which I hesitate to say planet because it doesn't exactly conform to what we from Earth would constitute a celestial body, was eradicated by the adversary and its monsters at one point in the past. Contenders in service of the assimilation system reconquered it many millennia later, wiping out all the monsters that propagated in the intervening time. Unfortunately, the adversary isn't called the perpetual adversary for nothing, and remnants of its power continued to exist even after the entire world was purged of monsters. These remnants, which are a fraction of the original monster's strength, are the monsters that we have fought and will fight in the future. The system has a modicum of control over these monster remnants, enough to organize them into different sections of the world and assign to them a rudimentary behavioral structure. It's why you don't see monsters simply running amok outside, as they typically stick to the places they are assigned in their behavioral structure. Why is it done this way? If the system has so much power, why not eliminate them in the first place? Well, it's because the assimilation system cannot directly affect anything with a physical nature, only the energy that exists in this world. The perpetual adversary energy is what the monsters spawn from constantly, and the only thing the system can do is alter it in a way that it becomes more manageable. In other words, these monsters are going to exist no matter what the system does. But by adding structure to the energy, these worlds can be populated once again, as well as be used by future contenders for development. Thaden didn't say anything as Diallo spoke, but things were starting to make a little bit more sense. Not a lot of sense yet, but the holes in his knowledge of this world were beginning to be filled in. Moving on to the next room, which contained not only a bone beast, but a pair of demi-liches, he settled in to listen to the apprentice fire mage as he continued, knowing that this was going to be a long fight because he couldn't deactivate his major absorption field because of the demi-liches. As for dungeons, they are concentrated sources of the adversarial energy that are organized in a sort of containment area. The organization of the energy is stricter and can alter the actual environment in addition to the monsters, but at the same time, this can cause some issues. Dungeons, unlike the wider world, need to be maintained by siphoning off the energy within, which is done by people, contenders or other adventurers, delving within and killing the monsters within,
taking the energy within the dungeon with them in the form of pick rewards. It's why there is a special dispensation of pick within a dungeon that a party can benefit from that isn't available outside. As a result of this requirement, the system encourages the constant maintenance of these dungeons through the use of Adventurer Coalition quests in addition to its normal rewards. But there is always a danger that the energy within a dungeon will rebel or even break free of the dungeon, as it naturally obtains a sentience if left for long enough time without maintenance. If this happens, it is possible that the sentient monsters can forcibly break free of their confines and roam free, which would cause more than a bit of chaos, I would imagine.
In addition, if something violates the structure of the dungeon's organization, this can have unforeseen consequences upon the monsters inside. We were never informed of what these consequences were exactly, but we were told to avoid them by obeying the rules and only entering the dungeon from a designated entrance. What I assume this means is that you shouldn't blow a hole in the side of this mausoleum looking for another way in, for example. Both of those things seem like what happened to me. First, when I arrived in the Vogmite Tunnels dungeon in an unconventional manner, where I completely bypassed going in the entrance and selecting a difficulty. The way that Vogmite foreman said that I violated the sanctity of their hoard and that its constraints were lifted sounds exactly like would happen if their structure was altered unexpectedly. Then there had been that special quest where the medial difficulty of the mausoleum was starting to break. I can only assume that if I hadn't cleared the dungeon, that it would have broken completely and allowed the unrestrained undead to roam all over the nearby lands. You also asked about the whole extraction process, loot, and your inventory, Diallo went on as Thaden continued to wear the undead down in the room. Unfortunately, all we were told was that a portion of the energy that is obtained by reverting monsters back into their formless, primal state of being is converted through the extraction process into rewards, which is all done through the system that we tap into. That is how we receive quest rewards and achievements as well, as a portion of every slain monster is held in reserve by the system and parceled out to those who earn those rewards. Just like the system can influence the structure of the adversarial energy, it can also influence the structure of the reclaimed pick energy in a way that was never completely explained.
Our inventory is also a mystery to all of us, but it is posited that it is some sort of sub-dimensional space that the system gives everyone within its reach access to, but the how and why of such a thing is unknown to us. It was a bit more information than he'd had before, and explained a few things, though Thaden was disappointed it wasn't more comprehensive. Then again, he doubted that every contender was taught the detailed processes of a system that had to be unimaginably complicated. He briefly wondered if anyone even knew everything there was to know about the system, or if anyone oversaw it. Was it like a really advanced AI program? Or had it also gained sentience or sapience over time? Unfortunately, he doubted he would learn that kind of information anytime soon, especially if those who had actually gone through training barely knew that much. Thaden thought it was possible that the natives of Tarth, who weren't natives at all but transplants according to what he had just learned, knew more about the inner workings of the assimilation system, but somehow he doubted it. Thinking about those semi-natives, such as the Chari, their presence in the world and how subservient they seemed to the contenders made a little more sense, as they were there to prepare the way for the contenders' arrival and support them as they were developed. It sounded as if contenders were sort of like a powerful army that was the only thing holding the adversary back from killing everyone in the galaxy? Universe? Dimension? He had no idea of how large the scope of the assimilation system and the adversary stretched, but it had to be significantly large to incorporate the preparations that had been put in place for the Earthlings' arrival.
Thaden was finally able to kill the undead he'd been fighting for nearly 10 minutes, and he turned to Diallo and the others as they came into the room to loot the corpses of the bone beast and the pair of demi-liches. He hadn't really been paying attention to what they extracted, and he didn't now,
because he still had questions that he wanted answers to. There was one in particular that he'd been wanting to know since he arrived in this world, and it was something that affected him more than just about anything else. One last question for now, as we're getting further into the dungeon and the fights are only going to become more intense from here on out. Diallo nodded, as the other three handled the looting process with the 3 undead remains. What exactly is mana? And how is it that we are able to do all of these crazy magical things? Oh, and I suppose I should probably ask how it is that we know how to cast spells and all that, despite it being completely new to us. It never made any sense to me. Diallo took a moment before responding. I'll go over the easy part first, which are the spells and abilities that we have, at least those that are defined as part of different classes. The simple explanation is that they are taught by the same system that controls everything else, and the knowledge of how to perform them is sent through the electrical impulses in our brains. Just think of it like our minds have been physically jacked into the system, and information can transfer almost instantly to us, which includes things like how to cast spells. Where they originated or why there are even classes, other than as a way to specialize one's focus, we don't really know. The same goes for party limits, though there can be what are called assault groups that can incorporate multiple parties to accomplish a particular task, but that's a whole different topic.
The topic of mana is a bit harder to explain, but the gist of it all is that mana is mostly thought of as a product of the adversary, and not of the system itself. What? How is that possible? Well, we were told that it didn't exist before the adversary arrived and started to eliminate sapient life on different worlds. As the monsters of the enemy began to spread, so too did a fundamental change occur, not only within those worlds that had been taken over, but also within adjacent worlds and beyond. An ambient energy began to infuse the very environment, which was virtually undetectable by normal means, but it was also able to be harnessed by certain people who could take it within themselves and manipulate it in certain ways. Over time, it was assumed that these were the first spellcasters, and as more and more people began to learn how to do the same, the people were able to fight back against the adversary in a limited capacity. Now, all of this is conjecture based upon what we were taught during training, but my guess is that someone eventually learned how to manipulate the energy, or mana, in a way that combined with whatever you want to classify as actual life energy, and they were able to create the assimilation system. The system was then used to automate the process of learning how to manipulate mana, which led to the people being able to fight back more and more. Their success allowed them to expand into other worlds, but such expansion wasn't free, as we explained earlier, as it needed additional life energy to operate correctly in new worlds. Which brings us to today. Mana wasn't present on Earth until just recently, but no one had really known about it. Somehow, though, the system knew, and based on thousands of years of fighting against the adversary, it recognized Earth as its next target thanks to the mana's presence. Hence why millions of us were whisked away to become contenders, aiding in the fight against the adversary.
Diallo paused for a few seconds before asking, "Does that answer your questions?" Thaden nodded absently before turning toward the exit leading to yet another room, with his thoughts running around in his head. Based on his previous experience in the dungeon, or at least the medial difficulty version, he was fairly certain that they were getting close to the end. So it sounds like mana is just a natural part of this world now, and it doesn't look like it is a finite resource. I was slightly worried that there was a limited amount of mana in the world and I was rapidly using all of it, but that doesn't seem to be the case. Thaden almost asked if Diallo knew why there was even a limit to someone's mana if they could access it at any time, but he decided that he was already treading too close to his own secret for comfort. Besides, he thought he'd already figured it out. It was all about the capacity of the body. Just like he couldn't hold in reserve an unlimited amount of pick before he hit a limit, which likely would have killed him faster than being eaten by a monster if he had pushed significantly past that limit. The same was true of a person's ability to handle large amounts of mana. He was fairly certain that one needed a better understanding of how to convert and hold mana in a usable form before it could be used in greater quantities, which was accomplished by a higher mentality stat. With a higher mentality stat, people could hold a lot more mana, which led to more complex spells and abilities that needed higher quantities of the precious resource, and the cycle continued as they got stronger. Mana regeneration speed was a way for the body to process incoming mana so that it could be used for whatever purpose was needed, and that process also increased as the mind and body became accustomed to doing such a thing.
As for how Thaden was fairly confident of all this, it was because he and mana had a special relationship that no one else had. Once he stopped to think about it, he realized that he wasn't limited by any sort of mana regeneration, because he didn't regenerate mana at all. It wasn't that he used mana and it regenerated so fast it was imperceptible. Instead, he simply used the mana around him to do what he wanted instead of bringing it inside of him like everyone else. Something altered within his body and mind when he was eaten and forced to be rebuilt with only mana available in that dungeon treasure room. Thaden didn't absorb mana and use it for his spells. Instead, he was more of a conduit of the available mana outside of his body, which was automatically transformed into a usable form. The only limit was how much mana could pass through that conduit, which was based on his mentality and subsequently his maximum mana. Which meant that, unless he was mistaken, what he had thought of as a glitch in the system by giving him unlimited mana was actually something that was part of Thaden, and it wasn't something that could be taken away. It was as if he was some sort of mutant, and if anything, he was made the better for it. At least, he hoped so. He had no way of knowing if the fundamental changes in his very self would have any long-term side effects. Feeling a slight relief at that sudden understanding, he moved on to the next room with a bit of a spring in his step, even though he knew that he wasn't necessarily out of danger yet. There were still the contenders who would want to kill him once they increased their level past 21 that he had to deal with, and he wasn't confident that learning about his fundamentally different approach to using mana wouldn't lead to the system to want to eliminate him for fear that he was corrupted by the adversary or some other such ignorant nonsense. Either way, he still had to be cautious. But he was less fearful that everything would be snatched away without him being able to do anything about it. Looking through the tunnel he entered, Thaden thought he saw something both different and familiar up ahead. Hey, I think we're getting close to the end. He cut himself off abruptly as an enormous, phantasmal-looking, bony hand erupted from underneath him and enveloped his major absorption field. But instead of it being absorbed and disappearing, it continued to try and break through, over and over again. He cast as many healing spells as he could in an attempt to get rid of the hand as he moved back down the tunnel, which was when he glimpsed his party, also caught by identical hands. And they were screaming as they tried to free themselves. But it was to no avail. Fortunately, it didn't seem as though the hands were there to squish them, but to transport them. As he watched his own efforts do nothing against the hand surrounding him, the others were transported down the tunnel past him, their pleas to free them from whatever was happening echoing down the stone passageway. He redoubled his efforts, and finally the hand disappeared, only for another one to appear almost immediately. What's going on? A few seconds later, his party was out of sight, having been carried by the hands into the room he had been heading toward, and he tried to follow. Unfortunately, the hand surrounding him stopped attacking and sat there around him, keeping him trapped because he couldn't physically move it. After nearly a minute of fruitless effort, he stopped and sighed, before making a decision he hoped he wouldn't regret. As he deactivated his major absorption field, he was immediately scooped up by the magical hand and carried down the tunnel into whatever awaited him inside what he was fairly confident was the Mausoleum of Despair's maximal difficulty boss room. Chapter 38. The boss room was definitely not what he was expecting. It had transformed from what it had been before, which had already been quite large when he had fought against Arpath, the Bone Defiler. Now, though, it was the size of a sports stadium, complete with tiered stands around the perimeter, which were full of silent, lower-leveled undead that he recognized from the minimal and medial dungeons. Unlike at a sporting event, they weren't sitting in the stands, but were upright and completely motionless. It took him a moment to realize that he couldn't see any writing, or tags, as Sarah had called them, above their heads, so he wasn't exactly sure if they were real. An illusion, perhaps? Regardless, it didn't seem as though Théoden was brought into the room in order to be swarmed by an enormous horde of weaker undead. Instead, it was quite possible that he would be swarmed by an enormous horde of stronger undead, at least according to the gathering of monsters on the opposite side of the stadium-like space he was brought into. More importantly, as far as he was concerned, he caught a glimpse through his hand transportation of his party members, who were gathered, still inside their own ghost-like bony hands, near the far wall near where he was brought in. A rumble behind him made him turn around, only to see that the entrance to the room was closing, a heavy-looking stone wall sliding out from one of the walls to seal them inside. I guess we're not getting out of here. Is this all part of the boss fight? Or what exactly is all this? Théoden, get us out of here! Sarah screamed toward him when he got close to the others. The Life Warden was interrupted when he suddenly fell to the ground, the hand that had been gently gripping his entire body letting him go as it disappeared. There were a few grunts from the others as they were also released, leaving no trace of their sudden and insistent transportation. What's going on? Is this normal? The novice druid asked, a high-pitched, nervous lilt to her voice. But she too was interrupted. Foolish mortals! You should never have come here, as the only thing you'll find is your deaths. The deep, gravelly voice seemed to come from everywhere as it echoed loudly through the massive space. But it only took one look around to see where it originated. On the other side of the gigantic room, a horde of hundreds of undead that he had just fought through to get to this point was waiting, their large figures and levels barely visible to him at that distance. What he could tell was that they were likely real and not an illusion like the silent crowd in the stands. But that didn't necessarily reassure him. Normally, I'd say that such a speech is a bit trite, but I'm so scared that I think I'm going to pee myself, Sarah whispered to herself, just loud enough that when the echoes from the voice faded, everyone could hear her. No one laughed. That was probably because the source of the voice was both obvious and terrifying. Floating over the assembled army of undead was a figure that radiated a darkness so intense that it practically throbbed like a heartbeat. And even from so far away, Théoden could feel a pressure it gave off that made him nearly want to dirty his robe as well. It was an intense, suffocating heaviness, as if the combination of death and darkness had combined and was trying to blot out the sun, and the sheer gravity of its presence was enough for him to want to fall to his knees. Which is exactly what Théoden did involuntarily. Only a second or so after the rest of his party that had been standing behind him did the same. Confusion set in at the overwhelming fear that bore down on him, but then he thought about what might be happening. Quickly casting lesser cure mental affliction, he felt an immediate reduction in the pressure he was feeling from the distant figure, though it didn't eliminate it completely. When he saw that the figure was level 75, he knew that it was because his spell only completely cured mental afflictions up to level 60. He hadn't thought he would be facing something of a higher level than 60 in the dungeon. And if he did, then he had his fields that both worked up to level 90. Apparently, the pressure and the overwhelming fear that came with it weren't from a magical attack,
but something else. He believed that it was simply the sheer power that came from the figure that caused it, and he suddenly knew how dangerous it would be if something like this was unleashed upon the world. If it suddenly showed up on Earth as part of the adversary's invasion army, of whatever it did when it wanted to kill everyone on a world, he doubted anything short of a nuke could kill it. Fortunately for you, my minions have been looking forward to a challenge. While it is unlikely that you will survive such a challenge, there still exists a chance that you will succeed. You may thank me for being such a benevolent monarch of the dead. There was an even greater flexing of the pressure upon him, and while he used his lesser cure mental affliction repeatedly and could resist what it was trying to have him do, he saw that the others in his party were bending over while on their knees, prostrating themselves before the sheer power of the monarch of the dead. So, rather than risk revealing that he could resist such influence, Théoden did the same as them. Nehetmo, monarch of the dead, boss, maximal level 75. A few seconds after he let himself prostrate in front of the monarch, he felt the pressure suddenly free him completely, disappearing so quickly that it made him question whether it was even there in the first place. As he quickly jumped to his feet, the others did the same, if a little more slowly, and Théoden could finally evaluate the undead monster that had caused the extreme reaction. Black metal armor completely covered its body, giving no glimpse of what was underneath Nehetmo, monarch of the dead's exterior form. All that was visible were two orbs of pulsing darkness that somehow shone out of its helmet, and he could practically feel their gaze upon him even from such a distance. Contrary to the other powerful undead in the maximal difficulty Mausoleum of Despair, the monarch's physical form wasn't large, as he estimated that it only stood 7 feet tall. What was large were the hundreds of thick, barely visible spectral tendrils that seemed to spread out from its metal shell, reaching dozens of feet in length, and which spread out and undulated through the air behind the powerful undead like unbound long hair underneath the water in a pool. Whether this boss was a skeleton or a zombie underneath its physical armor, or potentially something completely different, it was obvious that it was at least partly phantasmal in nature. But that was the least of Théoden's worries right now, as the monarch seemed to drift backwards from where it had been floating above its undead army. The movement seemed to be some sort of signal, as a wave of the assembled monsters shot forward and started to approach the party. He counted at least a dozen, a combination of grave stalkers, demi-liches, and bone beasts, only a drop in the bucket compared to how many there were still waiting behind them. The Life Warden could only assume that they would all be coming at some point, likely in progressively harder waves, which he wasn't looking forward to. "What do we do, Théoden? Even you can't fight them all," Sarah cried, panic starting to set in as she saw what was coming for them. "Stay behind me as much as you can. I'm going to set a few protective spells on you, but it's up to you to stay alive and out of the way." It was a bit harsh, but if he was going to kill the incoming undead, he couldn't afford to worry about them all that much. Rapidly pulling up his access slot list, he swapped out a few of his spells for what he felt he was going to need. Keeping his 2 fields active the entire time was paramount to his own survival, so he didn't need his channeled lesser healing circle right now. It would be nice to have, so as to do as much damage as possible, but not at the expense of his own safety through his protective fields. He replaced it with major protective guards, which he had picked up on the chance that he would party with some of the contenders, but he hadn't thought he would need it this soon. Major Protective Guards, single cast, creates a series of full-body protective barriers around a single target that prevents 5 instances of all types of damage and afflictions from up to level 80 sources. Once damage is prevented, weak protective barrier disappears. Cannot target self. Number of targets, 1. Range, 20 feet. Duration, 3 minutes. Casting time, 10 seconds. Mana cost, 500. Cooldown, 10 seconds. While it only targeted a single person at a time, his extended protection advancement helped to protect a second target, which would help him protect all of them quickly because his ready-to-go advancement cut the cooldown time to 5 seconds. The 5 instances of complete damage and affliction protection would go a long way to keeping them safe, as he didn't know how the undead monsters would react once they got close enough to attack. He also replaced major regeneration with major mass regeneration. He hadn't used the group spell before because it only regenerated 27 health every 10 seconds instead of every 5 seconds like the single target version. But with the larger numbers of undead he was fighting, he didn't want to have to target each and every one of them. This would become especially true while he was surrounded by them and might not be able to target each one individually. Thaden thought about adding lesser health reduction in somewhere, but he wasn't sure what was in store for him during this fight and hesitated to remove anything else. The only thing he thought might be possible to remove was Major Death Ward, because in addition to his 2 fields, mass healing, mass regeneration, both cure afflictions, and protective guards, all 9 of his access slots had been filled because Death Ward took up 2 all by itself. However, if something unexpected happened and he was killed, then Death Ward was the only thing that would save the day. Once all the changes had been made and the cooldown for major protective guards had expired, he immediately cast the spell on Sarah. A split second after it was cast, his extended protection advancement automatically targeted the nearest person, which just so happened to Diallo, and he was also covered in a shimmery blue aura that was just barely visible over the top of his body, indicating that he was now protected from 5 attacks. He had a chance to cast it again on Rayana and Aki 5 seconds later, before the lead elements of the first wave of undead came into range. Thaden walked forward to put some distance between him and his party, so that they wouldn't get into the crossfire, before he cast major mass regeneration on the approaching monsters, catching half of them with his first cast and the other half with his second. As a greenish-yellow glow enveloped them, with regeneration and afterglow taking effect, the grave stalkers and bone beasts immediately surrounded him and attempted to smash through his fields, which, of course, had absolutely no effect. Unfortunately, the demi-liches stayed back and attacked him from afar with their necrotic spells, leaving them out of his lesser aura of life range, as well as major mass healing when he cast it soon after being surrounded. He was able to navigate his way out of his encirclement and move after them, but the larger space was actually in their favor, as he couldn't trap them against the walls and finish them off first. It eventually turned into a fight of attrition. Thaden maintained his fields and recast Death Ward on himself whenever it was off cooldown, as well as renewing the protective guards on his party, while mass regeneration and afterglow whittled down the demi-liches from afar. When the bone beasts and grave stalkers were killed before they were, the liches would bring them back to unlife, lengthening the process of killing them once the spell-casting undead were finished off. With regeneration and afterglow working in tandem, with no other additional healing spells used on the liches, it took a little over 7 minutes for them to fall. But the other undead surrounding him only took another minute before they succumbed to additional mass healing and his ongoing aura of life. "You're crazy, Thaden. How do you even have any mana left after that?" Sarah asked once they had all collapsed, but the Life Warden just shook his head without responding. The next wave was already on its way. Twice as many as the first wave ran or floated across the space, an impossible task for just about anyone else. But Thaden was already preparing by ensuring all his cooldown spells were recast, and he was ready to go. As they arrived, he had to wonder how a normal party of contenders was supposed to succeed against so many powerful monsters at the same time. He could only conclude that they would have to be a much higher level and powerful in their own right. How strong level 10, 20, 30, 40, and 50-plus contenders were was one aspect of them that he didn't have a good idea about.
Based on his own spells, he figured they would have to be quite strong at his level, so it was entirely possible that they could handle 20 or more undead around the same level as they were with no trouble. Despite there being additional undead in this wave, it didn't take much longer than the first for Théoden to destroy them. There were no surprises or sudden attacks that got through his fields, and he was able to keep their attention by doing large amounts of damage to them to keep them off his party. In all honesty, it was boring and repetitive, but it was also safe, as there was no chance of anyone dying. Even if it took hours to defeat each wave, it was still better than going into the fight with little or no protection at all. As the third wave arrived and surrounded him, which had doubled in number once again to 48 in total, he discovered that it was a little more difficult to target the demi-liches because of all the ragged cloaks of the stalkers and bones of the beasts getting in the way. Thankfully, all he needed was a glimpse of them, because his spells were cast instantly, so even though they tried to hide, he was still able to target them. As soon as they were down, he prepared for the next wave, but it never came. "Enough! You foolish mortals have proven to be more annoying than I expected. Normally I would applaud such mastery of the battlefield, but it was you who chose to come here, so it is by your own choice that you won't be leaving. Behold! Tremble in fear as you face my newest minions, who will reap the very souls from your bodies and feed upon your still-beating hearts with a hunger that only the dead can experience. You've had your fun, but now it is time for you to die." The pressure was abruptly back, sending Théoden to the floor again, but he managed to look up as the remaining undead on the opposite side of the massive room began to distort as the same black glow that surrounded the monarch of the dead enveloped them all. Even as he fought off the worst of the pressure holding him down, Théoden witnessed the undead monsters disappear into the blobs of glowing shadow before the distorted darkness converged into 3 separate areas. The glowing blobs increased in size until 2 of them were at least 80 feet tall and nearly as wide, whereas the last was only about 30 feet tall and quite a bit thinner in width. The pressure disappeared again just as he was getting to his feet, and at the same time the shadowy conglomerations solidified before quickly dispersing. Left behind were 3 new massive undead, with the first being a giant version of a grave stalker that floated 20 feet above the ground and reached nearly 100 feet into the air at the top of its cloaked head. The second, an enormous bone beast, standing at least 60 feet at the shoulder, and the third, a noticeably female demi-lich that was over 3 times the height of a normal one. Kassetkus, Prince of the Grave, mini-boss. Maximal level 70. Trunky, the Royal Companion, mini-boss, maximal level 70. Lavestina, the Lady Lich, mini-boss, maximal level 70. Oh crap. This doesn't look good.
Chapter 39. Placing her hands on the stone floor of the dungeon, Sarah was barely able to push herself upright as the powerful level compression faded away. While she and the others in her party had felt hints of the phenomenon they were taught during training throughout the Mausoleum of Despair dungeon, the level compression felt from encountering a being with a significantly higher level than someone was almost impossibly strong. At times it felt like gravity had suddenly increased tenfold in the area, as she was forced to her knees and then to the floor against her will. Try as she could, the novice druid was completely helpless to move in the presence of the monarch of the dead, Nehetmo. I never would have imagined that I would not only see a level 75 monster on my first day on Tarth, but also likely be amongst its first victims. How did I ever let this ignorant psycho convince me to continue through the dungeon after seeing what awaited us in the very first room? Everything in here is at least 5 levels higher than Théoden, and the boss is 40 levels higher. Even he is forced by the level compression to fall to his knees, so what hope do we have? At first, she couldn't quite believe how uninformed the crazy healer had been when he admitted not knowing how to loot a monster corpse, or even about his inventory. She had seen the pack he carried and figured that his inventory was simply full, though at his higher level, it should have had the volume of a shipping container. Her own was only a little bigger than a school locker, but it would increase in size as she leveled up. If she could have used her accumulated pick to increase her level right now, she would have, but it was only able to be done outside of dungeons. Of course, the likelihood of that happening was rather slim at that point. Sure, the insanely powerful Life Warden had luckily held his own against the undead that infested the various rooms throughout the dungeon, as well as the insane waves of powerful monsters here in the boss room. But that luck had run out. Not only were there 3 enormous undead mini-bosses that Théoden had to fight, but they were all twice his level. She thought the Monarch was bad enough, but at this point there really wasn't that much difference between a level 70 and a level 75 monster when someone was a much lower level. No matter if Théoden had somehow managed to hold off the other undead, who ranged from level 40 to level 54, there was no way he would be able to withstand the onslaught of such high-level undead. They were all dead, but the foolish support class refused to believe it. Sarah felt both sore and wrung out, as if her body had been smashed into the floor and then twisted in half to the point where she couldn't get up from her knees at the moment if her life depended on it. Of course, her life did depend on moving to somewhere safe in order to survive, but there was nowhere to go, even if she managed to get to her feet. Instead, all she could do was witness Théoden bravely running forward to his death while shouting back at them. "I'm putting some distance between us so that you don't get hit with something." With defeated eyes, she shrugged even as he ran toward danger, knowing that it really wouldn't matter. Although none of them had been hurt throughout the 3 consecutive waves of undead, thanks to a bit of physical separation from the impossible healer and the protective shields that he cast over them, she knew that it wouldn't matter how far he ran away, because as soon as he fell, they would be next. "I'm sorry, everyone," she said softly, looking at Aki, Rihanna, and Diallo in turn. "I should have held to my initial conviction to leave this dungeon as soon as I knew what we were up against." "It's not your fault," Diallo said softly, even as Théoden engaged the 3 mini-bosses in the distance. "I think the allure of easy pick, money, and loot that we didn't have to endanger ourselves to obtain was our downfall. We were too greedy, too willing to believe that he was powerful enough to carry us through a dungeon." "You were right, though," Sarah said, shaking her head, which took more energy than she thought it would. "We should have just stayed on a steady, safe course, and we wouldn't be in this mess right now. I'm sorry for pushing the others to convince you of this stupid idea. If it was a stupid idea, I wouldn't have gone along with it," the apprentice fire mage refuted, laying a hand on her shoulder consolingly. "I think the execution left a lot to be desired, but overall it was a decent idea. And imagine if it had worked. I mean, I didn't do the calculations, but I believe we've earned enough to push us past level 6, possibly level 7 by this point." She nodded, knowing exactly what he was saying. While they had only earned around 12 to 15 picks each for the majority of the undead that were slain in the dungeon, Théoden had killed a lot of them on their way to the boss room. Then, with the waves of dozens of undead, that total went up even more. She could feel the pick inside her body, pulsing in its reservoir as it waited to be used as fuel for advancing in level. Then there was the loot. She had been keeping track of how much she'd earned from the extraction split, and she was nearing nearly 8 golds worth of currency, which was incredible. And it wasn't just her that received it, but everyone in the party, though Théoden likely received more because of his higher level. It was already enough to sustain them through level 21 in terms of lodging, food, and upgrades to their equipment if they didn't find anything from the monsters themselves.
She had been looking forward to getting back to town to check out the Chari crafters there, as the contenders had been taught that, while they weren't able to make anything too powerful, the non-contenders in the world could make some pretty wonderful stuff for levels 1 through about 30 or so. Unfortunately, the various items that they'd picked up throughout the dungeon,
other than crafting items and resources, were all for those level 40 and up, in addition to having some fairly nasty drawbacks like heavy decreases to the personality stat. She didn't know for sure, but she was fairly certain that Thaden was wearing a robe he had acquired in the dungeon at some point, as that would explain the initial feelings of disgust she felt in seeing it. She just wished that she could use Identify on items that other people were wearing, but it didn't work that way. I wonder if Thaden knows about Identify. I figured he did if he was wearing a robe he picked up from somewhere, but now I don't know. It's too bad that I'll probably never get a chance to ask. Hey look, he's not dead yet. Sarah was booted out of her introspection by Rayana, who was staring at the fight ahead of them with rapt attention. The novice druid had to admit to herself that she had pretty much written off the life warden from being able to survive, and had blocked out what was happening because she didn't want to see him die. She wasn't sure if it was just because she didn't want to see the ignorant man who had literally resurrected her die, or because she refused to watch the semi-playful light within his eyes fade away in death. But there was just something about him that played havoc with her emotions. You know, if it hadn't been for that cheesy, confident smile he gave me back at the start of this dungeon, I don't think I would have given in no matter how greedy I was feeling. How was he still alive? She murmured to herself. Thaden was on his knees, but upright.
The pressure of the level compression that the 3 mini-bosses were pushing down on him were each less than what the Monarch could produce, but they were still more than Sarah would have been able to take. She felt a bit of it, even though it wasn't directed at her, and she could only marvel at how he hadn't succumbed to the mind-numbingly powerful effect. And it wasn't that he hadn't succumbed. It was that he was literally fighting through it to the point where it didn't seem to bother him. Even as she watched him being literally bombarded with enormous, fast-moving bolts of dark green and black necrotic energy sent flying at him by Lavestina, the Lady Lich, the protective shield around him seemed to simply suck in the spell and make it disappear. Thaden was barely visible as the entire area around him was filled with a fog of super-chilled air thanks to Casetkus, Prince of the Grave, which the novice druid could feel hints of, even though she was at least 200 feet away from the ongoing fight. But it was also sucked up by the shield surrounding the healer as if it was nothing. Then there was the pounding he was enduring by both the prince and the royal companion, the latter of which was using every portion of its bony body to try and smear Thaden into the floor, but all of the blows bounced off him as if he was made of rubber, with no visible sign that he was even fazed by it in the least. Sarah had seen him preventing damage from quite a few undead by this point in the dungeon, and as impossible as it seemed, it was obvious that he was able to tank even this type of abuse.
What kind of spell or effect is that? How does he still have even the slightest bit of mana at this point to cast it? Even if he had a 1000 mentality, he's got to run out sometime, doesn't he? Or did he find some sort of all-powerful item that gives him complete immunity from damage and it isn't a spell at all? Whatever it is, what I'm seeing is completely unbelievable. 3 months of training wasn't enough to make her an expert on such things, of course, but every contender was taught about the limitations of the body when it came to mana, spells, and abilities, and this man seemed to contradict all of it. She was told that pick was required to increase their levels, but it did more than just give someone a few stats and a fancy new number that they could show off to say that they were better than others. In reality, the pick invested in their levels was used to strengthen the body so that it could handle more mana, become physically stronger, and better understand the complicated spells and abilities that were unlocked and chosen when leveling up. But Thaden seemed to have extremely powerful spells that didn't seem consistent with the normal progression of spells that contenders would possess at his level, and his seemingly endless amounts of mana at his fingertips was not just uncommon, but impossible. Even if he had an item that was protecting him, the healing spells which damaged the undead were being used far too often to be readily explained. More than that, she had yet to see him cast a spell that wasn't cast instantly, and she knew for a fact that most spells that support class people used had at least a small casting time, if not requiring to be constantly channeled in order to maintain them. But not so with Thaden. He was an impossibility wrapped in an enigma, and he was not only surviving against a trio of level 70 mini-bosses at half their level, but he was actually winning.
"I think the prince is going down," Aki said a few seconds later, and Sarah had to agree. The massive undead was looking even more ragged than it had at the start, and cracks in its bony hands were obvious even from a distance. The same could be said for Trunky, the royal companion, though it seemed to have a lot more durability in the old bones of which it was constructed. What was crazy about it was that it didn't seem as though Thaden had even changed up his tactics. The same sort of healing spells she'd seen over and over were cast repeatedly, whittling down the health of the three enormous undead through a battle of attrition that promised the same outcome as before. That was before Lavastina turned from mindlessly and fruitlessly attacking the Life Warden and focused on something else. Or more accurately, somebody else. In front of Sarah and the rest of her group, the corpses of undead that remained after the waves Thaden had killed started to twitch, pulling themselves together from where they had fallen apart. She knew exactly what was going on, as she'd seen it multiple times by now as they'd progressed through the dungeon. The Lady Lich was raising the dead. Normally, the demi-liches they encountered could only do one at a time, but it seemed as though the mini-boss wasn't restricted by such a limitation, as she seemed to affect all of them simultaneously. It also wasn't fast, as the giant lich was frozen in place as she held out her desiccated hands toward the corpses with a shadow-tinted mass of energy surrounding them. "Oh, no, you don't!" Thaden shouted, moving toward the now stationary lich as he pushed through the pressure bearing down on him. Sarah wasn't sure how he was even able to stand up by that point, but he not only did, but ran at a light jog toward the spellcasting undead.
For the first time since the fight started, icicles started to accumulate upon his robe at an alarming rate, and the novice druid figured he had either run out of mana or deactivated his protection from the chilling magical effect that the prince was automatically putting out. With a shout as soon as he was close enough, the crazy man held up his right hand, palm out, as two thick beams of golden light connected his hand to the Lady Lich. Whatever it was caused Lavastina to scream out in pain as she visibly took damage from it, her already frail-looking body cracking and splitting before Sarah's eyes. Despite the new attack, the spell she was casting to raise the undead near the druid's weakened group continued, until it felt like they would be up and moving around at any time. As for Thaden, the ice crystals slowed him down quite a bit, but every few seconds they would disappear, as if the powerful healer was eliminating them with a thought, and no visible sign that he had cast a spell. His skin paled under the assault of the super-chilled air, turning blue in places, but other than painful-looking grimaces, Sarah couldn't see it doing much to him other than slow him down a little. Just as the corpses of the undead seemed as though they were going to finish rising from their current state of death, the Lady Lich suddenly screamed so loudly that it literally burst Sarah's eardrums. And she wasn't the only one. As the druid covered her ears, she glimpsed the others in her party doing the same, blood running out of their ear canals. But that was nothing compared to what happened next. At the crescendo of the Lich's scream, or so Sarah assumed because she couldn't hear it anymore, the mini-boss exploded, blasting out a wave of darkness that passed through the other two mini-bosses without slowing down. Unfortunately, when it passed through Thaden, he was knocked backwards through the air, his flesh visibly rotting off his body, only to hit the ground a few seconds later in a bone-crunching impact that wasn't prevented in the least by whatever protection he still had going. And yet, the powerful healer somehow survived, despite his name tag growing so faint she thought he had died, groaning as he got to his hands and knees. All the while, the other two mini-bosses continued to try and smash him into the floor. His skin was black and still obviously affected by whatever the explosion had done, but a series of spells that were cast so quickly that Sarah couldn't even follow them passed through him, slowly but surely clearing up the affliction. With a grunt, after his body had seemingly healed completely, he got to his feet and turned his attention toward his opponents, continuing his previous bout of attrition against their health. All that Sarah could think about was how close they had all come to dying, either from Thaden perishing from the explosion or because they were going to be assaulted by dozens of risen undead monsters. Thankfully, with the Lady Lich's death, the spell she had begun had stopped, leaving the corpses to stay still and silent, their chance at a rebirth shattered completely. Less than 30 seconds later, the prince collapsed into a gigantic pile of bones, rotting flesh, and the ragged cloak that covered it. Upon its death, a powerful wave of pure cold wafted out from it, strong enough to freeze someone solid, but Thaden already had his other protection designed for magic up, and wasn't affected in the least. Nearly a minute after that, the royal companion followed, shattering into tens of thousands of pieces, sending shards and splinters of bone everywhere. One of them nearly killed Sarah as it reached her, cutting a line through her cheek as she barely managed to move her head to the side.
By some miracle, hers was the only wound suffered from all three of the dramatic deaths of the mini-bosses within her immediate party, though she had to admit that the rotting flesh effect that Thaden had been hit with after the Lady Lich exploded was more than enough for all of them. Somehow, against all possibility, Thaden had survived. Barely survived. But survived he had. But of course, that wasn't the end. They still hadn't fought the boss of the dungeon, which was just when the monarch of the dead, Nehetmo, forced his level compression upon them all again, which felt stronger than before. As she was pressed against the floor, she could barely concentrate, and she heard him speak.
Chapter 40. Thaden was angry, though the primary target of his ire had already been destroyed in an explosion of necrotic force that nearly killed him as well. He hadn't expected such a dramatic exit for Lavestina, the Lady Lich, but he probably should have. Regardless, she was dead, and so were the other pair of mini-bosses that had proven to be a pain to destroy. But his anger remained, due to what he had done to nearly get himself killed. He wasn't sure if he was angry at himself, his party, or even both. Regardless of who he was mad at, the fact remained that he had deliberately removed his major absorption field in order to stop the spellcasting mini-boss from bringing the entire assortment of slain undead back to unlife. He hadn't even thought about what it would cost him to do such a thing, which was what made him angry at himself, because he had just done it. And it probably wouldn't have even mattered if he had let it happen in the first place, because he could have simply used lesser resurrection on his party again to bring them back after they were slaughtered by the horde of undead. However, something in him instinctively reduced his own protections in order to save them from such a fate, even though he could have died, and then no one would have lived through the battle. The only thing that saved him was his major death ward that he'd been keeping active on himself, because he didn't have his major absorption field back up in time. But the excruciating pain, followed by a chilling numbness from the necrotic wave formed by the explosion of the Lady Lich, was something that he never wanted to experience again. Thankfully, his death ward had been able to stop it from killing him outright, and even refilled half of his health. But the actual affliction still needed to be purged from his body, with a spam of major cure physical affliction, which finally got rid of the lingering effects.
Healing himself during the excruciating process kept him alive, though he had recast Death Ward almost as soon as he could, so he wasn't in too much danger of dying at that point.
They almost got me killed, though. Sure, it was his stupid decision to save them when it probably wasn't absolutely necessary. But if they hadn't been there in the first place, then he wouldn't have had to expose himself to potential death on his own part. As much as he wanted to blame them for his near-death experience, he knew it wasn't completely their fault. It was mostly his fault, for wanting to get answers to questions that he'd been plagued with for months, by dragging them along on this highly dangerous, maximal difficulty dungeon run. Still, even though he took most of the blame, he still apportioned off some of it on them, as it was their decision to follow him in the first place, which led to the current circumstances. It wasn't necessarily fair to them to allocate that blame, but he didn't care at the moment. The memory of watching and experiencing his flesh suddenly fall off his body as it rapidly decayed was enough to give him nightmares for years. Of course, it still paled in comparison to being eaten by Vogmites, but at least he hadn't still been fully conscious of his body at that horrific time, which was probably the only reason he wasn't insane at this point. Fortunately, everything had worked out, and everyone in his party was still alive. He had managed to withstand the pressure that the level 70 mini-bosses seemed to exude naturally through his own mental willpower and the liberal use of lesser cure mental affliction, which barely held off the crushing feeling enough that he could think straight. Beginning to turn back around to his party, while attempting to dredge up a smile to show that he was okay, he was interrupted by another round of even greater pressure than before, followed by the familiar voice of the monarch of the dead.
Insolent mortals, you dare to destroy my loyal retainers? I was only going to have them destroy you, but now I've decided that you will serve me for eternity. I will eradicate the souls from your broken bodies and raise your pathetic forms as the lowliest of my servants. Come, face the wrath of your new ruler, as this is my domain. You have no power here, which you will quickly learn. Will you shut up? Théoden shouted back, even as he forced himself to his feet against the pressure. As time went on, he became more accustomed to it, though he thought it would take a while before he could move freely under its effects. He had barely been able to move around under the harsh ministrations of the mini-bosses, but the monarch was on another level, literally and figuratively. I don't know if you normally speak like this, or if it's a product of the system messing with this dungeon, but it's quite annoying. Fool, you dare. Shove it, you overbearing asshole. Just attack me so I can kill you and then we can all go home. His anger was really making him lash out, but fortunately his interrupting outburst had the desired effect. Without another word, for which Théoden was thankful, the monarch of the dead floated away from where he had been hanging out in the middle of the air near the end of the enormous room, as he headed straight for the life warden, waiting for him on the floor. As he got closer, so too did the pressure he experienced increase, which caused Théoden to drop to his knees, but he refused to let himself fall any further. The spectral tentacles that extended out of the back of the black, metal-wearing figure struck at him first, their length sufficient to reach him, but they were immediately stopped by his major absorption field. Unlike most magical attacks, the tentacles weren't absorbed, but instead latched on to the field as if they had suction cups, quickly wrapping completely around him as more came into play.
In a matter of seconds, he was entirely enveloped by the ghostly appendages, and they were so thick that he could barely see past them. He ignored it all, of course, and started his barrage of healing spells like normal. And he saw the monarch begin to take damage. But almost as soon as the first bits of health depletion happened, Théoden felt a sudden pull from somewhere in his body. Panicking, he realized that it wasn't just somewhere in his body that was being affected, but his entire body. It was as if a needle had been plunged into his bloodstream and was siphoning off his blood. In this case, however, what he was feeling being drained from him wasn't blood, and he suddenly knew what was happening. The phantasmal tentacles weren't attacking him.
They were simply attaching themselves to his fields and sucking the life from them, or, more accurately, using them as a conduit to indirectly suck the life from Thaden. However, when he checked his health, it wasn't dropping at all. In fact, what it felt like it was trying to drain was... Thaden started laughing, starting as a few chuckles before it blossomed into full-blown guffaws as the reality of what was happening made itself clear to him. "What is happening? Why aren't you writhing on the floor in pain as I'm draining away your life energy?" Nehetmo seemed genuinely confused why his creepy tentacles weren't doing what they were supposed to, which only caused Thaden to laugh harder. Whether it was the laughter or the confusion that triggered the undead monarch, the figure pulled a thick black sword out of seemingly nowhere, its length as tall as his entire body. With a flick of his wrist, the sword slashed through the air in front of him, and a large, visible wave of shadowy force shot at the giggling life warden in an arc. The projectile was wide enough that it hit not only him, but the floor, which sliced a furrow in it that was 6 inches wide and a few feet deep.
Thaden was surprised to see that both of his fields were necessary to stop it from bisecting him, as it was apparently a construction of both physical and magical force. Powerful. If I wasn't able to keep both my protective fields active, that probably would have killed me. Obviously frustrated that his attacks were doing nothing to Thaden, the monarch roared some incomprehensible garbage and dove down toward him, with his right hand holding his sword out and his left swelling with some sort of shadowy magical force. As soon as they were close to the life warden, Nehetmo swung the sword with a blindingly fast, sweeping strike from the right, while an explosive detonation of foul magic slammed into him from the left in a 1-2 punch that Thaden withstood without even shifting an inch. That was when the monarch must have snapped, because the undead boss seemed to shift into overdrive as he flailed at his opponent with his sword in devastating slices, jabs, and chops with such speed that Thaden couldn't follow it. These were joined by a variety of different spells, ranging from explosive necrotic clouds to bolts of sickly dark green energy, and there were even a few constricting bands of shadowy force that would have crushed him if he wasn't so fully protected. What worried him for a moment was when one of the monarch's spells seemed to create an army of largely transparent spirits that floated above him for a moment before diving at him with horrific screeches and outstretched claws. Thankfully, they were absorbed, just like all the other magical effects that were sent his way, so he didn't have anything to worry about. Meanwhile, Thaden continued to chip away at the monarch's health with a combination of all his different spells and advancements, with regeneration, aura of life, and afterglow doing continuous damage, and mass healing doing, comparatively, small amounts of damage every 5 seconds when he recast it. The undead boss became more and more ragged, its armor beginning to chip and flake away, leaving a way to see inside its metal shell. Unfortunately, what was inside seemed to be a void of darkness, so it wasn't that great of a view. At the same time, the life warden felt the drain on his body increase in severity, the phantasmal tentacles still latching on to his fields and pulling at them with fevered ferocity. "What is this? What are you doing to me?" For some reason, the question made Thaden think that the monarch wasn't talking about the damage he was doing with his healing spells. A few seconds after he spoke, the undead boss abruptly descended to the floor with a cry of outrage, collapsing to his knees with a metallic thump. A faint hum could be heard coming from Nehetmo's armor, which only increased in frequency and intensity as the seconds wore on. Sudden understanding flooded Thaden's mind. He smirked and bent forward, the ghostly appendages continuing to surround him as he looked at the vibrating monarch that literally shook from the inside. "You're something of a vampire, right? You suck the life energy from your victims, which likely heals you simultaneously?" "Yeah, that doesn't really work on me." He dropped his voice so that it was just barely audible over the rising hum. You see, you're not pulling life energy from me, but mana. The more you pull from me, the more it fills you up. And I'm pretty sure that you can't exactly process it all properly. That leaves it to build up, and up, and up, until your body can't take it anymore. Do you know what happens then? The monarch seemed to know, and he attempted to detach his tentacles from around Thaden, but the life warden reached out and grabbed one of them with both his hands as it uncurled from around him, his fields allowing him to maintain a grip on it before it could slip away.
Nehetmo attempted to move away, which would allow him to free his ghostly appendage from Thaden's grasp, but it was too late. Instead of fleeing, he simply fell over. The sound of the metal armor vibrating against the floor was almost deafening at this point, but the life warden simply held on to the tentacle and deliberately backed up a few feet. "That's right," Thaden said softly, where he couldn't even hear himself over the loud whining that filled the entire room, echoing off the distant walls until it was just a cacophony of discordant sounds. "You explode." The abrupt detonation of Nehetmo, monarch of the dead, caught him off guard. While the actual explosion didn't do any damage to him physically, the sound of it somehow managed to get through his protection and ruptured his eardrums. It was also so sudden that he staggered backwards in surprise, falling onto his back as he tripped over his own feet. A quick cast of his major mass healing worked wonders to heal the damage caused to his ears, and when they were restored, he heard the last echoes of the detonation passing through the enormous room. Gingerly getting to his feet, he looked over at his party, only to find that they were all on the ground, unmoving, and seemingly dead. However, he saw from their tags that while all of them were hurt in some way, none of them had perished. They were simply unconscious. Amazingly, after completing a dungeon for the first time, Thaden wasn't forced to join them. Instead, he felt tired and worn out from all the fighting and stressful situations, as well as slightly traumatized from his near-death experience, but he felt that he was all right. He moved toward his unconscious party members, glad that they had survived, but also contemplating what to do about them in the future. While there were probably thousands of questions that he could think of that they might be able to answer, he needed to decide if those answers were worth it if he was to go through something like this again. He couldn't protect them as they were right now, as they were comparatively weak. It wasn't their fault, of course, because they were only level 2. But if they weren't at least close to the same level as he was, then it was likely that he would be forced to put himself in danger to save them. Because there wouldn't always be enough time to resurrect them, like if he got separated from them or was in a protracted fight that he couldn't escape from. Or if their entire body was destroyed, like his own would have been if he had been successfully dropped into a volcano. He didn't think he would be able to resurrect them at that point, because there wouldn't be a body to even target. He didn't have to decide what to do right then, of course, but it wouldn't be long before they left the dungeon and journeyed back to town. His anger at his loss of Pick had largely subsided, and with the new information he had, there were some things that he wanted to think about in the relatively calm privacy of his room at the Coalition. Sighing as he realized that making these kinds of decisions wasn't going to be easy, Thaden cast Major Mass Regeneration and Major Mass Healing on his party members, healing them of any injuries they may have suffered, and then sat down cross-legged near them as he waited for them to wake up. Chapter 41. Too worn out from what had already been an extremely long day, to concentrate on his message feed, Thaden instead checked his newfound inventory to see what had accumulated inside of it while he hadn't been paying attention. He had been somewhat aware that things were being deposited inside of it while they made their way through the dungeon, as now that he had knowledge of its existence, it was like hearing a new band on the radio that he really liked. He was conscious now of its presence, and the act of random things being slipped inside of it every once in a while was like catching a snippet of a hit song in passing.
It was all in the background, but every time it happened, he was vaguely aware that it was happening. Opening his inventory, he found that it was quite full of stuff. Inventory: 19 gold, 57 silver, 38 copper. Total value: 46x shadow cloth scrap, common, 24x cracked phylactery, common, 36x arcane bone dust, common, 1x death cowl, uncommon, 1x ring of the lich, uncommon, 1x necklace of shifting shadows, rare, 1x scythe of the reaper, rare. The coins he had acquired, as far as he could tell, were actually a whole bunch of copper and silver coins instead of the 19 gold and whatnot the pocket in the grid actually said. It appeared that there was a function of his inventory that added it all together for a total value, which was certainly handy. As for the rest, the common rarity materials were somewhat familiar to him, as he'd collected bone dust before, though not this arcane stuff. What was more, he was fairly certain that it was simply a big pile of the stuff instead of neatly packed into little test tubes that he used to turn in resource collection quests. There were also a few uncommon and rare items that looked intriguing, as he hadn't ever gotten a necklace or a ring in all his runs through the medial version of the mausoleum.
He wanted to try them on to see if his class could wear them, but he was actually unsure of how to get them out of his inventory. A few experiments in trying to poke the window or willing it to appear in his hand didn't work, so he resolved to ask Sarah once she regained consciousness. I should probably learn how to put things in as well. My only interaction with it has been things going in automatically upon extractions of undead remains, but I have no idea how to put things that I want in there. Even more to learn, huh? He had been so angry after he learned of its existence that he hadn't even thought to ask those important questions. But now that they weren't in the middle of running through the dungeon, he figured he'd have plenty of time to learn those kinds of things. Just before he closed his inventory, he looked again at the 4 extra items that were uncommon and rare, remembering what he'd been told about higher rarity items that were obtained by a party. He thought that they were supposed to perform some sort of random number generator to determine who got them, and he was confident he had done no such thing, as he probably would have remembered something new like that. Another thing to ask about. Shaking his head at his continued ignorance, he almost got up to start extracting whatever loot the corpses around the room held, but he decided against it. The party members seemed like they enjoyed doing it, and he'd rather leave it to them to figure it all out. As much as he was curious as to what might come of it all, once he sat on the floor, he really didn't want to get up quite yet. Besides, even as he debated with himself on whether to get up or not, he saw Rayana beginning to stir, followed by Aki, Sarah, and then Diallo. Ugh, I feel like I got hit by a bus, and then was healed from that, only to be hit by another bus, the soldier said as soon as she awakened, groaning as she picked herself up off the floor. No, it feels like I just went on a weekend-long bender and then had to fight off a dozen charging bulls, Sarah said almost immediately after, clutching her head as she struggled upright. I'm not hurt, but I feel like my body and my mind have been tossed into a washing machine and turned up to high. Thaden smiled at their discomfort with a bit of schadenfreude at their expense, his earlier anger fading slightly as he saw the condition they were in. Dark circles under their eyes made them look like they had gone without sleep for days, while their bodies appeared as if they were trying to recover after lugging a couch on their back for a few miles. They weren't hurt anymore, but their exhaustion caused by the monarch's horrific pressure had done a number on them nonetheless. It was only when they had all sat up or scrambled to their feet that they seemed to remember where they were. All 4 of them froze in place within a second of each other, before looking around with just their eyes, refusing to move their heads, as if afraid to alert a predator with their movement. When they saw Thaden's quickly put-upon, innocent face staring back at them, they seemed to relax a little. You're awake.
Did you have a good nap? You know, I can't really recommend falling asleep on the job, because I've heard these dungeons can be dangerous. He couldn't help digging at them a little, while making fun of himself because of his previous experiences in a dungeon, but they didn't need to know that last part. Thaden, you're alive. And we're alive too. Wait, you didn't have to resurrect us, did you? He shook his head with a smile. No, you all survived. Knocked unconscious at some point, probably from the boss's odd pressure. Do you have any idea what that was? I haven't encountered anything like that before. Sarah rubbed her temples as the others looked around the room, slightly more alert and looking for any threats.
It's what we were told was called level compression. It comes from the large disparity between your level and that boss, as well as those mini-bosses. I think it's usually not felt until you face someone at least level 45 or 50, and you need to be a much lower level for it to take effect. I'm actually surprised you weren't turned into a little puddle on the floor once the monarch turned his attention to you. Good job baiting the boss, by the way, because he nearly killed us despite not being the major focus of his compression. Level compression? Yeah, that seems about accurate. It's apparently also mind-based in addition to the heaviness that seemed to sit on me, as I was able to briefly lessen the effect by using one of my cure mental affliction spells, he noted. Okay. I don't really remember much after he started to attack you, because I felt like I was being smashed into the floor just by being in closer proximity to him. I don't know about any mental affliction that comes along with it, but I figure that you would know better than I. Thaden hesitated for a moment before he asked, "Are you all right?" That was a bit intense there at the end. Sarah stopped rubbing her temples and looked over at him. Yes, just some lingering phantom pain, I think. But we survived, thanks to you, for which I'm grateful. For everything, in fact. Because this was, as much as it worked out at the end, a mistake from the start. I agree, the Life Warden said, relief in his voice as he nodded. He was glad to hear that he wasn't the only one to think that bringing them in here was a bad idea. Things could have gone so much worse for us if the fight against those bosses turned out differently. As it was, I still nearly died. If that had happened, then you wouldn't have lived too much longer. I may be strong, but I'm learning that there are some things out there that can still kill me if I'm not careful. Very true, Sarah agreed. Looking around, she asked, "Would you like to do the honors of extracting from the corpses?" Shaking his head, Thaden waved at all the fully dead undead. "No, it's all yours. Though I did happen to look at my inventory while I was waiting for you to wake up, and noticed that I have some uncommon and rare items in there. What's up with that?" We all passed on RNGing on them, since you were doing all the work. If you want all of our common items too, just let us know. He just shrugged. Not really, though I do want to ask you more questions about my inventory at some point. For now, though, you should probably concentrate on finishing up here so that we can get back to town. I don't know about you, but I feel like I could sleep for a week after the craziness of today. She chuckled at that, nodding before going to join the others, who were already extracting loot from the corpses of the undead waves from before. Even though there were a lot of them, it didn't take the 4 party members long to finish with them all, before they went looking for the higher-level monsters that Thaden had slain. Where are the mini-bosses in the Monarch? I don't see more than pieces of them around here, and I can't extract from them alone. Aki asked, as they set about tracking down any of the larger pieces they could locate. Unfortunately, despite looking for nearly 15 minutes, none of them could find anything, especially after he told them that Nehetmo had exploded similarly to the 3 mini-bosses. He was sure that, had he used another method other than overloading the boss with endless quantities of mana, it would have left something behind to loot, but he hadn't really been thinking about afterward while he was in the moment. All that's left is the treasure room, I would assume, Thaden said once they were done, their expressions downcast after not having any luck looting the bosses. It was only compounded by the fact that, despite dozens of other undead corpses, there hadn't been any additional uncommon or better items extracted, just the same common ones they already had, as well as some more coins. While they had been working, the life warden had been looking around the room, and he spotted the telltale sign of a doorway leading to the treasure room at the end of the room where the monarch had first appeared. "It's over this way." Thaden led the party across the room, which took a little bit of time since the space was so large. But once they arrived at the far wall, he placed his hand on the glowing section and pushed. A section of the wall revealed itself to be a doorway, as he expected, and he led the others inside. What he hadn't been expecting was the literal treasure trove of chests and items he found inside the large room. With dimensions that were at least twice the size of the treasure room found at the end of the medial difficulty version of this dungeon, there were a full 16 chests on the floor and 5 weapon racks, which were completely full. In 2 corners were also armor stands, but instead of being filled with rotting or rusted armor like they were in the mausoleum, these held pristine-looking armor sets that were a sight to behold. Thaden didn't really know much about armor or armor quality, but he was certainly impressed at the detail on the all-black sets, one of which was heavier, like the armor the monarch had worn, while the other seemed to be some sort of leather, though for all he knew, it could have been something completely different. "Whoa," Sarah said, walking in behind him. "Whoa indeed. This is much more than I thought there would be," Thaden admitted. "Well, it's all yours, since you're the one who did everything."
He opened his mouth to tell them that such a statement was ridiculous, because there was unlikely to be much that he could actually use within all the different items, but he stopped himself as a thought occurred to him. Turning to the novice druid, but also taking in the other party members, he asked seriously, "What are you going to do after this?" Sarah seemed at a loss of words at the question, and it took her a few seconds to respond. Well, I was thinking that maybe we could go to another dungeon or something." "And have me do all the work again? While I do appreciate your help with my questions, and I have many more I would love to be answered, I'm not sure how helpful that would be for either of us. This dungeon alone proved that even in an ideal situation where my spells are perfectly suited toward killing the undead, it is still a risk for you to be in a dungeon with such high-level monsters. That's even with the additional levels from the pick you've accumulated from this dungeon run. Even if you were to get to level 30 today, do you really think you could survive against or even kill the monsters you've seen in here?" She took a second to think about it before shaking her head. "No, but we'd have you." "Again, that would just be me doing all the work. And while you might gain some more levels as a result, I'll also be gaining levels, and pretty soon this dungeon won't do anything for me anymore." Thaden sighed. "I'm not trying to be mean here, but I don't see what I would get out of this relationship with you and your party. This," he said, waving his hands all around him, "was a mistake, as we've already established. It was also beneficial for me personally, because I needed some questions answered about what was going on. But I don't think I have enough questions to last for another few dungeon runs." The party was silent, staring at Thaden, and he nervously ran his fingers through his hair at the attention. "Look, answer me this straight if you would. What were you hoping to gain from all of this? To get stronger, so that we can save the people we love back on Earth?" Sarah said without hesitation. This was backed up by the others, who nodded in agreement. "And do you feel stronger now?" "Well, not yet. But as soon as we level up," he interrupted her. "Not from levels and pick, but as individuals, as a party." The young novice druid looked at the others in confusion for a moment before she seemed to understand. "No, not really," she said slowly. We pretty much did nothing other than loot what you killed, and we were nearly the reason you died."
I know what I saw, and you deliberately endangered yourself in order to kill that massive lich so that we wouldn't be slaughtered by the undead she was trying to raise. Don't get me wrong. I'm appreciative that we weren't ripped apart by those monsters. But you did everything yourself, and everything we earned feels tainted somehow. Exactly. You're not stronger now, even if you were to gain a bunch of levels from this. By your own statement, you're doing this to help the people back home, which is a worthy endeavor. But I won't always be there to help you. I'm not a contender, remember? At first, Thaden thought that would be a bald-faced lie when the question passed his lips. But he wasn't so sure now. He was so changed from what he had been when he arrived on this world that it was possible that he wasn't included in the general pool of earthen contenders anymore. Yes, his world firsts still said contender on them, and he was able to evolve his class, but he still didn't feel like he was a part of them. What exactly he was, he didn't know, but that was something he'd have to find out along the way.
So even if I help you become the top contenders in this world, as soon as you succeed, what happens after that? We were told that we will leave here and join the larger defense force that watches over all the worlds under threat from the adversary. That's what I thought. You said that this is a developmental world, one that is designed to develop contenders so that they can do just what you said. But if I'm not able to come with you for some reason, then what will you do? If you come to rely on something but then have that taken away just when you need it, do you think you'll be prepared to save the people from Earth? Still staring at him without saying anything, it was finally Diallo who broke the silence. You speak the truth. We would be nothing but shadows of who we could be at that point, if we were to rely on your impossible strength. But what do you suppose we do about that? Shrugging, Thaden said, I don't know. Maybe find another support class that will grow with you, rather than relying on someone at a much higher level. The major problem with all this is that I have to fight strong monsters in order for it to even give you any experience, which comes with the inherent risks of near-guaranteed death. But someone your own level, or at least close to it, will be able to party with you and learn to get stronger along the way. Sarah shook her head. But there aren't any that aren't already affiliated with a party. That's not completely true, is it? I think you mentioned that there were plenty of them back at the Coalition? Yes, but they're the broken. They can barely even feed themselves at this point, and most are too scared to even leave the building. Thaden remembered them mentioning that, but he had an idea. Based on how his lesser-cure mental affliction had managed to affect what he was fairly sure was an inherent fear quality to the level compression visited upon him by the recent bosses, he thought he might be able to help at least one or two snap out of the depressive state they were in. He was sure it wasn't as easy as casting a spell on them, but he figured it couldn't hurt, especially if he was able to upgrade it again before he tried. I'll see what I can do to help them, he said, though they looked skeptical. In order for their addition to your party to be successful, however, you're going to have to do something you're probably not going to like. And what is that? Sarah asked. He took a deep breath before looking her in the eyes. You're going to have to delay leveling up. What? No way, that's ridiculous, she shouted in response, echoed by Rayana and Aki. Diallo, on the other hand, looked thoughtful, and he added his own response a few seconds after the women started their protestations. No, he's right. We have to delay using our accumulated pick. Why? That sounds as crazy as he is, Sarah said, rounding on the older man while waving toward Thaden. He was slightly offended at her accusation of being crazy, but he had to admit that his actions lately could be seen that way from an outsider's perspective. Because if we are able to gain another party member, especially if they are one of the broken, then they'll only be level 1, Diallo said calmly in the face of his party members' angry looks. If we level up, then they will encounter the same issue we would have with Thaden here, as we'll be a much higher level, and they will likely not have a chance to earn any pick with us. Yes, but... Sarah continued to protest, but Rayana cut her off.
They're both right.
We have to stay level 2 for now and not use our accumulated pick, at least until we can use some of it without it being obvious, so that we can get our support member up to speed. Later on, the additional pick will be handy to get us to the next level when it matters. Remember, this is a marathon, not a sprint. We'll have plenty of time to get us there, and we have a big head start already. Turning to Thaden, she nodded in his direction. That is, of course, if we can manage to snag a support class at all. There was still some grumbling, but they all eventually came to the same agreement to wait, which was exactly what the Life Warden wanted. He had come to the realization while looking at the loot inside the treasure room that if he was to give them their choice of the powerful weapons and armor here, then they would no doubt be the target of attention as soon as any other contenders saw them. That was the kind of attention that would likely lead back to Thaden, which he really didn't want. Not because he couldn't handle himself, but he didn't want to run into another situation like what had happened here with low-level contenders trying to convince him to essentially power-level them. The same could also be said for their levels. If they came back to town at level 3 or 4, they might get a few jealous looks from the other contenders. If they came back to town at level 8 or even beyond that, then the other contenders would be searching high and low for whatever secret they had found that would allow them to advance so quickly. Which was why he decided to ask Sarah what she wanted to do after all of this, and to find a way to convince her and the others to hold off on raising their level. He wasn't sure if he could get it to happen, but everything just seemed to fall into place for him. I guess fortuity really does work. He would hopefully avoid unwanted attention with their lack of additional levels, and he was going to keep all the items from the treasure room. Their deception wouldn't really work if they carried around powerful weapons or armor, after all. Besides, he knew that they had plenty of money now from the shared extraction loot, so they could probably buy some things, and anyone who saw them with some shiny new store-bought toys would only wonder where they got the coins to pay for it, which could be explained away much easier than having gotten it from a dangerously difficult dungeon. Now, if I can only figure out how to get all this stuff in my inventory. Sarah, I've got another question for you. Chapter 42. It turned out that using his inventory was both easier than he thought it would be and frustrating to the point where he again cursed the fact that he had missed out on the training that would have made everything all that much simpler. Store? Remove? That's it? Yes, as well as picturing what you want to store or take out as thinking about a quantity, Sarah replied with a nod. If there is only one item, the quantity doesn't really matter, and if you want to store or take out everything of that item, you can simply think all. A few seconds of practice was all it took to get the hang of taking out and putting back some of the items already in his inventory, which was easy and intuitive, as long as one knew the correct commands. He didn't even have to say the words out loud, only think them, and the items appeared or disappeared without a sound. When they appeared from his inventory, they could also appear in his hand or on a surface nearby, with just a slight adjustment in his thinking. Also, the process of storing or removing items from your inventory is very difficult to do while in combat, as you need to be standing still and not casting a spell or using abilities simultaneously for it to work, though backline classes have an easier time with this, Diallo informed him. That didn't really bother him all that much, because he hadn't really needed his inventory before this in combat, though it was still good to know for the future. Sarah interrupted him before he could start going through all the chests and weapon racks, adding them to his rather large inventory space, though she seemed slightly hesitant to do so. I don't mean to be rude, but you do know how to identify items, right? Thaden managed to restrain his anger at the thought of something else he didn't know as he shook his head.
If it's something more than picking it up and the system telling me what it's called and that I can't use it, then no, I don't. Please explain, he managed to get out through gritted teeth. There was no laughter this time, thankfully, though he could see some disbelief written over the faces of his soon-to-be temporary party. Diallo took over the explanation, as Sarah seemed reluctant to continue. Yes, well, identify is another useful command that the assimilation system makes available for the identification of items you will find here on Tarth and beyond. You can only identify items that are on your person or in your inventory, though you can also use it on items that you are touching that are not being used by someone else. For instance, you can identify your robe, but you will not be able to identify mine even if you're touching it. I would need to remove it and give it to you for proper identification. Some of the information that you will gain from Identify can include any class restrictions, level restrictions, damage modifications, resistance modifications, stat alterations, and any special properties or bonuses of the item. A few examples of special properties or bonuses can include a property that makes a sword impart additional fire-based damage in the form of flames along the edge, or a bonus to staying unnoticed for those who specialize in stealth that might be found in a cloak. The Life Warden nodded along, even as he looked down at his robe. Using what he'd learned about mental commands, it only took him a second to finally identify his Dark Abyss Robe of the Dead. Dark Abyss Robe of the Dead. Rarity, rare. Class restrictions, control. Support. Level restriction, 15. Physical damage resistance, 2. Magical damage resistance, 5. Plus 15. Mentality, plus 2. Physicality, plus 2. Celerity, minus 15. To personality, plus 50%. Summon duration for undead summons. Ah, that makes a lot more sense now. He already knew about the increases to his mentality, physicality, and celerity, but he hadn't known just how much the robe detracted from his personality. He had hoped it was only a few points and that he would be able to overcome the detrimental effect over time. But with a reduction of 15 to the stat, that wasn't going to happen anytime soon. He was just glad that he hadn't spent even more of his free stat points than the one he had already spent on the stat, because it would have been thoroughly wasted while he was wearing the robe. There was also an extra effect that he had no idea about, which was a flat 50% summon duration for undead summons, which Thaden assumed was for a necromancer class or something similar. Just the thought of controlling one of the undead that he'd killed thousands of didn't appeal to him in the least, but he could only assume that if anyone was able to do such a thing, this robe would be highly beneficial for them. "Thank you, Diallo," he said absently, dismissing the window that had popped up with his use of Identify on his robe. After that, he proceeded to quickly identify all the weapons on the weapon racks and then store them all in his inventory. They were only brief glances at their information, however, as all of them were not only unavailable for his own class, but their level restrictions were much higher. Bone Rapier of the Crypt, rarity, Epic, class restrictions, Fighter. Level restriction, 50. Physical damage modifier, plus 80, plus 20 physicality, plus 10. Celerity, plus 9% critical chance, plus 1% chance to raise slain targets as an undead summons for 30 minutes. The weapons he picked up were all either rare or epic in rarity, and all of them were spectacular in their own way. Some had additional effects that had a chance to raise up slain monsters as an undead, while others did necrotic damage in addition to their normal weapon damage. And one dagger even had a chance to add a mark of death to a target that tripled the damage done to it while the mark lasted. All extremely powerful, unsuited to his class, and beyond his current level. In other words, they were useless to Thaden other than being sold for more money. Though he was thinking about keeping a few for in the future, in case he needed to trade with someone who had something he really wanted or needed. His inventory capacity wasn't endless, of course, but the feeling he had of it was that he could probably put at least 20 times the items that were in the treasure room in it, if not more. Sarah and Diallo had also mentioned that inventory capacities increased as they went up in level, so there was no reason not to keep it, unless he was hurting for cash one day and needed to sell it.
Seeing that almost everything had a level restriction of at least level 45, he debated about giving his party members a few things since they wouldn't be able to use them until later anyways, but decided against it. They could still potentially show the weapons off, even if they couldn't use them, which would still raise some eyebrows and suspicion about where they got them. The armor on the stands were similar, though they were full sets of matching pieces. The heavier set was only rare, even though it looked more impressive from afar, though the leather-like set, while less visually spectacular, was his first glimpse of something new that could be found in this world. Royal Assassin Gloves of Despair. Rarity, Legendary. Class, Restrictions. Scout Level. Restriction, 65. Physical Damage Resistance, 15. Magical Damage Resistance, 25, plus 15 Physicality, plus 55. Celerity, plus 12% Critical Chance, 15%. Harder to detect while utilizing all stealth abilities, 33% damage increase to attacks from stealth. Set bonus, 2. Plus 50% critical damage, plus 120 celerity. Set bonus, 4. All previous set bonuses. The wearer is 66% harder to detect with magical spells and effects, and plus 10 fortuity. Set bonus, 6. All previous set bonuses. Stealth abilities no longer consume mana while in use, and an additional 66% damage increase to attacks from stealth. And those were just the gloves. The entire legendary set was equally impressive with similar stat increases and bonuses, and when worn all together, it had a set of bonuses that made whatever scout class that was wearing it almost impossible to detect. Had an incredibly large celerity stat, meaning they were extremely fast, and did inordinate amounts of damage from attacks initiated from stealth, which he assumed was their main way of doing damage. Thaden decided that he might sell the other armor set at some point, but he'd keep the legendary one for now. Thankfully, weight didn't seem to be a factor in how much he could store in his inventory, so even the heavy set didn't consume more space than its volume dictated. So he didn't have to decide anytime soon. It was when he began opening and looting the chests that he heard one of his party members gasp behind him, though it wasn't from what he was pulling out. "We got achievements! Contender World First achievements! I never thought we would ever get something like that, but it's true!" Sarah exclaimed, her vision looking out into space, which Thaden translated to her finally checking her message feed. "What? Oh my. This is more than I expected," Diallo said, his own face going slack as he read his feed, followed by the others.
Thaden was surprised it took them that long to check it, as he figured they already knew about how it didn't give out any of the rewards until it was checked. Or maybe they were just being polite. Either way, the delay while Thaden looted the treasure room was apparently boring enough that they didn't have anything better to do. As they moved through the feed, he could tell that something within it had affected them greatly, as each one of them, at different times, depending on when they got to it on their feed, suddenly spasmed and collapsed to their knees, gasping and shaking, as if they had been dunked in frigid water and then pulled out. How? I never learned about anything like this in training, Sarah whispered, as soon as she recovered enough to speak. Care to share? Thaden asked. Or you can keep it a secret if you want. I know how important privacy is. She was silent for a few moments before she looked at the others, and they simply shrugged at her look. With a sigh, she got to her feet. We, got some achievements as contenders. Most of them were bonuses of additional pick, some of them almost unbelievable. But there were also a few that gave additional stat points. Going just by those bonus stat points, I'd say that we're equivalent to someone around level 12 or so. And if I did the calculations right, I'd also say that we could probably raise our levels up to 17 or 18 with the extra pick we received. But there was another achievement
that gave us something a little different. It has to do with being the first in the world to complete a maximal difficulty dungeon. And the bonus for that is, frankly, incredible. She paused for a second before continuing. In short, it gives us a plus 25% increase to all our stats while in a dungeon. According to our training, earning flat bonuses to our stats, while not exactly a common bonus from achievements, is well known. A percentage bonus is unheard of.
At least from what we were taught. It's possible that some things were kept from us for some reason or another. Thaden was suitably impressed, and he even looked at them in the wonder they probably expected. The pick and bonuses to his stats he was used to, but the percentage increase was something that could be a game changer. He was halfway tempted to check his own messages at that point, but he knew that it would probably be better if he did it alone. That way, if he was equally as affected as they were, they wouldn't see it and suspect that he was a contender. That's incredible. I would probably keep those achievements a secret for now, at least until you've gotten some levels under your belt. Though I have a feeling that won't take you long even if you pace yourselves. They nodded automatically to his suggestion, their gazes still on something only they could see. Thaden turned back to his looting, finding more weapons and armor that were useless to him, and he was disappointed not to find a better robe than the one he already had. There were a few items that he could use, however, at least eventually. Casket Ring of the Undead. Rarity, Epic. Class restrictions, Support. Level restriction, 30 plus 40. Mentality minus 10 to personality plus 95%. Chance that all undead will ignore your presence unless directly attacked. When used along with his robe, there was absolutely no reason not to wear the Casket Ring of the Undead, as it gave him an extra 40 mentality, because the hit to his personality stat did nothing but keep it at 1. The 95% chance that all undead would ignore him was interesting, and he wondered how that would work in a dungeon, though it didn't really matter all that much since he would just kill any undead that he saw anyway. He assumed it was designed for support classes who stayed in the back, as it would theoretically prevent them from being targeted while they healed. He always remembered that being a healer in a game caused a lot of aggro if they were too quick on the heals. That didn't matter too much for him, of course. The other item was a necklace that he kept for later, as it had a slightly higher level requirement, though he expected that he had already reached it as soon as he checked his message feed. Shadow Necklace of the Grave. Rarity, Rare. Class restrictions, All. Level restriction, 45 plus 5. Physicality, plus 5. Celerity, plus 5. Mentality. Makes wearer 66% harder to detect in low-light conditions by blending into the shadows. It wasn't extremely powerful, but extra stats were always nice, and being able to blend into darker environments was something that could come in handy in the future. All he had to do was wait until he was level 45 before he could put it on. Unfortunately, that was it. Out of a total of 47 items, plus 2 sets of armor, that he picked up throughout the dungeon and the treasure room, all but a pair of them were useless to him. He did manage to acquire another 50 gold from one of the chests, which he allowed to be divvied up among the party, because he had more than enough for now, and it would help them in the future without being too obvious. It was a disappointing haul for him, but he was used to such by now. He consoled himself with the fact that he could at least take it all with him now, instead of having to leave it behind. As soon as Thaden loaded everything up in his inventory, he turned to see the others had recovered from their sudden inundation of messages, though they all had smiles on their faces as he gestured for them that he was ready to go. The far wall of the treasure room was easily shifted ahead of them, leading them outside of the Mausoleum of Despair, as he had expected.
The others seemed surprised to be out already, but especially since it was still dark outside. They had gotten through the dungeon before dawn came upon the world, and he could see the exhaustion in the faces and bearings of his party. While he felt similar,
He also had experience with this kind of thing, so he didn't let it affect him too much. It's not smart to linger around here after dark, so let's get back to town. They nodded and huddled close to him, looking around the dark, scary, dead forest that he led them through. They were attacked a dozen times by phantasmal spawn, all around levels 8 to 10, but Thaden was able to kill the ghostly undead within seconds with some simple flexing of his healing spells. Thankfully, after about an hour of navigating their way slowly through the trees and having to reorient himself a few times so that they didn't get lost, they were back on the path toward Ashcleft. Dawn started to break upon the horizon as they saw the grasslands, and then the farm fields after that, with a life warden protecting them from all the different threats that attacked the low-level party along the way. "I don't know about all of you, but I need some sleep after all that," he told them as they walked toward the town gate in the distance. "After that, I'll look to see if I can help find you a support class contender to join your party, and then you'll be all set. With your accumulated pick and bonuses from those achievements of yours, there shouldn't be any reason why you can't absolutely devastate all the monsters you come across. And it wouldn't surprise me if your level passes that of most, if not all of the other contenders here in the first few days." After a few seconds of silence, Sarah asked, "What are your plans after this, now that you know more about what is going on and all?" Thaden thought about it for a few seconds, but he could only shake his head. "I'm not exactly sure," he admitted.
I'm still trying to process everything you've told me about contenders and Earth and the adversary, so I can't really say." "That's fair enough, I suppose. I know it took most of us at least a week before we came to terms with what was happening. And as I told you before, there are those that never could accept what was happening to them. They're broken for more than one reason, but that's the main culprit to blame for their current state as far as I know." As they got to the gates, the town guard on duty, not Virlo, thank goodness, let them in after suspiciously looking at Thaden for nearly a minute without a word. As to their beds, he took his time to think to their beds. He took his time to think about the questions Sarah had asked him earlier. But he still didn't know what it was he wanted to do. He'd been awaiting this day ever since he'd been told when the contenders would arrive, but he hadn't really thought about what he would do afterward. The knowledge he'd been given about everything going on had changed what little thoughts he had on the subject, but he had trouble even thinking about the future and what he should do about, well, anything. He eventually decided that he was too tired to consider it more than as something he'd have to think long and hard about over the coming days, because right now he was a bit lost. With that resolve in mind, he made it to the coalition and proceeded upstairs to his room, with very few people inside the lobby at that time of day. He only saw a few of the broken Sarah had mentioned earlier, still in the same places they were when he saw them earlier, a few coalition staff members, and all 5 of the class representatives standing in exactly the same places they were the day before. Do they even sleep? Do they have to sleep? He didn't know enough about them to know, but he was too tired to care at the moment. Instead, he got to his room and collapsed into bed. It was only as he was drifting off to sleep that he remembered that he had wanted to check his message feed, but his exhaustion vetoed that idea and rescheduled it for after he woke up. Chapter 43. It was time. Thaden woke up much later that day, refreshed from sleeping at least 10 hours after the day and night he'd had, and he immediately pulled out some jerky he had in his pack, which had been conveniently stowed in his inventory while in the dungeon's treasure room, so he didn't have to carry it on his person anymore. He washed it down with some water from the same pack, and then put it all away before lying back down on his bed, eager and ready to finally check out his message feed. As soon as he opened it, the sudden influx of pick was so strong that he was glad that he was lying flat on his bed, because he probably would have collapsed from the near painful intensity of it. Knowing that there were achievements at the bottom that hadn't been acknowledged quite yet, he rapidly sped to the top of the unread portion of the feed and found the monster slain messages that occurred at the beginning of the dungeon. He largely ignored these,
though he found that all of the extractions and loot results were also recorded in the message feed if he needed to review them, but he saw no need to do that. For the majority of the messages, the only thing he paid attention to was his increases in his competencies. By the time he had arrived at the boss room, his support spellcasting competency had increased all the way from 562 to 624, while his defensive spellcasting competency increased from 512 to 630. He attributed the dramatic increase in the latter to the fact that he now had two fields going simultaneously, meaning that his competency increased twice as fast. As for his natural regeneration competency, it hadn't budged at all by that point. But it did as soon as he killed the Lady Lich, when he nearly died. You have slain Lavestina, the Lady Lich, mini-boss, maximal, level 70. You have received 210 pick. Pick reward altered based on party and monster level disparity. You have received 840 pick.
Natural regeneration. Competency has increased to level 2. Natural regeneration. Competency has increased to level 9. You may now select an advancement for your natural regeneration competency. Natural regeneration. Competency has increased to level 10. Natural regeneration. Competency has increased to level 11. Thaden decided to wait on choosing his natural regeneration advancement until later, at least until he had made some other decisions on what he saw himself doing in the future. He felt like he kept flip-flopping on what he wanted to do in relation to the contenders and his part in the whole world. At first, he had only wanted to get stronger in order to be competent in a party once the contenders arrived. After they arrived, he had been so focused on what had been personally happening to him that he ignored all the signs of what was happening around him, which led him to actually joining a party, which didn't go as well as he thought it might. Even if he had been uniquely suited to defeating the Mausoleum of Despair because his healing spells damaged the undead, that wouldn't be so for just about any other dungeon out there, and joining a party of contenders right now, even his current level, would probably be a bad idea. Now, well, he wasn't sure what he wanted to do. Instead of thinking about it any further than that at the moment, he continued on his journey through his message feed. You have slain Kasetkas, Prince of the Grave, mini-boss, maximal, level 70. You have received 210 pick. Pick reward altered based on party and monster level disparity. You have received 840 pick. You have slain Trunky, the Royal Companion, mini-boss, maximal, level 70. You have received 210 pick. Pick reward altered based on party and monster level disparity. You have received 840 pick. You have slain Nehetmo, Monarch of the Dead, boss, maximal, level 75. You have received 500 pick. Pick reward altered based on party and monster level disparity. You have received 2,000 pick. Thaden also received another bunch of levels in his support and defensive spellcasting competencies from all the fights in the boss room, putting them both at just short of 700, with 682 for the former and 695 for the latter. Neither of them gave him another advancement, but he suspected that they would probably come soon at level 729 if the pattern remained the same. But what interested him the most were the achievements that he received. Congratulations for slaying a monster 18 or more levels above your own while in a party. Achievement received. Big Game Hunter 1. Bonus reward, 1,800 pick. Contender World First Achievement, 7,200 pick. Congratulations for slaying a monster 27 or more levels above your own while in a party. Achievement received. Big Game Hunter 2. Bonus reward, 2,700 pick.
Contender World First Achievement. Free stat point, 3. Congratulations for slaying a monster 36 or more levels above your own while in a party. Achievement received. Big Game Hunter, 3. Bonus reward. All stats, +2. Contender World First Achievement. When facing a monster 10 levels or more above your own, receive a +5 increase to physicality, celerity, and mentality. Congratulations for completing your first maximal difficulty dungeon. Achievement received. Dungeon Delver, 3. Bonus reward, 6,000 pick. Contender World First Achievement. While inside of any dungeon, receive a 25% increase to all stats. Congratulations for completing at least one of each dungeon difficulty. Achievement received. Dungeon Expert. Bonus reward, 3,000 pick. Contender World First Achievement. While inside of a dungeon, you receive an increase of +10 to Fortuity. Congratulations for completing every difficulty in the Mausoleum of Despair dungeon.
Achievement received. The dead should stay dead. Bonus reward. 1. Spell/ability selection choice. Contender World First Achievement. 2. Spell/ability selection choices. Congratulations for completing a maximal difficulty dungeon while in a party of lower-leveled party members, doing 100% of the damage, requiring no healing from anyone else in your party, and somehow keeping everyone alive at the same time. Your greatness is unrivaled amongst the contenders of your generation. Achievement received. Stay there. I've got this. Bonus reward. Free stat points, 20. Contender World First Achievement. Because your achievements have undoubtedly brought unparalleled attention to in the form of adoring fans and those jealous of your accomplishments, you may now choose to alter your name tag so that it reflects a different name and level. This change is only cosmetic and will not affect your actual level, especially when related to level disparity in a party and level restrictions for items. Thaden was blown away by the rush of achievements that rained down on him from completing the dungeon. First, while he did receive more pick, the amount he received paled in comparison to the other bonus rewards. First, he received 3 free stat points to spend where he wanted. Then he raised all his stats by 2, and then gained 3 spell selection choices upon his next chance to choose a spell. He also received some bonus traits that were situational in nature, with him gaining an extra +5 to physicality, celerity, and mentality when facing a monster 10 levels or higher than his own. After that, now when he was in a dungeon, he received a 25% increase to all stats and an extra +10 to Fortuity. When paired with a previous achievement, I don't play well with others, he would also receive an extra +5 to physicality, celerity, and mentality, and +10 to Fortuity if he was solo. Added to that, the Monster Hunter 5 achievement gave a flat +5 to all his stats if he was solo, meaning that if he was solo in a dungeon with higher-level monsters, he would be gaining a lot of extra stats when it was all totaled up. But the really impressive achievement was the last one. Stay there. I've got this. Not only did it give him an extra 20 free stat points to spend where he wanted, but it also allowed him to change his name tag above his head so that it read something different. If it worked the way the ability said, then he could finally change his name to his real one, rather than being stuck with number 3259999-E, and could camouflage his level so he didn't stick out as much. From what he understood of the ability's description, this wouldn't affect him when it came to equipping certain items that had level restrictions higher than his actual level, which made sense and wasn't that big of a deal. What was a little bit more of a big deal was that it also didn't affect the level differential between himself and his party members.
meaning that he couldn't simply pretend to be low level and join one of the new contender parties, such as the one that he had recently traveled with. That was fine with him, though, because what mattered most was that it would help him hide in plain sight, rather than being forced to sneak around. Before he did anything else, he tried out this new ability, which turned out to be more user-friendly than his inventory, as all he had to do was think about what he wanted to change. A new window popped up in front of him, listing his current name and level, and there was an input for what he wanted to change it to.
He changed it to his actual name and set it to level 2, waiting to see if it did anything. But other than it being accepted by the window, he couldn't feel or see anything different. If he could actually see what it said above his head, that would make it much easier, but for now he had to assume that it was working. Before he closed the window, he set it back to normal, as he didn't want to change it quite yet if he was going out of his room later. He had something he promised to do for Sarah and her group, after all. Before he did that, he had some pick to spend. Pick requirements met. 10,300 over 10,300. Increase personal level? Y/N. Note, this can only be completed while not currently in combat and while not in a dungeon. Level up. You are now a level 36 Life Warden. As part of the leveling process, you have received the following. Mentality +4. 2. Spell selection choices. Thaden had already obtained nearly all of the pick requirements for his new level before he even checked his message feed, but the rewards from all the slain monsters and achievements pushed it over the line. He wasn't nearly done leveling up, however, but before he could go any further, he had to pick some new spells, and he had a whopping 5 choices available to him. Please select 4 spells from the following selections. Major Healing, Channeled. Major Cure Mental Affliction, Single Cast. Major Health Reduction, Single Cast. Major Resurrection, Single Cast. Major Aura of Life, Reserved. Major Regrowth, Channeled. Major Protective Barrier, Single Cast. Major Health Augmentation, Single Cast. Major Healing Circle, Channeled. Major Mana Rejuvenation, Single Cast. Major Damage Shield, Single Cast. Weak Healing Wave, Channeled. Minor Healing Wave, Channeled. Lesser Healing Wave, Channeled. Major Healing Wave, Channeled. Weak Negation Zone, Single Cast. Minor Negation Zone, Single Cast. Lesser Negation Zone, Single Cast. Major Negation Zone, Single Cast. Weak Lifelink, Reserved. Minor Lifelink, Reserved. Lesser Lifelink, Reserved. Major Lifelink, Reserved. Weak Ward Link, Reserved. Minor Ward Link, Reserved. Lesser Ward Link, Reserved. Major Ward Link, Reserved. Weak Support Sprite, Single Cast. Minor Support Sprite, Single Cast. Lesser Support Sprite, Single Cast. Major Support Sprite, Single Cast. Weak Defensive Sprite, Single Cast. Minor Defensive Sprite, Single Cast. Lesser Defensive Sprite, Single Cast. Major Defensive Sprite, Single Cast. Spells not selected will be available during your next spell choice selection. Without looking at anything else on the list, Thaden picked Major Cure Mental Affliction as his first choice, remembering how he had beaten himself up for not getting it earlier. Besides, he hoped it would help with what he had promised Sarah's group, as helping even one of the broken people sitting down in the lobby was worth it in his eyes. After that, he had some decisions to make for his last 3 spell choices. He looked at the new spells offered and almost immediately snatched them up, but he still took his time evaluating whether they would be better than improving his existing spells, or even picking up some of the spells he'd passed over earlier. Major Support Sprite, single cast, summons a small, invulnerable support sprite that hovers around a living target. For each single target support spell cast upon the recipient of the support sprite, the effectiveness of that spell is increased by 75%. Range, 90 feet. Duration, 10 minutes. Casting time, 5 seconds. Mana cost, 400. Major Defensive Sprite, single cast, summons a small, invulnerable defensive sprite that hovers around a living target. For each single target defensive spell cast upon the recipient of the support sprite, the duration of that spell doubles. Any charges are increased by 2, and any damage mitigation is increased by 50%. Range, 90 feet. Duration, 10 minutes. Casting time, 5 seconds. Mana cost, 400. Both sprites seemed powerful, though the defensive one was probably only good when he was partied with other people, since it wouldn't do much for him except for perhaps Major Death Ward. Then again, he wondered if both sprites would work on Death Ward, since it was technically both types of spells all rolled up in one. With that thought, and the fact that having 2 little sprites roaming around him at all times would be fun, he picked up both of the new spells. Even if the defensive sprite wasn't inordinately useful right now, it could be in the future. His last pair of selections were tougher, but it was made a little easier as he began to think about the future. No matter if he was partied up with other people or going solo, it was unlikely that he would be spending much time in the Mausoleum of Despair. He had vague plans of going back a time or two to finish the maximal difficulty solo, but after that, he would likely move on to other dungeons, ones that didn't have undead that he could harm with his healing spells. With that in mind, he eventually settled on Major Health Reduction and Major Negation Zone. Major Health Reduction was the easier of the 2 spells to choose, as it would help to reduce the health of the monsters he fought in the future. When he paired it with his various advancements, bonus traits, and his new support sprite, it could reduce quite a bit. And what was even better was that at the major level, the flat health reduction changed to a percentage. Major Health Reduction, single cast, reduces a target's maximum health. Number of targets, 1. Range, 50 feet. Duration, 30 minutes. Magnitude, 15% of maximum health. Casting time, 10 seconds. Mana cost, 180. The second spell was more of a way to escape a dangerous situation that he might find himself in, as being able to prevent all damage from all sources, up to level 100, for 60 seconds should be enough to get him out of trouble. He was cognizant of the sudden appearance of the Monarch of the Dead back in the Mausoleum, and he wouldn't want to be caught again in a situation where he found himself going up against something higher than level 90. Therefore, Major Negation Zone was the best choice for him for now, even if he hoped to never have to use it. The only drawback was the cooldown, which made switching it out into his access slots ahead of time when going into an unknown situation paramount. But it was something for future Thaden to worry about. With his spells selected for now, all that was left was to keep increasing his level. Chapter 44. Managing to squeeze nearly the last of his pick into one final level, Thaden smiled as he narrowly hit what he needed to equip his new Shadow Necklace of the Grave. Pick requirements met, 13,000 over 13,000. Increase personal level, Y/N. Note, this can only be completed while not currently in combat and while not in a dungeon. Level up. You are now a level 45 Life Warden. As part of the leveling process, you have received the following. Mentality +5. 1. Spell selection choice. With reaching level 45, he was down to a total of 57 pick, which was a long way off from reaching the next level, which required 13,300 pick. Along the way to where he was now, he'd received an additional 42 mentality, as the amount he received each level increased to +5 at level 40 from +4 in his 30s.
so it shot up quite a bit to land at 167. He also received another 16 free stat points, as he now received 3 at a time after level 40 when he got them, putting him at a total of 39. As for spells, he received a single selection at level 39, but no new spells to choose from for the first time. Since he only had the ones he already had previously to choose from, he upgraded health augmentation to major strength, as he figured it couldn't hurt to be just a little bit harder to kill in case things went wrong. It would also benefit from the same things as health reduction would, only in this case, it would give him more health. At level 42, he received 2 spell selections, and this time, there were new spells, unlike the previous opportunity to select something. Major Absorb Health, single cast. Grants a target the ability to absorb the health of a foe when attacking. Cannot be cast on self.
Healing rate. 20% of damage inflicted is returned as health. Duration. 3 minutes. Number of targets. 1. Range. 40 feet. Casting time. 6 seconds. Mana cost. 270. Major dampeners. Single cast. Each time a target loses health, they receive a damage mitigation effect that lasts for a limited time. These damage mitigation effects are cumulative, cannot be cast on self. Damage mitigation, 10% per health loss instance. Damage mitigation maximum, 50%. Damage mitigation duration, 10 seconds. Number of targets, 1. Spell duration, 5 minutes. Range, 60 feet. Casting time, 4 seconds. Mana cost, 150. Both of the new spells weren't beneficial for Théoden because they couldn't be cast on himself, but they would certainly be useful if he was in a party. Since he still hadn't figured out what he was doing in the future, he decided to err on the side of caution and picked them both up. There were no other spells he really needed to upgrade at the moment, so he figured that he might as well take them. Now, when he looked at his spell options at level 45, he was once again left without a new spell to choose from. As a result, he was forced to choose a previously unchosen spell or to upgrade one of his lesser strength spells, which wasn't really a bad thing, but he had to be particular in his choice. Resurrection was already expensive at its lesser strength, and there wasn't really a benefit to having it at major strength. Protective barrier and damage shields were good for party members, but they were already pretty strong and would be enhanced by some of his bonuses and other spells, so they weren't really needed. Mana rejuvenation fell into the same category, as it did absolutely nothing for him, but could help others, but just having it in his repertoire was enough for now. Lesser Healing Circle, while somewhat useful against the undead, would likely be rarely used after that because it healed monsters as well as allies. The new healing wave was only for allies, but he already had plenty of other healing spells that were single cast rather than channeled, and the single cast method typically being what worked best for him at the moment. Regrowth was also a channeled spell, and while useful in certain situations, he figured it being at its lesser strength was more than good enough. So the choice came down to the new Link spells, Lesser Healing and Lesser Aura of Life. Since both Lifelink and Ward Link only worked on allies, he couldn't see it ever being necessary even in a party. Lesser Aura of Life had been extraordinary in the Mausoleum dungeon, because it constantly hurt the undead without him having to do anything. But it also healed anyone around him, so it would, if anything, be harmful for him to have it active if he was being attacked by anything. In a group, sitting in the back lines, it was sure to be helpful. If he was solo, it was something he likely wouldn't ever have active. Therefore, Major Healing won out. Despite it being a channeled spell, it was still a staple single-target healing spell that might work much better than some of his other spells in certain situations. The last thing he looked at after his pick was all used up was his Natural Regeneration Competency Advancement. Please select one advancement for your Natural Regeneration Competency.
Quicker regeneration. Natural health regeneration is now 50% faster. Firmer regeneration. Natural health regeneration now toughens the skin, reducing further damage by 25% for 30 seconds. Deeper regeneration. Natural health regeneration now heals major injuries at double the normal regeneration rate. Rougher regeneration. Natural health regeneration is 75% slower, but max health is temporarily increased by 33% for 10 minutes after being fully healed. Softer regeneration. Natural health regeneration is 75% faster, but max health is temporarily decreased by 33% for 10 minutes after being fully healed. Goes both ways. Mana can now be exchanged for health at a 2-to-1 ratio, and health can now be instantaneously exchanged for mana at a 2-to-1 ratio. The exchange happens at the rate of 1 second per 10 health or mana exchanged. Normal health and mana regeneration are unaffected. The choice was easy when he reviewed his advancement options. Goes both ways. Being able to exchange his limitless mana pool for health was extremely overpowered, even if it wasn't instantaneous. If that were the case, he would be unstoppable and could keep his health topped off perpetually, even if he were walking through those green flames he remembered nearly killing him back in the Vogmite Tunnels dungeon. Still, it was something that could save him if he was somehow unable to heal himself with spells, for instance, and none of the other advancements really appealed to him. Now, with all of his level, spell, and advancements taken care of, the only thing left was to assign his free stat points, which took all of a few seconds because there was only one place to put them: fortuity. With an additional 39 points added to his previous 72, he now had 111 fortuity. That translated to a 33.3% chance to double cast support spells or to reflect 5% of prevented damage from his defensive spells. It had just gone from about 1/5 of the time to 1/3, which was a dramatic improvement. That would only go up if he was solo and/or in a high-level dungeon, meaning the chance would probably get up to nearly 50%, depending on the circumstances. Getting up from his bed, feeling quite satisfied with everything, only slightly disappointed that he hadn't shot up in level even further, which he partly blamed on being in a party, he headed for the door. As he reached for the handle, he suddenly remembered that the level above his head would now say 45 instead of 35 like it was that morning. So, he quickly accessed his ability to change it back to 35. He'd already been seen before this as a level 35, and as much as he wanted anonymity that being a level 2 or 3 would bring right now, he would have to wait until he was done with his task for Sarah and her party. I can't really see that it's working, so I'll just have to trust that it now says level 35. He also made sure to change out of his robe and wasn't wearing his new ring, as he didn't want his personality stat to drop down to 1. When that was done and he was as prepared as he could be, he went downstairs to the lobby of the Coalition building, only to find that it was around dinner time and that the place was packed. He didn't think that all of the contenders based out of Ashcleft were there, but there were at least 100 of them sitting around and talking while they ate, laughing and being loud and boisterous. Looking over their levels, he saw that most of them were level 3 and 4, with a familiar face at level 5 gathering the largest crowd of people in the corner. Figures it would be Chad. Not all of the people were happy, though. He couldn't help but notice one small party of 2 sitting by themselves along the edge of the room, their heads down over their drinks as they stared at the liquid in their cups. He didn't have to be a social genius to realize that one or more of their party members had likely died, and he felt a slight pang of regret that he hadn't been near to resurrect them. However, he shook off that thought quickly, knowing that he couldn't be everywhere and that the world out there was dangerous. It was more than likely that many of these people would die out there, and there was nothing he could do to stop it.
not unless he could somehow stalk every single group and resurrect them when they died. That didn't even take into account all the different contenders around the world whom he had no chance of even meeting, most likely, so would therefore not be able to help. He nearly turned around right then and there as he looked at the packed lobby, as he didn't want to draw any more attention than he already would just by being there. But it was already too late. Rippling out from his position, heads turned and conversations quieted as more and more people stared at him. And he mentally squirmed at everyone's focus now being directed toward him. Rather than cause even more of a scene by turning on his heel and running away, he did his best to calmly ignore the stares as he walked toward the couches and chairs where he'd seen the broken contenders earlier. As he got closer, he was slightly relieved to see Sarah and her group sitting squished against each other and practically sitting in each other's laps on a comfortable-looking leather love seat. Sarah caught his eye and surreptitiously glanced to her left, the other members of her party pretending not to pay any more attention to him than the other contenders in the room. And Thaden saw a young man sitting on a large, upholstered chair nearby. Thaden immediately registered his slouched position and hanging head, allowing him to see the man's messy blonde hair that hung down over his face, and the hands that fidgeted in his lap seemingly without conscious thought.
Raising his eyebrows just enough that it was likely only those really staring at his face would see it, an imperceptible nod answered his question, and he calmly walked over to the young man's side. Seeing that the chair was big enough that both of them would fit, as the broken individual was quite thin, he squeezed in next to his target, and the young man squished himself against the side, making room for him. The action was so automatic that Thaden realized that Brant, as his name tag said, probably only subconsciously registered his presence, and his body moved without conscious thought. He could only imagine that someone could probably take his hand and lead him around, and the young man would probably go along without complaint until his body collapsed with exhaustion. In other words, his body was here, but his mind was somewhere else. As he sat down next to the young man, his abrupt height change took him out of sight of many of those in the lobby, and some of the conversations resumed. However, Thaden couldn't help but hear some people mention his strange name, and the fact that he was level 35, which was a good sign that his change to his overhead verbiage had worked. He also heard a few variations of, "No, he can't be a contender. He's probably an adventurer from here," a couple of times, which was also a relief. When things seemed settled down, he looked around to see some of the contenders in the nearby seating areas staring at him, and he could sense that a few of them were about to speak up and approach him. Wanting to cut them off, he quickly concentrated on the man sitting next to him, who hadn't done anything to indicate that he even knew Thaden was there after he unconsciously shifted to make room. With only a slight hesitation, he cast Major Cure Mental Affliction on Brant, and a strong white glow suffused his hands before it enveloped the young man's head, looking as if he was glowing from the inside. It started to fade almost immediately, but he wasn't done yet. Repeatedly casting the spell so that it almost looked like he was channeling it, he interspersed a major regeneration or 3 in with his other spell, making Brant glow green throughout his entire body, before adding Major Cure Physical Affliction into the rotation, just in case it would help. At first, nothing seemed to be happening. Actually, that wasn't quite true, as the conversations in the lobby halted completely at the sudden light show. But Thaden ignored it as he continued to concentrate on the man sitting next to him. It was only after about 15 seconds that the first change started to manifest itself, as Brant suddenly twitched a few times, before inhaling a huge lungful of air as if he was just coming up from the depths of the ocean. It was only then that the sounds of his racking sobs escaped his throat as he bent even further over and covered his face with his hands, visible tears dripping through his fingers. Thaden kept up his cocktail of spells for a little bit longer,
even though he knew it probably wasn't doing anything more for the young man. His efforts had already done their work and gotten him this far, and now it was up to Brant to see himself the rest of the way through, as well as, hopefully, his new party. The life warden had healed his mind enough that he was no longer stuck in his broken state. Now the poor support class would have to work through whatever problems stuck him in that state, just like everyone else. He looked over at Sarah, seeing tears in her eyes as well, and nodded. Thaden got up out of the chair after gently patting the sobbing young man on the back, and he was quickly replaced by Sarah and the other members of her party as they gathered around the chair.
Grinning ear to ear at what he had accomplished, which was miraculous indeed, to somehow start the broken individual on the road to recovery, he looked around to see everyone staring at him again, this time in astonishment. "What did you do to him?" an older woman nearby suddenly asked, cutting over the soothing sounds that Sarah and the other women in her group were making toward Brant as his sobbing began to subside. Oh, crap. It was obvious that this would probably be a bad idea if I did it in front of everyone. But I did it anyway. Stupid, stupid, stupid. He mentally berated himself, but stopped as a thought occurred to him. Maybe I can turn this to my advantage. Looking at the woman, who wasn't as old as he thought from her voice, as he thought she might be in her low 30s, he said, "I healed what was broken inside of him, allowing him to work through his issues without it paralyzing him like it had been doing. He's not completely better yet, but now he has a chance." The room was quiet again, though he could sense that it was about to explode with more questions, and perhaps even exclamations that he was a fraud. He knew human nature as much as the next person, after all, and there was almost always an inevitable group of people who didn't believe anything you told them, even with physical evidence to back it up. The Earth is round, you say? No, it's flat. All of those pictures from space are lies concocted by the government. But how? Thaden cut her off. I've come here to see what can be done, to help these poor, broken individuals, as I can't bear to see anyone suffer when I have the ability to help, he said loudly, startling the entire lobby. I can't guarantee that I can help them all, but I will do everything in my power to at least get them on the road to recovery. It will take time and patience before they're able to function normally, but I believe they could be an asset to any party willing to give them a chance, especially as many of them are support classes. That last statement caused a stir, as he thought it might. Based on what Sarah and her party had told him, many contender parties had to go without a support class. So suddenly having an influx of possible candidates to add to their teams was excellent news. At least for most of them. He couldn't help but see that Chad in the corner appeared quite vexed. Thaden wasn't sure if it was because he was stealing his spotlight, or because the addition of more support classes might allow the other parties to not only catch up with, but surpass the arrogant man. Regardless of the reason, he had a feeling that he would have to watch his back around the fighter, as it appeared as though he'd inadvertently made an enemy. The contenders who were without a support member of their parties descended on the area like a flock of vultures, swooping in to hover around those they hoped to claim for their own. Meanwhile, Sarah had managed to get Brant to his feet and was leading him away, though not in the mindless automaton way he had been before, but with actual feeling behind the sad eyes that Thaden could finally see. A nod of thanks from the grateful party was all he got for the moment, but that was fine, because he was about to be very busy. Ignoring questions about his odd name and level, he spent the next few hours going from one broken person to another, using the same mixture of spells he'd used before on Brant, snapping them out of their unresponsive state. He never got used to the sheer sadness that erupted from them as soon as they were finally aware of their surroundings, and a few of them that actually seemed to rage at the tears that were flowing down their cheeks frightened him a little before they calmed down. He couldn't blame them, though, because he probably would have been in the same state if he'd had the opportunity to retreat into his own mind after being transported from Earth. He wasn't sure if it was luck or punishment that ended with him being eaten by Vogmites when he first arrived on Tarth, but his situation had been chaotic enough that it didn't really give him any time to contemplate what it meant to be there in the first place. He had only been focused on survival in that first day, and after that he had just been trying to make his way through until the contenders and the class representatives arrived. The Life Warden finished with the last one, all of them achieving some sort of breakthrough that would allow them to heal. Or not. It was up to them now, and whether or not their new parties supported them properly enough that they could bounce back from the crippling state they had been in. Slipping away in all the hustle and bustle that occurred once he was finished, he managed to make it upstairs and to his room without calling any more attention to himself. He'd done his part, not only for the group that had partied with him and nearly died for the second time in the Mausoleum of Despair, but also for the other contenders that had shown up in Ashcleft. He had no illusions that he would suddenly take it upon himself to travel around to all the different towns and cities around Tarth and cure the other broken contenders out there. For one, he was only one person, and there were likely millions of them out there, according to Diallo. Secondly, that wasn't what he was here to do, as good and nice as it made him feel to heal the others. It might sound callous, but he had no desire to go around being a magical therapist for the entire contender group. Just like he wouldn't be able to resurrect everyone who died, he wasn't going to be able to save all the broken ones either. If he came across someone who needed help, he wasn't going to avoid helping them, but he wasn't going to seek them out. Exhausted from all the social interactions, despite only being awake for a few hours, he laid himself back down on his bed before closing his eyes. As he began to drift off to dreamland, he couldn't help but think to himself, if I'm not going to go around healing people, then what exactly am I going to do? Chapter 45. The question of what Théoden was supposed to do, now that he had made a spectacle of himself the night before, plagued him through the night and into the next morning. The biggest consolation he had for the whole thing was the fact that he had made it seem to the others down in the coalition lobby that he wasn't a contender, so he wasn't in direct competition with them, even if he technically was. At least, he thought so, but he couldn't be sure with how he had arrived on Tarth. He was sure that some might still try and get him to party with him or ask for any secrets that he might impart to them about this world, but he thought he'd done a good job of deflecting their attention away from him and onto the broken contenders that he'd helped. When he denied his help for things like leveling or running dungeons, he was sure that most, if not all of them, would stop trying and concentrate on doing it all themselves without his help. For now, he thought he was relatively safe from too much scrutiny, even if he was human and unlike the Cheri that populated the town. But he was also part of the Adventurer Coalition, so he figured that they had to expect things like that. It wasn't like he was the only high-level adventurer out there, even if he was the only one in the immediate area. The proof of that was obvious in that party he saw when he went to the mausoleum for the first time. He was even told that there were more than just Cheri on this world. But what the other races of people there were, or where they were located, he wasn't sure. All of that pointed to him being largely immune to the attention of the local contenders, at least for now. But that still brought up exactly what he was going to do with that immunity. It was a similar discussion he'd had with himself after he first arrived at Ashcleft, and later when he learned that he had to wait for a support class representative to acquire a new class. Do I stay here and continue to run the mausoleum until it no longer helps me grow? Should I start investigating what other dungeons are nearby and try my hand at delving through them by myself? What if I leave this town to go out and explore? Is it possible to find adventurers in the coalition that are near my level that I can party with? If so, should I seek them out or stay solo? Or should I simply sit on my butt and live off the fairly vast sum of money I've already accumulated? There were a lot of options, but he wasn't exactly sure what he should do. It was only when he woke up in the morning and got out of bed that one more question occurred to him. What is my ultimate plan here? That was the most important and hardest question to answer. As he had already been thinking, his original strategy after arriving on Tarth had been survival, and then getting strong enough to protect himself while he awaited the arrival of the contenders. Now that he had survived, gotten himself a powerful class, and reached a high enough level that he felt relatively safe wherever he went, he felt like he didn't have a purpose, or, as it related to his internal question, a plan. Given the information that he'd recently learned about the earthen contenders, the fate of his home world, and the adversary, it came with no surprise that he wanted to survive this whole developmental process and potentially even escape this world. Saving Earth from the hordes of monsters that the adversary would undoubtedly unleash upon it at some point sounded like a noble ideal, and he wasn't opposed to joining in on the defense in whatever capacity was allowed. Unlike many of the other contenders he'd spoken to or dealt with, he didn't have a family back home that he was striving to save, and what friends he had were few and far between. If he was being honest with himself, they were acquaintances more than friends. Therefore, he would be fighting for Earth and humanity itself, which again wasn't the worst of reasons to fight against what the adversary had in store for them. But more than simply defending Earth, something else drove Thaden to want to survive and leave this world. He wanted to get stronger, of course, because he felt like he was getting addicted to killing monsters and reaping the rewards, feeling invincible in the face of their attacks against him. He knew that it was unreasonable to think that it would stay that way forever, but for now, he didn't fear that anything nearby could actually hurt him, though he was cognizant that the monarch and the mini-bosses in the mausoleum could flex their level compression at him to affect him in a different way than he could easily protect against. There were bound to be powerful monsters out there that could wipe him out in a fraction of a second, but he hoped he would be much stronger by the point where he would have to face them. The Life Warden also felt some desire to explore, to travel to brand new worlds, and experience fantastic sights that no one from Earth had ever seen. He'd never really been the explorer or outdoorsy type when he was younger, but his time on Tarth had started to change that a bit. Perhaps it had to do with the fact that a lot of the comforts and technology that were available to him on Earth weren't present. Or it might be because something had fundamentally changed inside of him when he was forced to be remade after being eaten. But staying outside for long periods of time and exploring dark caves didn't fill him with the same sort of boredom and distaste that it used to. But what really interested him in getting out of this developmental world of Tarth had to do with the assimilation system and the adversary. From the moment he learned about the system from Sarah and Diallo, something had seemed off about the whole thing. He couldn't put his finger on what exactly was wrong, but that didn't change the fact that the relationship between the two was more than a little suspicious, and he couldn't be the only one who thought so. Of course, based on his disastrous conversations with the Churi, they didn't think the system could do any wrong and was always perfect. But he knew from personal experience that such a sentiment was a lie. Unfortunately, he intuitively knew that he wouldn't be able to investigate his suspicions of the system and the adversary while on Tarth. He thought that it might be the mana that fully infused his body to the point where it was nearly indistinguishable from the environment. But the end result was that he was beginning to suspect that this world was just as much of a training program as the training that the contenders went through. It was separate from the rest of the universe? Multiverse? He had no real understanding of just how large this whole deal was, which was part of the problem. With how everyone on Tarth seemed to be brainwashed like they were part of some sort of assimilation system cult, he wasn't going to get any answers. The contenders likely had a little bit more knowledge that it would be useful to possess,
But that information was also provided to them by the system, so it, too, was a bit suspect. Thaden continued to wrestle with his options and questions all through that day, and it preoccupied him enough that he didn't even leave town. Instead, he simply walked around the streets and eavesdropped on conversations, watching contenders rushing in and out of the gates in their tasks to kill more monsters and even complete some quests from the Adventurer Coalition.
Later that night, he unobtrusively sat in a dark corner of the lobby, his shadow necklace of the grave helping him to blend in with the shadows, which he also learned hid his name tag and level, unless someone was deliberately looking at him, which they rarely did. It seemed as though most of the contenders, from the conversations he overheard, had largely moved on from his performance the night before, and while his number name came up a few times, most dismissed him from their minds. It was, frankly, faster than he expected it to be. But it was also a relief. For the next few days, he fell into a routine where he spent as much time as he could around town and the contenders, staying out of sight as much as he could, just watching and listening, hoping for an answer to what he should be doing. Over that time, he was able to recover from the months of constant delving and the stressful few days after the contenders arrived, his plan starting to formulate in the back of his mind, never quite crystallizing to the point where he had the drive to act on it, but getting closer by the day. On the morning of the week anniversary of the contenders' arrival, he was feeling good. He'd slept in late that morning, just letting his mind think about his options, and how he was fairly certain he had narrowed his plan down to a few objectives. 1. Survive. 2. Get stronger. 3. Escape from Tarth. It sounded so simple when he thought of it that way, but it was the process that had been holding him up. For now, he would continue to stay solo and slowly build up his strength, but later he would... His thoughts were interrupted by a message that popped up in his vision, which he couldn't dismiss until he looked at all of it. As he started to read it and what it contained, he instinctively knew that this same message was sent to every single contender on Tarth. Attention, contenders.
Congratulations go out to those who have survived this far in your introduction to Tarth. A full week has passed since you arrived, and now is a perfect time to give you an update on any developments from your fellow contenders. As of the commencement of this message, a total of 1,249,317 contenders have failed and left the world of Tarth permanently. Of the remaining 31,530,682 contenders, another 4,530,631 are still at level 1 and are unlikely to progress further than that. If they do not raise their level within the designated time limit, they will be culled automatically. For the rest of you, congratulations on your progress. The average level of all contenders is level 4, which is respectable after your first week of development. Keep striving to give it your all and increase your level as soon as possible. As we get to the updated rankings, there are some incredible outliers out there for you to strive to match. Only a few parties have already completed their first dungeon, which is incredible after only a week, while there are many others that aren't far behind that goal. However, there is one contender in particular that has topped most of the rankings, and their meteoric rise is to be the envy of all. That particular person better be careful, because as soon as the restrictions are lifted at level 21, they had best watch their back. Now, on to the contender rankings. Individual performance. 1. Number 325-99999-E. Support level 45. Sector 11. Town of Ashcleft. 2. Augustus M. Fighter level 13. Sector 92. City of Dormir. 3. Katie J. Mage level 13. Sector 147. Town of Governtree.
Party performance. Leader. 1. Number 325-99999-E. Support level 45. Sector 11. Town of Ashcleft. 2. Bartino H. Mage level 12. Sector 459. Town of Waterford. 3. Michelle Y. Fighter level 12. Sector 298. City of Hextrove. Achievement Hunter. 1. Number 325-99999-E. Support level 45. Sector 11. Town of Ashcleft. 2.
June to Scout, level 11. Sector 52, City of Fortrott 3. Gerald F. Scout, level 11. Sector 8703, City of Nemista. Gerald like he had been suddenly splashed with a bucket of ice-cold water. A feeling of horror chilled Thaden to the bone as he read the message, followed by the rankings. Thaden, or more accurately his number name, was at the top of most of them. The most notable that he wasn't at the top of were the rankings for individual classes, so he wasn't at the top of the fighter, mage, etc. classes. But he was at the top of the support classes. As he read through the whole thing, the system finally allowed him to close the window. Panic began to set in as he looked around his room, before he scrambled up and shoved everything that he had left out into his inventory. As he stood before his door, hand ready to reach out and open it, he took a deep breath and did his best to calm himself. Whatever he was planning to do before the rankings arrived, outing him to all the contenders in Ashcleft, there was only one thing he could do right now. He had to run.